This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
They don't know he's there. Is he gonna be in there? He's done it again! It's just unreal! It is! Again, and Derek wins it! That is that, folks!
Sam finds a gap in the smoke and the spray. It's just beautiful.
Forcing the issue out wide! Agora sim! Vamos! É você!
And we are back. Today is do or die. There's back-to-back elimination matches, and you've got to win if you want a shot at some amazing maple syrup. Oh, yeah, baby. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas Stage 1 Playoffs, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in sunny Los Angeles, California. Hey, brother. Of course, I'm not Stone Cold Steve Austin. I wish I was.
That's a great start. That's a great. I love that
because that's what he said. It. You know, it's his thing. It's his gimmick. I'm Golden Boy. I am a different bald man yelling at you. That's Bren. That's Ben Silly. We're going to talk about some video games today. We're so glad that you decided to spend your Friday with us. So yeah, I have fantasies of being Stone Cold Steve Austin. Clearly,
I have fantasies that I can't repeat on the broadcast.
Yeah.
So
Okay, girl. Let's relax. What are we talking about right now? Okay. We'll talk about some fantasies over here, Bobby. You know what I'm saying?
talking about fantasy VALORANT.
Oh, yes.
What are you guys thinking about?
VFL. I don't know. I don't know with wrestling stuff.
I know. This is the old heads over here. We're the problem. All right, well, folks, let's go ahead and start and talk about what we saw. Yes, actually, as a matter of fact, before we do that, I do want to, well, I don't want to start the show shaming anyone, but, you know, we do got to talk about our groupology and what we chose.
I did this one? Oh,
yeah.
That's wrong. That's so...
Yeah. Wait, so this is the order, right? So do we get anything right?
No.
Hold on. So Omega was white, right? You did that with white. Okay, so
like this was me.
I got to take some time. I got to be white.
Oh, yeah, go for it there, Van Silly.
All right, listen.
Honestly,
I don't know what's going on, but I thought that Leviathan was going to get this because they had Rossi, and that was going to change everything, but I was totally wrong, but at least I have G2, and they were looking really good this season.
you had the easiest bracket to predict for number one.
I did.
Why G2 not in number one?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a crazy one.
That's crazy.
I'm deflecting all attention away from
I
that.
had nothing.
We don't want to talk about it.
I had no involvement in any of that. You know what I mean? Was I here for that? Who knows?
I wasn't there, but white was.
I was there.
Way too much faith in 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Do you have faith in them today?
No. So there's a spoiler if we ever play.
Well, let's go ahead and find out why Bren doesn't have a lot of faith in 100 Thieves and talk about what happened on day one of playoffs because MIBR decided, well, we just want to show up and have a quick day at the office. And they did that. They got themselves a 2-0 moving on. 100 Thieves could not stand up to the might, Ben Silly, of MIBR.
I really thought they had a chance for 100 Thieves, especially when they get to play on split and they get to start on the defensive side when, you know, coming out with the stage composition during kickoff, it looked really good, but MIBR were just so good at the executions that didn't give a chance here for 100 Thieves to really fight back in this game, and yeah, it's definitely a tough one.
Yeah, and then of course you had Sentinels going up against Cloud9, a hype matchup for sure. Or so we thought, but then, I mean, it was good, but Sentinels definitely showed that they are a force to be reckoned with here, bro.
Absolutely, because I had issues with Sentinels, I think, coming in that I needed to see evidence of them winning on maps outside of the ones that they were winning, just only solely in stage one. They showed it. They beat Cloud9 in their own game on Ascent as well. They came in very strong, winning a lot of clutches to get it going, but this is a team that is heating up, gradually iterating, building on the process. They are looking like they're in top form genuinely to go to Toronto.
For Sentinels,
just one more game that stands between them and that chance, and that's a little bit later on. That's not even today, but listen, they have done so damn well to build up to this point.
Yeah, they really have. And it's been great to see Sentinels, great to see all the teams really putting in that work, honestly, as we make our way through the playoffs here. But that, of course, brings us to our Pulsar Flick of the Week. And we got to give this one, actually, to Cloud9. Got to give it to Mitch, because this guy, I mean, they were pulling off some clutch plays. To be fair, this match was just a mess of clutch rounds. Like, so many big plays, Vansili.
That was just a sick 1v1 against Zelsis on top of that. Playing up Vice, pulling up the wall, and turning away, or the flash rather, and turn away on a 180 to flick back to get the headshot. I'm actually quite surprised that we're calling this the Pulsar Flick of the Week, because that was only day one. We are in playoffs. I'm sure there's going to be some crazy one happening for the next 3 days.
Well, and what's silly is that that's not even accounting Zekken's like crazy 2K with the shorty.
Everything.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many wild moments, man. It was an insane game yesterday from both teams, without a doubt here. Now, of course, our current playoff bracket is set. Now, our top three qualifies for Masters Toronto. Very important to note here. And we'll get 2 of our teams tomorrow when we head to the upper bracket. That, of course, is Crew Visa versus MIBR, and then G2 Esports against the Sentinels. Now, today, though, we're going to focus on the lower portion of the bracket. 100 Thieves versus NRG, and then, of course, Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses to close things out here. And look, winners get an opportunity to move on to this competition. Losers, well, see you next time. See you at stage 2. But I think, you know, the pressure's on here now, guys. This is it.
Yeah, I mean, you've got many, many weeks. If you lose here, that's it. You have to watch everybody else competing at Toronto. You have a big-ass break. It's a lot of time to improve at, but you want to be playing on the stage, and you're going to be losing that chance. Genuinely, opportunities are going to be missed. And so it all comes down to this, like one best of 3 to really decide the trajectory of your careers at this point for the midway portion of the year. It's a lot of pressure to be putting on their shoulders for these players.
And you're starting the lower brackets where it's do or die for both 100 Thieves and Energy that had so much to prove going into the split one. So it's going to be a heartbreaker no matter what for either of these teams today for this first matchup.
Well, and you know, you're going to miss out on Toronto, and thankfully we actually have a resident Canadian here on the desk. Why don't you tell people what we should be looking out for, Vansili, in Toronto? What were they going to miss out on?
I mean, we talked about maple syrup, poutine. Like I said, I mean, I don't know if some people heard me. Dude, the cheese in the poutine, when you put that in your mouth and you go squish, 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 all the Quebecers know.
Windscreen wipers.
Last time and then you're eating that. You don't even need to brush your teeth. It's like it's auto cleaning your teeth.
Cleans it. It's so good. Canadians figured it out.
Exactly.
They got it all wrapped up now. Here's the thing, guys. If there's one thing, we like to have fun over here, you know? Something that maybe could be fun for some, depending if you're a sicko like Brent. Like VALORANT Ranked, for example, could also be seen as fun. But you know what is missing in those fun moments? Casters. That's right. So we decided that we are going to cast your play today, and we asked our amazing viewers to send in a couple rounds for us to cast, and they delivered. So you guys ready to do this?
Okay.
All right. Okay.
GB, you're casting too, right?
I'm gonna jump in.
Let's bring back the GB Ignition Series 2020.
Ooh, this is acing.
First?
Go for it, Brent.
Okay, acing up onto Bell. First pick already granted.
Snap.
Give it up. Rest of the team side of scale forwards. They got a couple more targets. They've left to clean up here onto the side. The walls are up. Hits coming through. And of course, this clip has to be on Icebox. My favorite map of all time.
Yeah.
Going up. Teams just scattered to the winds, and it's all on them now into this 1v2 scenario. Nearsighted. Matt has not claimed the first kill. Darted up.
Oh no, they know where he is.
To the side, but now you've got it. Spotted it into the last pick of the upgrade. Barely there. Hands on the weapon. And that's a 1v1 with the plant bonus at the end too to get a plant and get that extra money to play.
Well done, acing.
Player.
Well done, acing.
I could barely see the screen.
That's true.
You know you have a screen right there too.
I could have just looked down.
That's a great. That's what I'm going to do.
I don't know if you guys are aware, but this here is the screen. Brent didn't know.
I didn't know that. I was looking over there.
I'm looking.
We have one more round. This one is from Korusumi. Thank you so much for submitting. Vansili, take it away.
Alors, nous allons commencer la ronde avec Korosumi en train de jouer avec le Viper.
Excusez-moi.
Oui, le Spike est en train de bouger vers le milieu alors qu'il bouge tout seul sur la ceinture. Maintenant, personne, elle ne voit personne présentement. Regarde à gauche, à droite, mais ses coéquipiers sont en train de tomber. Le Spike est tombé, GB.
Chocolate blur!
Okay, now going back, a 2 versus 4. Spike is still down. The first one jumping forward. That was with the long range now. Swing towards the right.
Give me a haircut. Give me a haircut.
Yeah. Going Louis, Saint-Jean light. I can't do Vietnamese. I tried, but I can't do that one. I can't do that.
Dude, it's impressive though, man. I barely speak Spanish, so you know it's impressive.
J'ai mangé un pantalon.
Manger pantalon fromage. Nice little clutch, though. Never needed to pick up the spike.
I gotta say, also, the way you just shifted from French to English in a heartbeat just shattered my brain.
Gotta love the Montreal scene, you know?
Yeah, there
back
it
and
is.
forth.
This guy right here, this guy, he gets it. Well, there you have it. And by the way, guys, if you ever want to do that again, just why don't you let us know? Get on the socials, you know, like go ahead and tweet at us or whatever they call it these days. I don't know. In any case, so guys, it's now time to move on to today's first elimination match, and let's talk about NRG, because last week this team managed to pull off a do-or-die win in a matchup against Leviathan to qualify, to be here in playoffs right now. So they're already in the lower bracket. They already have this fan pressure, Brent. At this point, it feels like the weight of the world is on NRG's shoulders.
Yeah, definitely so as well. Especially if you've watched this game, I would say arguably Leviathan kind of played the better game overall. It's just that NRG were able to win the most important rounds, which ended up being pistol rounds, that sort of thing. They won 4 out of 4 of them to take away. It's a big buffer room that they bought themselves playing against this team overall. But this is a squad that is, honestly, I think throughout this entire year so far, ever since they made that Verno swap and change and they brought Mike's back into the coaching seat, been looking to try and find their footing overall as well. They've earned themselves a lifeline here. It's not much of one because they haven't had much time to turn it around as they're looking forwards here now into playoffs, but they have a lifeline. It's all about what you do with it here and now, because it'll be a shame, I think, to waste the legacy that's on this team. There's a lot of veteran players who've been around the block, definitely so, lifted a couple of trophies here and there. So I want to see more from this NRG squad. They've earned the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I mean, they just had to turn it around at the right moment, too, against Leviathan, who also were on the upwards trajectory after having a dominant win versus Furia, coming out with a lot of good vibes and confidence that they're going to be able to qualify. Then you're playing against NRG that still had a lot to prove. It's been a while since they beat Furia. They go back into other games, and people are still questioning what type of energy we're going to see. But then we saw some good stuff coming out of them, and even coming out with brand new compositions, for example, on that second map of Icebox. So I think it's showing a lot of hopes going into NRG's playoffs.
But is it enough to get
so far, so
the
good.
win?
So far, so good.
I mean, hey, you got the win against Leviathan, which was a big win without a doubt. But let's actually go ahead and hear a little bit more from one of the players of NRG. We had Sam standing by with Elizabeth ahead of today's matchup.
Now, Sam, there's been a lot of discussion about this being your last year competing. So let's just set the rumors to rest. Without any doubt, is this your last year competing no matter what?
Honestly, no comment. I don't know yet. Whatever the wind takes me.
As a follow-up, if Finesse were to still be competing, would you still compete? Is that kind of your con in order to still compete?
No, not really. Like, if he retires, that's like mainly on him. Like, I'm still like boys with him. But no, I mean, it's just honestly on me. At the end of the year, if I feel like playing, then I'll continue playing. If I don't, then I'll just stream.
Best of luck today.
And I don't think anyone's complaining about either option.
W streamer.
Honestly, that's my W streamer.
I would be
right
upset
there.
about that, to be honest.
I do like that.
I think, listen, you can be a streamer whenever. You can retire whenever you want. To be a pro player, you gotta grasp the opportunities when you're in your prime. Someone's one of the best controller players that we've got as well in Americas, I would say, arguably as well. It would be a shame, I think, if this was the last hurrah for the squad overall.
Big changeover from what we heard previously too, which was like, you know, he's like sticking with that finesse or whatever, no matter what happens. But that's good, right? And he's right. At the end of the day, you're the master of your own destiny here. And well, NRG are going to be the masters of their destiny in this matchup because they have a lot on their shoulders. But one thing is for certain is that we've seen some players step up. One of those players in particular has been Brock, and Vansili has been so impressive seeing this guy take to the stage.
100%. We're actually finally able to see the Brock that we know from challengers as well. When it comes down to brawl fights, when he has to go into these clutch moments and crucial kills actually into the rounds just like that, you know that Brock is going to be good in those moments. Usually he's not going to be like the flashy type of player, the one that's going to open up or always be at the top of the scoreboard. But when you need him the most, exactly. He's kind of like a Jonah P for me in like a G2, for example, where his utility is going to be always very good. And then, of course, everybody coins him with the Broctagon in those clutch moments. He could do those Mitch moments where he could clutch and win rounds for the team. So now he's found his footing against his enemies in the past weeks. And I think we're going to see that continuation of Brock, the Broctagon with energy in these playoffs.
Yeah, I'm excited because it's feels like a new era-ish for NRG. I think, you know, you got Mata, you got Brock. These are players that you could really just build off of, right?
And they're building their own experience as well from when they play together in challenges together into this existing roster as well. When it comes to ideas, the Icebox composition, they bring in this triple flash concept, this idea as well. And it just, you know, okay, you're really abusing some aspects of Icebox overall. We got footage for it as well, where we got to see them playing the triple flash composition. You got the Rain, you got the Gecko, you got the KO as well. And they weren't really using it how I thought they might end up using it, which was like a lot of aggressive refighting on their defense. But what they were doing is setting up Mata in these one and dones a lot.
Exactly.
Making sure that he was empowered.
but he has such good tech that he's able to just play the Reyna freely. I think that was the approach as well, looking at Energy in a triple flash, because yes, you're having two ex-teammates that play together within MXS comes out, and this, remember, he goes for a double dismiss to be able to get away, by the way.
Dude.
So
I needed a bath out of that one.
You're definitely seeing like an Energy that plays way more loose in this second map that could also help them out going to a deep run, especially against 100 Thieves to start. And to see that they're able to show that to FNS, for example, as a big mind to the game, to Mike's HD, who also has been coaching for quite a while, and the team is open to those changes and to try it out in those moments that matters the most and still get good results. You're moving in with a huge high in this game.
Yeah, I also feel like there's a case that can be made, because like when I look at like MIBR and Crew and how they're really prioritizing like the harbor compositions, but no one else is really doing that. I still think there's like room in this game for you to carve your own identity, right? And that is exactly, hopefully we see a little bit more of that from NRG for sure, because, well, if anything like what we just saw Mata pull off, that would be redonkulous. That being said, though, a thing that they do have on this team that is certainly something that, well, gives you a little bit of a sigh of relief is that you got a world champion on this squad. And you have Ethan, and Ethan Bren definitely has been a point of conversation, but it's good to see him stepping up in these situations to bring this team here.
He definitely massively stepped up in that last game as well, coming up clutch and huge. I think we've been waiting for a bit of an upswing in performance from Ethan for quite some time, to be honest, to match that kind of form that he was putting up in 2023 EG, because he's kind of failed to hit that
same ever since he went to the IGO role of NRG, and then he hasn't really found his stride.
Yeah, and then he stepped back a little bit and brought FNS back in. I think that takes a lot for an individual, actually, when they made that change, to actually be humble enough to step back and say, hold on, what I'm doing isn't working. I need the extra help, and to make that switch up, and that was a while ago yet again still. But Ethan was playing very well, and if he can bring that forwards as well, keep that moving into playoffs itself, who the hell knows with this NRG squad? We know they've got the talent. It's just about how they put it together. That's always the biggest question mark we've had for this squad.
And he's also mentioned post victory that they got here against Leviathan, that if they actually make it into the playoffs, they're going to win it all. So that, for a veteran, you need that at the helm. You need somebody that's going to be the vibe merchant for this team. There's not too many players in this roster, so that's super loud. So to have Ethan, in terms of like the veterancy, the wisdom here for the team to say, hey, we could do this, guys. You need that at the forefront.
Yeah, and I'm cool if no one's like popping off. I like the cool, demeanor of Ethan. I think in sometimes in those instances, that's what you need, right? Especially when on the other side of the stage, you are going to be going up against Boostio, who does anything other than keep it chill when he's on stage. Well, I think the context here is quite fascinating for me as an observer. Seeing Boostio and FNS continue to clash online time and time again. Sometimes in jest, sometimes I don't know. But
who doesn't Boostio clash with anyways?
But that's true. But what's crazy is that both guys are kind of in a similar trajectory this year, Van Silly. Both not really finding the success in the server in their kills deaths that they would normally like.
But if you actually still want to look on paper, he's had one of those games through those weeks that you saw the old school Boostio that's able to pop off just over here. So if you're going to look at recency bias, you might see that Boostio might take the upper hand over Finesse in terms of how he was able to perform quite well within that match, and that allows him to get that little bit of trash talk that he could bring towards
and he talks some trash. Why don't we go ahead and show it? Because my guy was like, oh yeah, I'm going to help FNS retire. And then, I don't know if anyone else read FNS's response the way that I did, but the way I interpreted it is, oh my God, no.
That's my retirement.
Oh, what a shame. Yeah, that's how I took that one there. But this beef is funny.
It's not even beef. I mean, Boostio's just been dishing this out for God knows how long it is around here. But what makes me excited as well, though, just about this matchup, we are in literally the first round of lowers. This should be kind of like the bottom of the barrel of our playoff teams that we're scraping for here. But we have legacy. We have history between these two teams. I know we joke a lot, and there's probably going to be some co-streamers out there looking at this game as well, tracking the pie watch for both of these players, probably trying to compare the two scorelines. But there is
a lot of bakers out there.
We've got trophy lifters playing against each other here today with this opening matchup as well. There's some excitement level to it as well. All I want is for both of these teams to really play at their best. They want to see that step up and that return to potentially a peak of what we saw from them, and we know that they're capable of as well. Because it's just a shame to just go out absolutely just deflated.
As an esports fan, it's like two prolific organizations going up against one another that have crossed paths time and time again across a variety of different games. So it's just cool to see the 100 Thieves NRG, clash happening here at the VCT. Of course, though, it's going to be a lot of pressure and a lot of tension on that stage. But let's actually get an opportunity to hear from Bustio, who is standing by with Elizabeth.
Hi, Bustio. We're talking about a tweet of yours again. You said that you have the chance to make Finesse retire today. Talk to me about that. Is that something you're excited for? Why?
I mean, I just love playing against FNS. I think in the past he was really good, but this year he hasn't been playing too well. Same with NRG. So I think if we beat them here, there's a good chance he actually does retire. So we'll see.
Do you think you're the better caller?
Of course. He's been playing horribly. And I've also been playing horribly, so I can't really say much. But, yeah, it's whoever loses might retire.
So you're saying you might retire today if and when you lose?
Who knows? Maybe.
Well, talk to me about his calling specifically. What about his calling has been, not the best in your opinion?
I mean, I think a lot of their micro fights. I mean, any 5 players can call it, but I've just watched their comm videos, and I would say overall, just in the micro fights, it also seems that he doesn't say too much. And same with everyone on Energy, their comms are really not that good. So I think a lot of the micro fights could be a lot better for them.
Best luck today. They made the best retiree win.
That's interesting. That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy work.
Damn. I mean, look, I think that there is.
I don't know. The minute Liz got it, I was like, okay, well, we're putting retirement on the line. Yeah. You didn't even say that.
And then just brushed it off to the next question. I was like, hold on, I want to know more about this.
I know that people probably are annoyed with me mentioning wrestling references, but this really is like a retirement, hair versus career match or something like that. We honestly should do that at VCT, by the way. I think we should have FNS put his career on the line and Bustio put his hair on the line, and whoever loses, that's where we got to go.
That could be today.
If it works in AEW and WWE, surely it works here. In any case, though, guys, at Kickoff 100 Thieves, though, they managed to smack MIBR around a couple of times at Kickoff. Yeah. But then the rematch, and it was not the case. It was a completely different MIBR team.
MIBR, man, it really was. And for 100 Thieves as well, they've been struggling, I think, as well. MIBR came into this, they did their research, they knew exactly how 100 Thieves was set up on their split with their default. They were hard of using that to begin, to really start with and begin. There are signs of life from 100 Thieves, though. I think they make necessary adjustments the deeper their maps go, honestly, as well. We saw that on Split episode slightly, but yeah, I mean, it's just rough going for them. I think you can see the amount of pressure that's on their shoulders when you speak to these 100 Thieves players on interviews after the fact of their matches, after these losses. Understandably as well, they're feeling the heat a lot more, but the pressure that comes with playing for a roster, an org like 100 Thieves that has incredibly high expectations for them to perform, it's a completely different ballgame for them as well. And when you have that just extra weight, it might not seem like a huge thing, but it just feels like just the weight of the world is crumbling onto you to really show up, and that's just prime time to collapse.
Yeah. And it's crazy too that we were just mentioning, it's a Kickoff game, different roster, but it was just a change from Verno to MIBR that made a whole difference for this MIBR team that's a huge contender. But it also, that type of loss that you suffer against MIBR doesn't give you the best of confidence going into this game either, when you know that you're technically supposed to play some of your best maps, especially on a map like Split. Yeah. And also when Bustio was mentioning, hey, it looks like from the micro from the side of Energy, it doesn't look like they're as coordinated. I kind of felt that going into that game from yesterday too. There was a little bit of a drop off of how 100 Thieves are usually really good as fighting as a pack, where I haven't seen as much in that matchup against MIBR.
Yeah, but one bright spot though for sure was EU, right? Yeah. He put up some decent numbers for the squad. Every time you'd go over to his screen, you always felt like he was going to be giving you at least 1 or 2 kills on the board, which is pretty big, especially considering how things were shaping out for this 100 Thieves roster, Vansili. What is it about EU that he can maybe bring to today against this NRG roster that we were seeing yesterday?
Well, it's definitely not going to be the killing department, because he does that, right? He's always been Mr. Consistent right now for 100 Thieves in terms of his support role. But I think the other thing that he adds in terms of layer is how vocal he is. In these moments where he's like, okay, I am playing an initiator, I am being able to read this, my teammates are dead, my IGLs did, I could actually call something, I have something. Remember that play that they had with Cryo, for example, on Haven? He has a lot of experience to be able to call stuff in the mid-round that could help Bustio in those moments when Bustio could be hyper-focused of looking at the minimap, not killing as much, and then EU could be the extra piece of person that helps Bustio build that plan.
Yeah, no, the versatility that this team does have is very, very impressive here. But of course, we'll see how this all pans out as we get ready for the game. But guys, we have 8 teams left in this competition, and today the field is going to be narrowed down to 6. Dun, dun, dun. But of course, the question is, who will survive? Who has it to take, wait, who has what it takes? That's what I was gonna say, to win it all. It's time to spin the Wheel of Destiny. Oh, chia seed went down my throat. I had a smoothie this morning.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God. Hey, take your chia seeds, kids. It's good for your fiber. In any case, I'm going to talk about fiber every day on this show. Here's how it works.
I feel like it's every time on the desk.
Drink your psyllium husk, children.
Oh,
all
my
right.
God.
All of our playoffs teams are on this beautiful, highly technical Wheel of Destiny here that we got from a tomb somewhere in the Mayan ruins. I don't know. I'm just making it up. But we'll each have one chance to spin. So, Brennan, go for it.
I'm going for it? All right, okay. I'm going to make a case for the team that I slotted on. Right?
EG!
That's
a good one, that's a good one.
Listen, I know they're playing slow right now. They seem to have just one gear currently.
Yeah.
But honestly, they've got one of them worked out. Over time, you can gradually work out a second one. It's speeding up at the right moments. And I think today, in one of their opening matchups, they should have a good time of things, honestly. They're playing against a team that loves to play fast into them. That slow play style can absorb a lot of the aggression that C9's going to be throwing at them. They have a decent shot at it. We know that Potter is tried and tested as a coach.
Yeah,
already, the ideas are generally going to be good.
Wait, but that's C9. What about winning the whole thing we're saying here?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You buy a bit of time. All
Okay.
you need is a bit of time to find that other gear. Like,
You know
find
that
the
they're
rest of the
playing today,
gears.
though, right?
Yes,
Okay,
I know.
just
But
wanna make
they're
sure.
playing as a team that loves to
Not a lot
play
of time.
fast. But that's what I'm saying. Okay, but the play style is going to be favored for their opening matchup today. That's going to earn a bit of
okay.
extra time if they eventually
This guy.
win that
He
match.
brought it back. He brought it back.
And, you know, I'm seeing these players pop off in form that I haven't seen for a long time right now for EG.
Yeah.
If they continue like this in the way that they're going, especially Superman, just absolutely on a tear right now with the lurks, creating openings as well. One of the number one things that you can do for any team that's struggling, if your lurk player, your sentinel player is actually finding picks, it gives your IGLing pivot options that you otherwise wouldn't have. We've seen teams succeed otherwise where they otherwise shouldn't. So I'm going to stop ya. So we got so much time.
I'll tell you what, the Yapatron 3000 was off, and I love it.
We
It's
got so
good.
much time,
You're
but that's my case.
making me believe. You're
That's
making
my
me believe.
case.
All right,
I
fans,
believe
go
in
for
you.
it. Go
Okay,
for it.
okay, hold on.
Spin it, spin it, spin it, spin. Why you got to do the most aggressive spin of all time? You know,
I'm here for the big money, big money,
big money.
We also have 3 minutes, so I'm just
I know, we really don't. And so,
And so, EG.
Spin it again.
Go again. We can't have the same person. We can't have the same one. And so, MIBR.
I mean, we just talked about it before, right? Verno joined this team, able to speak Spanish. That's amazing for the team so far. No,
That's
am I right?
But you know that they speak Portuguese, right?
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just following what the community says. But Verno flipped everything around. I mean, in terms of firepower for this guy, for MIBR as a whole, looking amazing in terms of firepower. Then you have Ospas. I mean, you don't need to debate on who Ospas is. He doesn't
heard of
even
him.
need to, exactly. He
Yeah,
doesn't
one
even need
time.
to shoot as much, and you have everybody else because you have Cortezia,
Yeah.
you have Shenum, 2 rookies are playing like veterans. They're owning it so far. They've dominated 100 Thieves in the last game. And then if you're looking even at the helm, you have Fraud. I mean, come on. A guy
right.
that has a big head on his shoulders because he's got a big brain. He's got some strats. He brings in a lot of confidence. People are going to try to talk smack about MIBR.
Fraud had a big head.
Yeah, because he's got a big brain, bro. Come on.
I know, this is great.
It's how do you call that? Just like
It's a large cranium.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But it's just common sense. You
lot
have a
of
big head, you
skull.
got a big brain. That means you got big smarts.
Yeah.
And
Well,
also,
actually, it's about the folds of the brain. How folded is the brain?
it's super
Yeah.
folded.
Because you can have a big brain.
It's super
Super folded?
Yeah, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah, because
It's
he's
a good thing.
been competing in esports in over 25 years as a pro. He knows a lot.
That's messed up,
Oh, that's
bro. You know
Copium,
I
bro.
wanted
That's
you to,
Copium.
and you
That's
just put on
Copium.
100 Thieves.
Yeah, let's
you
see
know
the
what?
100 Thieves.
Today, look, guys, I don't know if you saw, right, but in Groupology, we put 100 Thieves at #1. And there was a reason for that, because we believed. And just like the way that I believed that Bo Dallas would retain his NXT championship back in 2017, I believe that, I believe that 100 Thieves will 100% win the whole damn thing. It starts today. Busio, here's what's going to happen, right? Busio, you got to shave your head, okay? That's #1.
need
You got
that
to shave
back.
your head.
Yeah.
I think when you shave your head, you get new powers, right? Because then that's when the folds of your brain begin to activate.
That's funny because I have one hair that grows out of my eye over here, and
Yeah.
it's a transparent one. And every time it's too long, I feel like my luck has run out, and I pluck it for it to regrow. And every time it regrows,
tail.
So, no, it's true. Truth. Fun fact about Dan Silly. So when it regrows, my luck comes back. So you kind of need that. I'm on the same page as
Show
you.
the predictions, please. This man's got transparent hair, bro. What am I supposed to do with that?
I'll show you in 6 months.
Mimi always believes. What? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I put EG. I know I put EG on there. I know I put EG. So
there's no way everyone has gone NRG and only Mimi has gone 100 Thieves.
Wait,
I
how
put
is that
EG.
possible?
I put EG. I know I did.
No, that doesn't matter. For the first one, how come everybody went for energy, though?
That's what I'm saying.
I
thought I was going to be alone doing that.
Same.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did everyone think they were going to be a special snowflake?
I just thought about 100 Thieves' game yesterday, and I was like, compared to what energy brought last week.
Off the charts.
Look, man,
100%.
Fire every analyst on the show.
FNS, as an old head, FNS is an old head, I got to go with my boy. In any case, though, folks, we've got back-to-back elimination matches on the docket today. 100 Thieves versus NRG, Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses. Day 2 of VCT Americas Stage 1 playoff starts right now.
Playoffs in comparison to group stages is just a completely fresh start. I don't feel like there's any added pressure going into lowers just because you realistically only have one life anyway. Like, that extra pressure is genuinely something I embrace and my team embraces, and yeah, just gotta be better.
And Broad is the trap. Broad was the trap. He was lying in wait. He gets 3 on the round. Make that 4. The clip runs dry, but the damage has been dealt.
There's going to be a little bit more pressure now that we have our backs against the wall. If we just like do what we usually do, ignoring the pressure and the heat and the noise from outside and just like play our game, I think we'll be good.
Provide a little bit of damage. As the Cloudburster's down, Xander gets 3.
Versus 100 Thieves, it's definitely going to be a battle. It was the last time we played them at Kickoff as well. They're a difficult team to play against, especially when they get rolling, so our job is to make it so they can't get rolling.
I think we were like very, very confident even after the loss that we could beat them if we ever played them again. So yeah, going into it confident.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for the first elimination match of the Stage 1 playoffs. Give it up for 100 Thieves!
100 Thieves got a lot of pressure, as you heard a few of those players talking about it going into today. Losing out on that matchup yesterday, an absolute heartbreaker for them. A lot of hype for this team coming into the season, Vansili, but yet they have not been able to put things together the way that they wanted to. That being said, opportunity here today to turn it around.
100%. I also feel like Coach Zix has been working overtime for sure to make sure that they could fix all those little mistakes that could allow for them to have potentially good maps on their strong picks. I'm hoping to see maybe coming out with some split if they can bring the Vito back into the white. Yeah. Even though if they lost it against MIBR, it's still one of their strongest maps. Or maybe bring out some Fracture where they've been pretty decent.
Yeah, well, let's bring out their opponents.
And now let's bring out their opponents for this do or die matchup. Give it up for NRG!
A very similar story on the other side of the stage. Let's not forget that in this season, coming into this was like the preseason team. This was like the squad where everyone was like, oh man, NRG be cooking, dog. And then it all just came crumbling down around them. But similar to 100 Thieves, big opportunity here for them to turn that around and really start a run here, Brent.
But only one chance, and it's in this match right here, right now. There are no second chances. You're starting in the lowers, but you've got veteran presences on this team. They've been in similar spots to this before. They know what it takes to really be a winning team as well and to go on a run like this as well. I have high hopes for this NRG squad. Whether or not today is the game that actually is that turning point for them, yet to be seen. But looking at the map pool as well, I mean, okay. You see them, what are they trying to remove here? So NRG banning split, which makes a lot of sense, I think, going to be removing that. 100 Thieves are looking mighty good. One of the biggest issues for NRG right now is that because of the recent changes they've been making, their map pool has basically been playing catch-up, I think. They've been struggling, I think, to have a deep map pool to go the distance, I think, against a lot of certain teams as well. So Fracture as well is a map where NRG have been having a lot of struggles on in the past. So I'm curious to see what 100 Thieves are going to be looking for on that map for it to be their main prio pick and the first map that we go to in the series.
I'm actually quite surprised that we're seeing the tiebreaker, at least that it's floated through being Icebox, so that's a little plus of our energy if it goes to that spot. Because if you're looking at them not picking it the first time, and you remember they came out with that triple flash composition, it looked very good. You're allowed to play very, very loose in Mata, and they got some really good results in their victory against against Leviathan, I thought that would have been a sure pick for them to try to win this map on their side to just hopefully win a 2-0. Now they have a chance now for 100 Thieves to maybe close it out on their side.
Oh boy. And of course, as we mentioned before, this is an elimination game. You win here, you stay alive in this tournament. You have a chance to go to Toronto and fight in front of the crowd in Canada. But you got to get through this one here today, Vance.
And that's the thing. You have a chance to play for a crowd in the hometown for two of the players over at Energy. This matchup, not only this matchup, but this tournament means a lot for Mata and for FNS. Both two players coming in from Toronto themselves, not just Canadian players, but coming from Toronto and pure downtown as well. This is going to mean a lot here for Energy to start off this run. And again, as Ethan mentioned before, they feel like they can win the whole thing.
Absolutely. I'm going to focus more granular as well into this matchup at hand. But I mean, NRG as a team, part of the reason they were able to get that win versus Leviathan came down to the pistol rounds. We kind of mentioned it just really roughly at the beginning of when we were talking about them, but they won 4 out of 4 in their matchup versus Leviathan. It gave them a huge buffer to work with. It gave them time to adapt to what the enemy was doing to them. Something that NRG really need to prioritize, I think, and put a full focus on, because if they don't win those pistol rounds, potentially looking like potentially a quick series, I don't know, 100 Thieves can come out with a lot of ideas and just come out with a couple of heavy left hook, right hooks right off the rip. NRG don't give them any time to really adapt whatsoever. We'll see how this ends up coming out.
Yeah, and I think I saw some interesting stuff in the compositions there. There you go. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, Chambers coming into this one for Cryo. Okay.
Something very normal coming out for 100 Thieves as well. I mean, if you're looking back on the defensive side, of course, when they're playing on this fracture, especially where he's started right now, like he's been very good at just sectioning out the dish area as his chamber role, and also getting very good duels that he's able to win, like 2v1s, able to escape. So that in a game plan itself for 100 Thieves allows here for them to be a little bit more proactive and very aggressive into like Southside crunches, because you could actually count on a lot of Cryo holding back here towards the dish. If they lose control of Arcade, for example, as a quarter, he's going to TP and not allow his opponents to push towards that spawn. So the game plan is very good still with this composition here for 100 Thieves, but also probably at this point could be figured out. So they have to come up with something a little bit more different this time around with this top.
Yeah, I'm seeing 100 Thieves starting on their defense, and they love to fight off the rep. I mean, Fracture just really thrives, I think, as soon as the barriers drop and trying to take a portion of map control off the rip. But NRG, if they've done their homework, which I'm assuming they have, they should be ready for this as well. One thing in particular they've got to be particularly looking out for is that arcade push that 100 Thieves love to go for as those barriers drop as well. If you get caught unaware, you need to have a plan, I think, a plan of action for these deep pushes that 100 Thieves just love to go for, the over-aggressive pushes occasionally that they go for. If they have a plan to punish, to try and contain as well, find out where these hits are coming through, and then reacting accordingly, that should be working out in NRG's favor.
And that's why the Cypher is a perfect role right now for Finesse, because he's playing double trips, puts the camera. There's been a lot of these moments when they're playing on Fracture where when you're not doing any Southside crunch, you're not playing North Side, there's just so much information for Finesse to know, okay, well, they're going to play a little bit more turtled up, a little bit more passive, maybe trap plays towards the hallway on the A side. So you have to make sure for 100 Thieves' side that you actually try to contest those trips left behind by Finesse to kind of get him guessing on the attack side here for Energy. If not, it should be some easier calls coming out for the IGL, the season IGL for Energy, to have a very strong attack side on their end.
And oh man, I can tell you one thing though, from what I've been, or rather from listening to what you guys are talking about here, it does feel like, given the pedigree, the experience both of these teams have, you know, the coaching staff in both of these teams, one thing is for certain, both squads are ready to go. And I know that we are as well. So let's go ahead and send it over for map 1. Excuse me, tier casters. It's two drama enjoyers. It's Mimi and Ender.
And we have a lot of drama in this game, GB. We've only had 3 IGLs in America's Win a Global Tournament that are left here in Stage 1 playoffs. 2 of them are in the server today, up for elimination in the first round, and they have had some rough stages. They're both down if you look at KPR, ACS, ADR, any of the killing people in the game stats. They are the bottom 2 players left in playoffs. But they are still talking trash. Busio says he is going to retire Finesse today. He's got to put his money where his mouth is as we load up fast with Samsung SSDs and get into this game.
Yeah, Busio talking big trash online, and the interviews coming in as well. But the last team these teams faced off during kickoff, it was NRG that came out on top 2-1. Bustio not feeling good after that. So early on in this round, 100 Thieves guessing wrong, going up towards the north side of the map, while NRG have 5 players ready to move in to be off this aggro.
And the Ness is talking about it. 100 Thieves this map play a ton of 4-1s. They get really proactive with these kind of pushes. So NRG's job, in a lot of ways, is figuring out where that proactivity is going.
Now the thing is, because NRG only had a camera up on that north side, I don't think they got full info of that early aggro, so they didn't accelerate quickly into B. Instead, playing very reserved, and you're going to see this a lot from NRG on the attacking side. It's very slow, very deliberate rounds before they actually get the spike down.
Cryo had a bit of a rough game yesterday that 100 Thieves lost against MIBR, but he was the best player statistically in the group stage, and he's in positions like this quite a lot, alone on the site, holding things down. Up top goes Mata, and Cryo gets out of there.
Yeah, he's going to be able to live, and at the same time, 100 Thieves have 4 players sprinting through spawn on that south side. NRG need to turn around and deal with that flank.
Asina's going to be quick through, off the drop of the cage. But NRG, they're committed onto the site here. They have good positions already.
NRG will oftentimes take into the defender spawn on their attack in the post plant, like they're doing now.
Here comes the fight. They deal with Cryo. Lots of space gained for 100 Thieves, but in comes the retake. 100 Thieves trying to work their way out of sand, but NRG's taking the fight to them. Maybe a bit too far. Evens to a 2-on-2.
I must wait.
Finesse on site. And his buddy low. And with the crossfire.
Player standing.
But Finesse is gone, and now Som. A tough task. Xander's holding on to the angle, swing in, and Som's down. 100 Thieves somehow pull out the pistol.
I genuinely have no idea what happened there. Xander just chose to win the round, I suppose.
Yeah, what happened to Finesse? He had a 100 HP top side and just got deleted.
NRG had the numbers advantage going in here. We'll check it out again. It's just the sand fight. A good flash, I think, that came out from Bustio, hitting 4 players, or at least forcing them to turn and try and dodge the flash. Xander just ate him up.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah, Finesse just takes the strike looking up top there, and they lose a pretty big pistol round. This is good for 100 Thieves. Went 0-4 on their pistol rounds yesterday.
Yeah, really struggling in that department. Lost some anti-bonuses as well, so starting off on the right foot. Also just getting early money for Cryo to get an operator online in this half. It's one thing that 100 Thieves are super effective on this map. Any Cryo chamber map is brutal, and especially with the slower pace that NRG usually go for on their attacking side, I think Cryo's gonna be a big issue for them.
This round's a little quicker. Mata sends in alone, and in comes the flank from 100 Thieves. These are the kind of rounds you expect from a team playing on the Neon midair with the classic, and Finesse adds up the stats a bit, but won't be able to do anything more.
Yeah, Finesse is gonna have to be on his toes for a lot of these early round aggro pieces of 100 Thieves. I think one of the things that 100 Thieves will have seen in the NRG tape on this map, because they played it a few times, is NRG will usually leave Finesse on his own, sort of islanded. If, you know, there's 4 players on the south side, he's going to be up on the north, or vice versa. And other teams have tried to punish him by going for those pinches early.
And it's not just this map. We get later into the series playing defense on Haven or defense on Icebox. NRG loves playing 4-1 rounds on both sides of the map.
Well, in this one, it's going to be a 3-2 round. Though still, this early smoke is going to be a little bit frustrating for NRG.
Well, that's a good stun onto Cryo. Has to back away. So that's great space taken, and Cryo just barely jumps out of harm's way. They're going to lose the site in the process. Xander, pretty isolated up here in Heaven, trying to deal with a lot of angles. In comes his support from Asuna, but he's not long, and in no way a help to Xander, who has even more util in his face. Finally, he'll die, and now this retake is difficult.
Yeah, might need to start thinking about a save here. Keep that up alive. Cryo's still just on 2 HP, but there are a couple players tucked back into slant.
Flash gets them out.
Whoa,
Huge spots one. It should have been a free kill, but Brock covers his teammates back, and I think now 100 Thieves are going to call the save.
Yeah, Bustio will go in there for a few more kills on the way out. He, of course, can buy up going into the next round. 100 Thieves just need to make sure they keep that operator online, because, again, that is going to be the win condition for 100 Thieves throughout this half. Although, you got to respect NRG for dealing very nicely with it in this first round they saw it.
Yeah, had some really good util to push him off the angles. The way they also cleared out into Heaven there was very thorough from NRG. I think this Fracture has been one of their better maps when it comes to the way they're taking sites, how the util is all stacked up. It's been on point between Brock and Ethan.
And I was a little worried for them, because there was this early smoke that went over into the arcade space. And they ended up just pushing straight on through it, not getting sort of, you know, pushed away by that early aggression of 100 Thieves. NRG called to just swing on through.
Thanks to Cryo saving that off. There's going to be a little more 400 Thieves coming into this one. And we've already seen a lot of the strategy coming into the fold. Cryo is always going to be anchoring pretty much alone, maybe with one player maximum. And it's all about these quick rotations and the flood retakes for Asuna on the Neon.
Exactly. He's going to be super mobile around the map. This round, actually just a stinger in his hands. He's going to be on the A side of the map.
Just as good in the hands of a Neon.
Yeah, and right now you actually have Boostio playing over on that A site, fault line in hand to go off the contact that his duelist would find. Right now, NRG calling away from it, though.
Just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. And finally, scaling into that space for NRG now. Cryo doesn't get caught by the drone. He's going to repost on the angle here.
Win for Mata as well, grabbing the orb. And again, NRG are a little bit concerned because there hasn't been any indication of early aggro, but going back into the re-clear in A main without the drone is going to be tough for them.
Stun missiles ready off Asuna's contact. Be sure to follow with a slide on in. Here goes the utility, and Asuna sends himself forward. Mata protects well. Both players stunned. Asuna has to isolate this fight, and he does it. But through the smoke, Brock, he manages to reply.
And all this time, Finesse has been hanging out over in Underpass on the B side, hearing for rotations, but he didn't hear anyone leave the site. And now they're going into this operator. Brutal.
It's easy. Cryo farms up two. And that's the round. Finesse, a 1v4. Spike not in his hands. Should get a kill onto Boostio. Surely gets the kill onto Boostio. A 1v1 everyone was waiting for, and maybe goes the way some would have expected.
Oh no, and Boostio's letting them know as well. Talking a big game before the series today. Gets the better in the first face-off one-on-one. And really, this is a round where, again, going into this late re-clear, because 100 Thieves weren't getting, quick foot in the mid-rounds, they weren't over-rotating, they still had that stack on the A side. Even after they run into that hit from NRG, they've still left their anchor in Cryo. He's not going anywhere, and he's ready for that late round pivot.
Good shit!
NRG, another 4-1 look, heading over towards B, and another chance for Cryo to try and work through this utility.
Yeah, really weird force down from NRG here. Ethan down to nothing, Finesse too.
This is really quick. Rocket's already into the site. Goodbye, Cryo. Mata once more. Knows there's a player stuck in north side, and Xander has created a little home, a bubble, to find himself within, but there are enemies at the gate, and he's got to deal with it. Stinger's too fast, no adjustment, and the rest of the team for 100 Thieves starts to finally arrive on the scene. As NRG, they look somewhere else.
Yeah, NRG are just leaving, right? As soon as that Armageddon comes down, they realize north side is open, although Asuna is still on the hunt.
Oh, slide ready, spots out one, and Brock. Great crosshair placement.
They're going to cool down and move back into B. NRG almost in a tough spot because Brock was the guy with the spike. The rest of his teammates had abandoned him. Now, though, they group up. They'll play the numbers back into Underpass, I think, to re-clear front B.
They'll leave Sam as an embed. Does Boostio choose to go for a walk here? He'll tuck back into the site.
Oh, no.
There's a lot coming his way, and this timing could be brutal. Boostio just barely gets into heaven.
Well, now NRG are kind of spreading apart. There's options for Boostio to isolate these fights.
Oh, doesn't make a footstep. Still an unknown quantity up in tower.
Tough for EU, though. Look at the positioning of that raise. Mata is all the way in his spawn.
Boostio sticking around. Still yet to show his hand. And EU creeping in Asuna. And Mata has that corner held. Now just Boosty showing his cards, but getting some kills. A 1-on-2 now, but the time is low. Ethan has a stun, Mata a nade, and that's that. NRG close out the post plant.
NRG made a really strange decision in between the rounds, just going for the 3 rifles. I think Finesse had money to buy even more, but all he gave himself was the sheriff. It didn't matter, though, because the showstopper to get in the site very quickly. Brock's cool head there at the end was what wrapped it up for NRG.
Who will I spot first?
Be around with Cryo glass-opping as well, alone on the A side.
This also looks like a fracture round. Lots of ults on board for 100 Thieves. They love building those set plays when they have a combo like the Rolling Thunder online, and you hear fight in. Out comes the finger guns for Asuna, but not really finding anyone. It's Xander instead going big damage. And trades coming back in from NRG. Busio not caught on the flash in a high-low setup. There's the Rolling Thunder. Players push back. Boosty replies with one of his own. And it's a stalemate.
Everybody's dizzy. Cryo also broke a trip outside A main, so NRG have a lot of pressure on them to go back in, reclaim the spike, hunt for a little bit more.
Finesse, spotted out by the player in heaven, Busio. That's one. Thanks to his teammate, and realizes here's the sound, but Mata, too good for it.
Tripwire kind of gives up the game now for Cryo.
Where is everyone?
Again, no armor on him. Now the Neural Theft gives up his position as well, so Finesse will crawl back into defender spawn. NRG love playing post plants from spots like these.
The Cypher Cam, another problem for Cryo. He's dealt with that.
I just don't see how you get back in here. I don't even know if you play the round.
He has 100 credits to his name. His teammates are broke too.
Yeah, definitely going to fall off of here and save. And you know what? I liked the initial idea from 100 Thieves, because what we've seen at the start of rounds is Finesse keeps going for these like forward cameras placed after round start to get info of the early aggro piece. So 100 Thieves see that cam, break it, and immediately turn around and go fight up on the north side of the map. It was just really well played from Mata to get NRG back in the round.
Mata's been really outstanding at the start of this map. Had a couple key rounds in the last two that NRG have won with his individual impact, and has definitely been the shining light for them all year long since they made the choice to pick up this rookie.
Now with Brock next to them, NRG looking a bit reinvigorated. As we've got a bit of a moment to breathe here, but again, looking at this round, like Mata just doing some good work on that corner, takes the timing in through the Cypher cage as well. Because that was not an easy position to play from.
So the first time out called for 100 Thieves. Their money's going to be reset here. They did save the op through, so that's one thing they're talking about. But I imagine also a strategic change, because thus far NRG, they've had a really good read on figuring out where these hits are coming from, finding the weak site, and getting that plant down.
Honestly, if I am expecting what Zix is coming in with the call from here, he's saying, look, NRG have seen us going for a ton of these flanks. We need to threaten the flank in terms of breaking Cypher utility, but I'd like to see them rotate over more quickly and flood into the sites.
These timeouts are going to be cool to keep your eyes on. Mike's now the coach of NRG. Had a long tenure with 100 Thieves, playing with the likes of Asuna on this roster all the way back since 2022. He got dropped after 100 Thieves' struggles at the end of 2024. Wasn't on a team for Kickoff, and midway through, after NRG got rid of Bonkar, he got his chance with this squad and kind of gets his first shot at revenge against the team that got rid of him.
Exactly, and if we do end up making it to an Icebox map 3, that's a map where 100 Thieves play the exact same comp for the same 5 players as they had last year as well, so you better believe the counter-stratting is going to be strong for NRG.
Satchel out.
Oh, a little early on the satchel from Mata.
There.
Just like they planned it in the timeout, no worries. This time out of the timeout, 100 Thieves going for a trap setup in arcade instead of the full sprint at you look.
They'll pivot the util towards B main instead. NRG might just want to call a cancel now, but actually through the smoke. Sam gets one on the spam. Happy accident from him.
The only concern for NRG would be if they were to go back into the operator, which has now moved all the way up into A main.
Looks like NRG do just want to re-hit into B though.
Yeah, NRG have done a lot of this. And remember, they got burned the last time they tried to pivot back and forth between the sites, so seems to me like Finesse has changed his initial planning a bit to just freeze rehit instead.
When you're playing against a Neon, fast rotates. She'll almost always be on the scene. Here comes the execute. Asuna, I mean, talk of speed.
What?
He's bounding forward, still alive, as his team lights up the scoreboard with Sheriff shots, but they need more still. EU with the recovered gun, can't stand against Finesse. And a 1v2. Another shot for Cryo and a freebie. He knows where the last man is. Needs to find this shot, but swings into Ethan and falls down instead.
Wow. Somehow 100 Thieves almost having a chance there, but Finesse keeps it cool, secures the round for his team back-to-back with Ethan. The vets for the squad coming up big. How did these shots even happen?
Asuna, I think that's the best answer to your question.
But there was also the kills coming in from Boostio too. Like, yeah, Asuna's sliding around, headshot and whatever.
Yes! Ethan, don't worry, don't worry.
I don't know what I heard, bro.
Locating targets.
NRG, quick take of space towards Arcade. Looking to go for another B split here. But Cryo, he's never been this far up on the line.
And again, there's a push through on the south side. Look how quickly Asuna is moving on this flank.
NRG are already kind of encircled. Have to make a choice quickly because pressure's coming in. There's the fight. Cryo takes the first Finesse. Stuck in a horrible position with Asuna sliding into his face.
And yet still NRG have been able to make it back up into tower. Not easy to get out of that corner though. But Mata has been the hero today for NRG.
They're trying to fall back. Brock holding the line. Stand off at the corner. Flash forward. But Asuna in the tight angle. He'll fall back as well.
Xanda creeping up a bit. Puts down a smoke, which actually gives an exit window for NRG now.
So the situation is diffused for now. NRG, they've done a ton of rehits into the same site they showed early, and this time they're going to actually call the pivot.
I like that they use Asuna here for the quick rotate for information. He's going to open door into main, and that's going to be such an unexpected position
I don't think 100 Thieves heard the door.
For NRG, really, especially with them tucked up so close in main.
Yep, here comes the rocket for Mata. He's fully worried about players in spawn. Yet to consider Asuna. When does he choose to strike? Rocket actually nearly finds its mark. In goes Asuna. Slide onto the planter, trying to adjust the aim, but Mata, they are in time with the protection.
100 Thieves waiting now. Double flank coming in and baiting with the open door. Puts NRG in completely isolated positions.
Brock up top. Too many angles for him. And so the rookie's in the clutch. The ult at his feet has to go on the run! And he almost finds that second player. Xander, the safe hands for 100 Thieves.
That was almost insane out of Mata. But 100 Thieves navigate well through that muddy round, right? There's a lot of different mind games going on between Finesse and Boostio there. Whether it's, you know, that late pinch coming in on the south side, NRG freezing, maybe they're retaking, maybe they're gonna rotate. There was a combination of that pinch play with the flank and with Cryo's op. And then 100 Thieves really prioritizing A main in the post plant that locked that down for them.
I wanted to 1G, it would have been a good clip. Oh, no, it would not. No. I mean, it would have been good if you wanted to get made fun of.
Almost walking into the annihilation there, I think.
Crazy. And 100 Thieves on a round win, by the way. Look at their guns. That is rough.
Yeah, 2 rifles and the operator.
Interesting, though, for NRG, putting the Tejo solo on the north side. Usually there's more players behind that.
Hello, Ethan. Asuna has a tasty target. The adjustment was good, but Ethan a bit faster and keeps the round even.
Duelist 1-for-1 trade. Usually going to benefit the defensive side here.
Which way are we going? Players crossing each other up on the ropes?
I don't know if NRG even know yet. It's the north side, and we're hearing all of this, by the way, Xander at least.
So 100 Thieves keep 3 on the A site.
Taking the site out of drop without a duelist. Remember, NRG was a team that went in their first map of this stage. They kept going for the raised top site plants A over and over again, playing
Didn't
the post
go too
plants.
well for them.
They really like playing the post plant from up drop, but actually hitting the site is tough, unless 100 Thieves just bundle up and leave it.
And that's exactly what is happening here.
Ah, the worm smoke attack.
Yeah. Ew.
Missiles.
And here comes the fight from NRG, pushing forward into main. stun from Brock, not connecting. Swing wide from the 100 Thieves. And they're going to keep this one rolling. Keep heading their way up through main. It's Cryo. Deals with players on the other side, and it's just overwhelming on the retake.
I can't help but feel like NRG are A, being so pressured at the start of rounds, and B, playing rounds with almost no information, right? They oftentimes are finding themselves grouping up in the mid rounds, acting together, not really going for any lurks or things like this, which makes sense against the Chamber. Certainly not an easy thing to go for.
Xander!
But with how actively 100 Thieves have been playing in the mid rounds and taking space towards NRG's own side of the map, it's putting them in really awkward positions once it comes time to actually take a site.
Xander had a lot of criticism from the community after some underperformances their last game, some of the early series in Stage 1 as well. But thus far, he has been taking over on this map. 12-4 on the Brimstone for 100 Thieves as NRG's gonna call their first timeout.
Yeah, that was starting all the way back in the pistol for Xander with the 4K that won a round out of nowhere for 100 Thieves. It's a very different type of game. If that had gone NRG's way like it looked it was going.
3 rounds left to play in the half for NRG. Trying to come back in. They had control of this game for a while. These slow re-hits were working, but like you mentioned, 100 Thieves just playing a lot of these death ball rounds and have been winning on just these late round flood retakes.
Yeah, I think NRG need to be putting more focus on sort of their anti-aggro protocols, actually turn around and deal with some of these fights. 100 Thieves have been unrelenting. A lot of times teams will start off a half, play 6 rounds like that and do a lot of aggro and then slow down, run more fakes, you know, so that you're kind of always guessing in the back of your head. 100 Thieves have just been fighting over and over again. They trust themselves and have full confidence in the fights.
I don't think NRG is going to slow down either. Here's the fight towards A main. The Neon slides in and the smoke keeps him off for now. Mata through. Another smoke. That's onto EU. Who's going to come out on top? Asuna stunned in the face and backing away finally with the reposition from Mata expected. And now the Sheriffs ring out for another. It slows down.
Exactly when.
Cypher ult you swing in with the ultimate. That'll force one man out onto the island. And it's a 2-on-2. Another standoff for Xander. Stepping up in another round. 1v1 against Sam. Cryo, he's gonna be late to arrive and help his teammate. But through the smoke he goes. All posted on the angle and 100 Thieves win it out.
Solid anti-eco for 100 Thieves there, even though it started slipping a bit in the middle of it all.
I feel like the most solid.
Solid in the sense that Xander is going to be there to lock things down,
Sure.
no problem.
Another nice 3 kills from him.
No, because honestly, I think Mata being in that position was fairly unexpected. If Mata is able to take down Xander, it's a different story, but once he was able to get back into the site, play those longer lines, wasn't so much of a concern.
Seen this start around a lot from NRG. The 3-2 split towards B. It's another fight right at the start. And again, it's Xander. This guy's taking over.
The opening fights have just been a mess for NRG. 100 Thieves have talked a lot as a team about how they love to play scrappy, how they love to go for these brawls. It's been working.
Finesse turned this 2v5 into a 2-on-3. Psalm waiting on the fate of the smoke.
Now the problem is the Spike is in a bit of a pickle.
Finesse is going all the way around the map.
Yeah, but again, there's a cipher or a chamber trip.
It's offline for a second.
Oh.
Actually pulled back.
I was gonna say he was intentionally staying in range of it and then chose not to. The second the Finesse is going for the lurk.
Oh, the Cryo's holding this with an up. Surely he's ready. Surely he wins this against Finesse. That's one from Sam. Maybe that pulls attention. The Chamber's not looking at the flank. Cryo turns back to Jack. Finesse doesn't get it. And now this becomes all the more challenging for Sam.
What, you don't believe in 5 HP in a dream?
30 seconds
Not really. He's walking into the operator, Cryo. He misses the first shot. But only needs 1 bullet with the headhunter and he'll get it.
Again, these opening fights, it's just a complete difference maker. NRG, even after timeouts, been unable to find an answer. And personally, I have a lot more belief on their defensive side. I think as a team, NRG play much better on defense across basically every map. When they can control, play a calmer pace of rounds. But as 100 Thieves continue to just inject chaos at the start of every round, it's been them on top the last 4 in a row now.
Here we go again. It's gonna be a fight in B main. Asuna slides forward. Stun in. Mata stuck in the smoke. The ultimate. It's the best weapon in that position as 100 Thieves 3 for 1 on the trade.
And again, that's the spike. The only potential wrinkle. Ethan in underpass, but with the jump swings around, 1 for 1 is the best he can do. That wraps up the half, 8-4 for the 100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves won it their way. These last 3 rounds, all literally just 4-1, leave Cryo alone on a site, and run it down on the other side.
Xander on the Brimstone at halftime, 19-5. Just normal behavior from the newest addition to 100
Thieves. Yeah, they could actually drop the Neon from the comp and just let him stim beak and run it down every round. Seems pretty damn good. And Zix is happy about it. It's an 8-4 start to this game for 100 Thieves. They're strong on 100 on this map, but NRG have a chance at their favorite defense when we return.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Well, 100 Thieves win 5 rounds in a row to end the first half here on Fracture, with the Brimstone leading the way. He's 19-5 as we head over to the Thieves defense.
Yeah, 100 Thieves kind of took the wind out of NRG sails there. And again, if they can back it up with another pistol round, sort of fix the problems that they were facing yesterday in their series loss versus MIBR, we could be out of this first map fairly quick. Fracture tends to snowball relatively quickly.
Last time these teams played, it was a 2-1 victory for NRG. That was all the way back at the start of Kickoff. As Hatsuna, oh my god. Mata's dead off spam through the smoke, and 100 Thieves, they're not going to slow this tempo. They keep it going.
Go! I mean, no fear. Even once his duelist is down, he's the one to pick up the mantle.
And look at this lurk from Cryo. He walked into A main, they call back into him, and this is going to be a completely free site.
Yeah, the thing is, 100 Thieves saw everyone except for the Cypher, so that's all they're worried about. Now they know the location of a tripwire. Didn't quite catch him in spawn, but keep your eyes on this double flank. Coming in a bit quicker than you'd expect towards main.
You ready for it, though? He's good on that angle. Goes 1 for 1, and they'll be happy enough about that trade. Still util online for the post plant, and still an isolated 2v1 that they clean up. 100 Thieves facing Finesse in the 1v3. I think Boostio might want to step into the ring against this man. And he's able to get 1.
Problem is now Boostio going on a walk into sand is going to realize Finesse 100% went into main. Now how do you play the defuse here with the spike out in the open and no information?
He's got 1 cage, but he does not have time. Xander ready, does enough to dissuade the defuse and win the pistol for 100 Thieves. 0 for 4 last night in their pistol round win, right? 2-0 to start this series.
Not too shabby so far for them. Especially, what was that? Was that Asuna just finding the spam shot at the start of the round?
Literally just spamming with the ghost head level.
So frustrating for NRG too, because they put a Brimstone smoke into that play. They wanted to force players out of that space.
And you called it out. I love the confidence for Xander. in a lot of Neon comps, the Neon is going to be
Xander, tralaleo,
okay, buddy. As I was saying, the Neon's going to be completely alone, but not here, because every round, Brim is skimmed up running with them, and they have some weird synergy going on there that we saw on display.
I'm going to cope for NRG a bit
Let's hear it.
Because 100 Thieves did actually win the last pistol yesterday, but then proceeded to lose the round 2 after it. Oh. It was some ultimate trolling.
I literally remembered in my head it's 0-4.
Yeah.
It got stolen immediately.
And then the round just completely snowballed out from them. NRG would have to tap into some of that magic, and I mean, they have full north side control.
Yeah.
My concern is they have...
What else do they have?
No A control.
Yeah. And 100 Thieves is going towards A.
Yeah. 100 Thieves even baiting out a second smoke from Psalm in the round by dropping a drone down over onto B. It's now in a retake. That's not a lot of time you can stall off those main players from with the single Brim smoke.
Here it is. A take, completely uncontested.
This hit is a preview of how unfun it would be to be a site anchor for NRG in future rounds. Util's just about everywhere. Triple flank on the south side, though.
EU should hold this. He's stunned, low, and dead, but Cryo's arrived. Should be able to protect here. Nice shots on the Guardian. And Ethan, no more teammates with him, backs away.
Yeah, he's going on the zipline. Get out of dodge. NRG gonna switch to playing for exits and die to spike if the opportunity arises.
Asina's gonna get 1 kill. Gotta go. And 100 Thieves will just group up together and start to exit their way through spawn, winning every fight in the process. Actually drop 1 more gun there, so something lost, but they pick stuff up, and it's all good. 10-4 up now.
At the end of the day, double digits. 100 Thieves are in a beautiful position at the moment.
Let's talk about the talent predictions. I'm the only one who picks 100 Thieves in this game. That is crazy.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was doing something special.
I mean, you were talking to me and you were bigging it up like I'm the one true believer. So believe in them this round. Tell me how they're gonna pull out this defense.
Well, actually, I was gonna say the guns, but 100 Thieves choose to buy up here. We'll see. NRG are playing fully off the B side. Look, Finesse, it's time to get some spam kills off the tripwires. We're playing full retake for NRG, but they're going to need to get something done here against Asuna.
Unfortunately, the trips are set up for Neon pathing through B main, not up through Heaven.
Okay, well, that's a cam dealt with. That's 1 trip. Only 1 left.
It's giving 5v5 retake.
It's giving double flank on the north side. Only EU holding.
But Asuna wants to fight through spawn. Sam, ooh, the timing could be perfect for Asuna. He's walking all the way through, and he's clean with the first bullet slide. The movement, it's too good. But his teammates have to do the job now. Stuns up, Brock gets 1 more, and that might be enough to keep NRG in this round. They've got it down to 1. EU stuck in the corner, and Mata, it's good out of him. NRG, it got dicey for a moment there.
Yeah,
they pulled through.
100 Thieves tried to get a little crafty with it. Couple players walking into spawn, but really nice work out of Brock, you've got to say. Holding that position with no support coming in from his teammates and getting 2 there.
Yeah, full stun for the second kill as well.
Yeah, there's blinds being thrown his way as well. Wow.
1 enemy. Clearing out. 1 enemy remaining.
Because 100 Thieves went for the force up there. Now their econ's a bit broken.
Classic trap play setup for A main.
The concern for NRG is if they overfight into main, Asuna can accelerate really quickly out of drop. I think it's good from NRG to turn around, give up the A main space.
Love the reposition from Ethan. Tucks onto the site. Rocket popped Asuna. He's already off of the entry, and no one was there to follow him up. Only these players in main who are coming late and damaged by the rocket Mata. He wants to follow through. Walks out of the smoke and deeper into main. No one's watching the timing. It's too good, but he doesn't expect Xander.
Right now, 2 players rotating back on zip lines. 100 Thieves want to regroup, play 3 together, and come back into the A side. They want to play around Xander. He's the only rifle for them, but there's maybe a gun they can pick up in main.
Sun's going for a walk. Brock with them. It'll be a 3v2 in main. Contact main, triple swing, 100 Thieves.
Down A.
Put Finesse in another clutch.
30 seconds left.
It's a bit of a disaster for Finesse. All his util was B. And now in the post plant, EU's got a full kit. Xander's got a molly as well. Last time Finesse was in the clutch, he took his sweet time and lost on it. He's got to act much more quickly now.
You want to see him roll back the years, show some confidence. But he's already spotted. Missiles flying in. Finesse just runs straight into Xander's bullets. And 100 Thieves come through with their 11th.
That is tough. 100 Thieves sort of ping-ponging back and forth between north and south side. NRG, it looked like they had the right read initially, but that double walk-up into main failing like it did. It's just the end of things for them, truly. I don't know if walking into Xander's the call.
No, it's not the greatest. NRG are going to use their second timeout here.
It's actually a life game from Xander. Oh my god.
25-6, Christy.
That's unreal.
Casual, what? Nearly 5.0 KD?
Yeah. Yeah, 25 divided by 5 is 5. So,
yeah, but so 6 is like the 5 of 6s, if you think about it.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it too hard, and I don't think you should either.
So maybe stop thinking about it. Think about this
Stop thinking
timeout.
about it, yeah, honestly. Truthfully, I don't know. Look, Brock's got an ultimate, but NRG have done, the last few rounds, it's been the same pattern. It's been Brimstone, Cypher playing on the B side, playing fairly retake, you know. That's your best stall, that makes some sense. While NRG tried to fight over A, but it seemed like NRG tried to go on that fact-finding mission in the mid-round and it just fell apart. It doesn't necessarily even feel like it's a macro error of NRG's, it's in the micro.
It feels like they've contacted into like a lot of team fights and just lost out the trades.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to search for a consistent issue that NRG are running into, and I'm not sure it's been something, you know, that one thing you can pinpoint.
A lot of errors have compounded, and I mean, the scoreline reflects it. 11-5 up for 100 Thieves. This is their map choice.
NRG forced down to nothing. Looking for B split.
They push into B main. Psalm walking deep around this smoke. Does he go into it? He does, but 100 Thieves, they're prepared, and down goes the duo.
Well, maybe you were on it, Mimi. The contact play getting punished again. That time it's a round where NRG had trips to stop the flood coming in, or the flip of the map coming into their spawn. They're pushing out of A. And now using the ultimate. NRG know it's do or die this round right here in a 3v5.
They have to win it. Game on the line. And they're stalled out again. Brimstone, orbital strike, buys time, and Boostio cuts them down to 1. Brock knows there's no hope. It's just a stinger. He'll face Boosty, but he's not gonna escape with his life. 12-5, and that round a disaster for NRG.
Yeah, NRG, they're trying to, you know, make it a shocking round, right? Because the last few rounds they played retake on the B side. So you have their A players making noise, but that position inside of the smoke, there's just not really a chance for NRG. I mean, look, he's looking straight down on you.
One enemy remaining. There. It's over.
And Neon might be right. 12-5
I don't think Neon was just talking about that round.
No. 100 Thieves show their same take towards Arcade. Another thing is, the start of every round, 100 Thieves have always been able to take whatever part of the map they want.
Except maybe this time, Mata is all the way up.
But this counter stuns, and oh, he whiffs! Xander, too good for it. Thankfully, NRG did trade this one back even, but they're not going to be able to get those guns.
NRG have fully rotated. 4 players on this side of the map.
I mean, it's just a 4v4. Get ready for a battle. Ethan, jumping, dies for it. Goodbye, NRG. 100 Thieves cut them down to the IGL again. Xander doesn't check, but the trade is in. 13-5. 100 Thieves decimate NRG. to start the series.
And it's just poetry as well. Busio getting the final kill against Finesse in the opening map on 100 Thieves' choice.
Xander ends 28-7 on the Brimstone.
What a monster showing out of him. Those 400 ACS from the pistol to the final round there. That was 100 Thieves fully in control.
They played exactly how they wanted. Fast plays with the Neon Breach Teo. Cryo's off rang out on defense. This was all 100 Thieves.
I felt like we didn't even see that much of Cryo's off. Like the few rounds they went into him, yeah, he was getting kills.
But it was not a takeover.
No.
It was a good game though. NRG, they are in trouble. Down one map in the series. Haven, their pick, as their life is on the line when we return.
Red Bull gives you wings.
AB, but Asuna getting 2 into the round. You're right, Asuna's got to get his timing carry there, but 100 Thieves get to 4. All eyes on Mata. Gets his 2 and then dismisses. Yellow, that's 3, make it 4. Mata calls game.
Here with the coach of 100 Thieves, Zix, running away with your map pick of Fracture. It seemed like you had an excellent read of what NRG were going to do on attack, on defense. Talk to me about that prep and what you expected from them today.
To be honest, I think NRG is probably our #1 scrim partner. We scrim them all the time. I think like we have like over 20 matches against them, so we definitely know how they play as a team. You know, likewise, they know how we play as a team. But we're definitely very confident against them. Like the matches usually go our way. But yeah, we all as a team kind of stayed up really late last night, watching all the VODs, watching our VOD back. Did like a really long like 5-hour VOD review session, kind of talking about like what we need to fix if we want to actually like win the whole thing. So I think that helped us a lot. Today we brought a lot of confidence, aggression, being on the same page, and we looked like a different team compared to yesterday. So definitely very proud of the team from map 1.
Best luck on map 2.
Well, everything Zig said just then rings true, I think. Honestly, 100 Thieves do look like a different team, and part of it is because of this game plan. It's quite clear, it's quite easy. They just want to fight, and there's a reason for that. They want to make NRG as uncomfortable as possible. NRG, we know that they struggle, to be honest, in terms of these macro ideas, these micro ideas, I should say, actually, when it comes to the nitty-gritty of actually communicating during post plans or team fights. And 100 Thieves turned up the heat and the pressure. And you can see they're starting off here. They want to take a nice team fight all the way out through B main and see if they can get an early pick. Any moment here whatsoever. I'm going to play this one out and you're going to see what ends up happening, because Finesse's job is really just to absorb all this pressure that's going to be coming his way as the Sentinel player playing alone. The rest of his team playing 4 players up onto the north side as well. You can see how this opens up. Now, 100 Thieves do something slightly different. They wait for Finesse to put down his util. The cam gets broken, and Finesse at this point is saying, okay, well, they're taking control of the south side of the map right now, so he can call one of 2 options right now for his team. He can call either, guys, we can either react into another area of the map, or we can react where we're already standing and try and absorb up the space through Arcade into B, assuming that they've taken control of B main. Now, what ends up happening is 100 Thieves, they bide their time. They didn't use any util whatsoever, just breaking that camera, and they completely turn on the dime. 180 degrees, they take the fight straight to Arcade as NRG are gearing up for a refight. This was a constant game plan from 100 Thieves. The entirety of the time that they're playing on Fracture was always trying to force the issues with this fight. In this particular round, it doesn't go their way in the end, but you can see the idea behind it, and the exact same occurs here. I've pushed it up to another round, which they did end up winning as well. I'll speed it forwards a little bit as well. As you can see, as we get into it, ends up being this like A main fight that ends up being exchanged. They know roughly where Asuna is, and 100 Thieves were just really living and dying by Asuna taking these fights. But you can see this kind of pace and aggro tempo that 100 Thieves were applying onto NRG was really making them struggle in those moments. And now we can send it down to the mics, who's standing by to hear exactly how he's going to be bouncing back after that trouncing.
Here with the coach of NRG, Mike's. Now, 100 Thieves take away their map pick of Fracture. We're going to your map pick of Haven next. Now, Zix just told me that you guys scrim each other quite often, probably the #1 scrim partner. So what's the plan going into this match against 100 Thieves on Haven, your map pick?
Yeah, so obviously we've seen them play it a lot more. They've played it like 3 times in officials. We only played once versus MIBR, so I think we'll have a little bit of a different look for them.
Well, best of luck.
All right, so there you saw what Coach Mike's had to say, but of course, pressure is on for NRG. This is it, do or die. And fellas, I mean, what's the worst part about this for NRG is that you're like, oh man, you know, we're gonna try and bring this back. And then Xander has a life game. And my guy just pops off. He does just play after play after play, super talented, and just honestly did not expect this from him, Ventili.
And especially on the defensive side, I think it caters well to what you were just explaining earlier on, Bren. When 100 Thieves, they wanted to press the fight. They wanted to force the fight over to Energy. And if you're playing Brimstone, you don't need smokes because you're not going to play a retake. So he's just going to come out and support Asuna in all of these fights. And when he does need to anchor, dude, this guy is on a different level today. Looking at how he performed throughout the regular season in the first split going into now, it's a night and day performance of Xander. This is a Xander that was expected here by the Tier 2 community when he moves up here into the VCTs. That's what I'm talking about. A 5.1 KDA, 200. I love more looking at the damage per round than it is for the ACS. And to see that he's consistently putting up big numbers, over 200 in terms of damage, that's crazy.
He's left on cleanup duty in a lot of those rounds as well, because I could have gone through it there, but Asuna was often going to be the first death in those scenarios. He's being sent out to die, the whole team fighting with him, but from the Zeke's interview, you can tell they were all on the same page, and Xander always there towards the tail end of these rounds, making sure that he mops it up with either good util or using his util existingly as well so that they can keep fighting further. So it shows this guy is on top form right now. It's going to be very hard for NRG to try and bounce back.
Yeah, no, 100 Thieves right now look like they're on top of the world. Can NRG respond and manage to take this Haven game and bring us over to Map 3? Let's find out after a quick break, and as always, we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back. 100 Thieves took map 1 in dominant fashion. But now we head to the choice of NRG with their lives on the line here. A map away from elimination for that squad.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm just really interested in hearing what the coaches had to say, talking a lot in the break there, if you weren't here, about how they scrim each other the most of any other teams in VCT. Makes sense, you know, when consider the history of Mike's HD, the new coach for NRG, and what he used to do over on 100 Thieves. But now coming in to this map of Haven, this is a map where NRG have been playing the double duelist, right? They've been going for the Jet Yoru with Ethan on that Yoru pick. We'll see. It's actually going to be different this time around. So Ethan is switching over to the Breach, and Mimi, I'm curious on your take, because I personally am a big fan of this, especially what it can give you for fighting for that ace
Yeah,
space.
Breach is just great on this map, and I think it makes a lot more sense to just play a basic composition. They tried some ideas with the Yoru, but I think losing out on having like the stun for cross-map support, for fighting a lobby control, really hurts you on the defense.
I do also wonder, like, obviously 100 Thieves will played against this comp a lot, but I wonder if NRG have actually scrimmed them on this map with this comp, because that's not entirely clear, or if this is going to be a slight different change, because Zix was talking a lot about how he just feels like he has a perfect read on how NRG as a team like to play, and on NRG's map choice here, 100 Thieves certainly going to come in with a strong plan to take the series 2-0.
They've been playing this comp a lot to their own take on the double duelist, and they're starting off quickly towards a lobby, taking control of that part of the map. Asuna, so you want to speed up even further here.
100 Thieves with this one-way smoke, trying to creep up on top of it. But really, it's a ruse with the double duelist, as the rest of the team is going into C-Long.
Or is it?
Or are they?
They might just call all the way back in day
Back
instead.
and forth, back and forth.
Where do we want to finish? That makes it a little more difficult, losing Cryo to Mata.
Yamada sort of abusing these elevated lines. He can pop over to with the Jet.
Drone could give false info. Sees nothing down long, and now 100 Thieves creep in.
But again, NRG really aren't flinching on the map. Had that double garage control for a long time. Still have a 2-stack. With Ethan, who does have fault line and 2 flashes, he can support very quickly off of Mata here.
Mata, nice shot for one. Couldn't quite wrangle it for a second kill. Rock on the site alone for the moment. Finally, support floods in, but he's getting tagged up every which way. Stuck out in the open, reloading. It's a tough spot. And 100 Thieves, they're rallying back. They're taking this site. That's unless Ethan can do anything about it. And he does. Locks it up with Finesse's help. And wins a pistol for NRG.
It's also Ethan's stun coming in there that stalls out those 300 Thieves players. Made it really awkward for them to speed up into the site and to actually claim anything off of the kill they had against Mata. There you have it. Right after that's the stun, and this is 100 Thieves smoke to try and break that really annoying corner line.
Bro, come on!
Didn't seem to be a problem for Ethan, though.
100 Thieves not choosing to really buy anything here. NRG, they started that first half down real rough. Good to see them with some momentum in their sails here to get things going. And with Mata buying into a full rifle, he's not going to have the op up super early. A little bit of a difference between when we were watching someone like Cryo on the last map, where they prioritized the weapon.
My eyes are really on Asuna this round. He's hanging out in this front mid space with potential to try and sell a little bit more presence into garage or B. Try and pull some rotates, because he's making noise on front B. Hunting out for some Cypher tripwires right now.
Yeah,
Didn't find any, so yeah, I like this call from 100 Thieves to bail out of the space.
NRG pick a good time to walk up, though. Reclear this space and rotate their way back over towards C. They could actually beat the timing here.
Yeah, I think no trip on B. They realize it's probably a Cypher C hold, and they might be able to get a free plant for this.
There's already players flooded in. 2 in backside from NRG. Don't want to let this plant go down, and yeah, it's not happening today. NRG holds strong on the site. Finesse farms up 4th. 5 assists, I think, as they were just running through the cage.
Yeah.
Good stats.
It's a good counter call from Finesse there, realizing 100 Thieves leaving that A space with the walk up, instantly flooding into the site and getting there. Because if you remember how NRG were playing their defense on that last map, the Cypher side of the map was always a retake. They're playing back in spawn, and for a moment there, it was similar scenes for NRG.
That is the difference on this map, especially towards C. It's a little easier to set up like retake cages to be able to flood in really early.
For sure. Even saw in that last round, there were like Cypher cages up in Garage window. This round actually, Finesse has an interesting setup. So this cage in Garage is trying to sell that again. It's a Cypher setup on the A side, but it's actually deep cages and the tripwires A for potential retake.
Dark Garage, the duelists head in. But Mata's walked up so far.
What is
here.
this setup?
It's so weird. Mata is already in their spawn, jumping the trip. Boostio should have heard that. Turn around. Xander does in time, and I mean, there's already a man down. They know A is going to be all but open.
I mean, look, 100 Thieves are not going to expect the Cypher full setup on A behind where his Jet full pushed through.
And that should be a free kill. Oh my god, he's jumping every which way. Not enough bullets. Somebody shoot him. Boostio finally gets his gun in play. But that's allowed time for players to get out backside. More jumping, more chaos. Ethan needs a new gun. How's this a 1v1?
Spike planted.
Finesse on the flank to win the bonus round against EU, who's stalked towards hell. The stinger on the swing, and EU won't let it slip away.
That's wild there.
What happened? Let's rewind.
Yep.
Let's start with the Jet full pushing into spawn at maybe a minute 20 on the clock. And then we get to the site, and seemingly everyone has like a magnetic field around them, not a bullet hit.
Yeah, I mean, really the thing that shocks me is the Jet pushing through. I think maybe they were expecting to run into some resistance on A lobby. I mean, look, again, those trips were unexpected. They got some kills. I think if Brock had just been a little crisper there, that round actually goes NRG's way.
Mata gets that off online. That's not where the dart meant to be.
Well, you don't know that.
You think he's clearing? Oh, he's clearing spawn because Jet ran in there last round.
Because Jet was there last round. Yeah,
yes. You're so right.
He's actually been playing Silver for 5 years, so everything he does is intentional. I'll tell you though, I do not love 100 Thieves odds if they try to go back and clear into the A space. Yes, they have a Sova drone. I don't think they would have the patience to have it clear all the way back behind bricks.
Isopop shield though.
That's annoying.
Yeah, Mata wants to break it. Hello. Shows his hand. Cryo walks towards short. And with the double tap up, he's going to try and get out.
Yeah, look at the C site though. It is a full retake again for NRG. Som, the only guy that's even remotely close.
Oh, good spam from Som.
Wow.
Cryo in mid. Locks it down for 1 kill onto Finesse, and now he'll run to the rest of the team.
Boostio still stalled out by some missiles before getting the spike on the ground. So now it becomes a walk up from Xander.
He was so good map 1. Trying to do it here again. Forward Hunter's Fury. Xander follows it up well. And the flank comes in from Cryo. 100 Thieves locking this one down well. Som is trapped.
Yeah, it's
Just
all
a
on
TP
him
to get
too.
out. And a 1v1 against Boostio. He wins that. And now a chance. Mata's arriving on the flank, darted up. Needs this kill on the player tucked in the cubby. Mata, too early on the shot. Now a re-rack as Som gets more. And NRG! They brought it all the way back that round. Som for 4 kills to win their 3rd.
Som just chooses to go beast mode there for the 4-piece. Nice work out of him. And turning all that attention too. I mean, Mata shouldn't have any chance on that flank. But still gets the kill he needs. Looks like Brock was going for the risky plant spot there. Falls victim to the spam. Stoic.
Marcus Aurelius of VCT Americas.
NRG looking to get a little active on the anti-eco.
Go for a little walk into mid. Hello, Asuna. Okay, Neon movement. Not enough to keep him alive there.
Looks a little bit silly, but at the end of the day, you get your kills. Honestly, that to me feels like a bit of a throwaway round for NRG. Nice shot from Som, picking up the op this round.
Cage triggered.
But NRG don't play so active like that. I think just, again, trying to throw that look into the mix on a round they're expecting to win anyways.
Mata, just under the stun target.
Down, C.
And this one has been very well handled by NRG. They let Busio have one gun. Give me the 1v1. Come on, let them fight. Come on, Finesse. Swing into him. You know you want to. It's a dink. Finesse. He wins it.
It's an honest 1v1 as well, right? Ethan was there but didn't land a shot. I'm calling a fair game on that.
Ethan was the second. He stayed back there. Abided by the rules of the duel.
Didn't tap in. I was checking to see maybe Sam was going to hold on to the op for another round, but as far as things are concerned right now, that's going to be back in Mata's hands. Makes sense. He's got the knives ready to go.
First time out for 100 Thieves this map. Had a bit of a rough start to this one.
I wonder if they just start playing more honest execs, to be frank, because they've been playing a lot more for like the mid space a little bit slowly. Even you think back to the pistol round, sort of ping-ponging back and forth between A and C, trying to set up either Cryo or Asuna to fake out some lurk looks before the rest of their team accelerates in. Not that I think that's been going poorly for them. It's been more post-plant issues or that strange round a couple back.
The 100 Thieves duelists 2 and 10 combined to start this game, but finally they're getting the first round of Alt Online. That's a lot of what you're playing when you pick into this ISO, trying to get yourself that free 5v4 with the ISO ultimate.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shocker seeing Cryo 2 and 5 right now, because this is a map he goes beast mode on. Like, his ISO is elite.
It's the all-time hits in this map. His Fracture, where he's always great on the Chamber, and then here on the Haven, where he always flies on the ISO as well.
A bit harder for him so far to kick things off. There are some options for 100 Thieves. They've wanted to accelerate into a site, use the Kidnap from the ISO ultimate, the Omen to gap close deep behind it as well, even if you lose the 1v1. That's an easy pick off.
Sam holds on to the op. Doesn't give that one over to his Jet. Has a chance to use it.
He's in a weird spot for it as well. The close angle outside garage. Usually you'd see him back on plat. With a stun called in from A, he re-aggroes onto the line.
Sees nothing in garage.
Cage trigger.
A wild stun line coming from over in the corner on A like that.
It's a great reclear. We're a minute in, and 100 Thieves doesn't actually have that much map control. They're trying to TP towards A. That's canceled. And
wait, this is the pistol round.
Cryo in the one-way. It's Mata. Same spot, same opportunity, but you're not going to let him. It's literally another pistol round. They're pivoting back towards C.
Yeah, except this time, I mean, Sam again is calling for the cage to be popped. He wants to get out onto the site for a pick.
He's still smoked off, though.
That's a hit, by the way. 63 HP on EU.
Eventually, he'll get the plant down safely.
Is this just a map that Sam wills NRG to win?
Here.
It's looking possible. This one's going to be tough, though. Asuna and Busio. Control of garage is theirs.
And what do 100 Thieves use to win the round? An Omen ult. A scouting Omen ult on A while they're setting up the C-pop. So Cryo doesn't have to waste that.
And NRG, they're going to save these two guns. Pick up the op, presumably from Mata here.
He's taking his time.
Wanted to clear all the angles. Now he gets his gift for Sam in the next round. This unless he wants his turn with the op.
Nice,
who's to say?
Yeah, I'm curious if NRG are going to adjust coming out from this, because they're playing very limited information, right? When you consider how, you know, Mata's playing that boosted line over towards the A side, looking down into sewer. Because 100 Thieves are throwing that elevated smoke, it's sort of cutting down on any of the forward line you'd expect an Omen to have.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 days a week. Dun, 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 dun.
Huh.
Huh. Me when I'm learning the numbers in the days of the week.
That's curious.
Here's an ISO ult in hand for Cryo. Who's he gonna get?
No distraction.
In goes Brock. 1v1. Cryo, shields gone, and Brock. Okay. Find success in the ult. We're back into this fight. and back into the chaos. NRG, they're good in these positions. Brock and Ethan mop up on A.
Great work out of Brock there. I love how he's just like jiggling that ISO wall inside of the ult there to get that first shot down that breaks the armor before actually challenging him on the fight. And what that does is just allows more time for NRG to come on in.
Yeah, really good flood retake from them. It is interesting when you're playing this NRG comp with the Teo instead of the Sova, you don't have as much like refreshable util for re-clearing with good information. You basically have to be pushing in, like you saw that round to re-clear Garage. So it's a little bit more tough to keep info online, but the AWP can make up for a lot of that. Gets posted towards A as 100 Thieves again do a similar default to take space in Garage.
Yeah, right now just the C camera to watch that cross. We'll finally spot out all 3 players, I think, from 100 Thieves.
I think they're going for it. Paranoia, good stall. Cryo, oh, he's walking into a trip. Spots it in the nick of time. Finesse, good reposition, but Cryo too prepared. And now Sam down as well. The missile somehow finding a kill as NRG reclaims space. They have a foothold in this site, but the fight is continuing. And Brock, heroic, puts it down to Xander. A good timing onto one, but the shorty from Mata.
Good hold again out of NRG, especially because that was a disaster at the start, right? With Sam and Finesse falling. Brock and team come flying on in, bringing in the reinforcements.
Two rounds in a row now where Brock is just having crazy impact.
Nice!
Flooding into these sites.
Let's go, bro.
Gonna put 100 Thieves onto the low buy. Again, just testing this mid space early on. Although if you think about it, last time NRG played the anti-eco, it was the full mid walk down. This time, angling to trap, playing that perfect 180-degree crossfire on the B site. And that comes after Mata's gonna take a shot with the operator.
Mata dodges the stun, reposts towards B.
Ooh, there's an angle for the Garage players to creep in, but unfortunately for those players, there is a trip up in window.
Cryo picked off by Mata. He was patient on that angle. Might have another chance. No, it's Xander. Okay. Good job from him. Now Finesse facing them in the corner, wrangling the spray. Two's good enough in that position. As the shorty finishes up the job, and NRG feeling happy with this anti-eco.
Very nicely done out of them. Holding on to their ultimates as well. This has kind of been clockwork for NRG so far. Again, we knew this was their map pick, but after how dominant 100 Thieves looked over on Fracture, seeing NRG come in with this comp change and be very quick to implement it is a nice thing to see.
Yeah, the duo from Moistek Shopify back in Tier 2. Didn't think they'd be playing with each other this year. Mata picked up in the offseason, won Soup with this team, did well at the Sin City Classic, and then Brock brought in later in the season to reunite with his former teammate. Facing up against another Tier 2 duo on the other side of Xander and EU.
Hold on, Mata has the ult back in hand. Been bouncing around between him and Sam, but this time he's on the shoreline to Garage.
Oh, Boostio's in trouble. How does he get that kill? Boostio! Oh my god! Trying to make do on his words. 2 kills. And Mata, a desperate play into mid. Is that barrel seen? Not quite. Cryo waiting, and he knows.
No chance. That was nasty. I mean, the situation Boosty, it was in there. Missiles coming down, he's stunned.
Aftershock stun, all in the corner. They know exactly where he is. Gets 2 anyway.
Yeah. NRG, after playing so many of those reserved rounds, this is one where, look at it, they're stepping forward, challenging onto the line, they're stepping down C-long as well, trying to push in on the extremities. But whether it was just Boostio winning that double fight, or I think Xander was boosted up on this box, the one he's playing next to now. Just a really good C-contain angle. Made that round really impossible for NRG to win once they lost those guys.
Xander for his second on the round.
Okay.
Flawless for 100 Thieves.
It's funny how quiet it is when 100 Thieves aren't winning rounds, you know, compared to when they are, when Boostio's out of C going crazy.
The fan bases of these teams are so weird because I feel like a lot of it has just been honest hate watching this season.
No.
People like preying on downfalls. But both these teams, I think, despite how negative the community has been about them, they're both in playoffs. They're both in a position where, you know, the heat up a little could go on a run. As Sam steps forward, trying to catch onto this garage clear that 100 Thieves have done many times before, and it's good to trade on out. Asuna got through it and tucks into a bit of safety in this corner.
But check out Mata boosting up into window. Asuna's between 3 different NRG players right now. Make that 4. He's just inside the matrix, and Mata's inside 100 Thieves' walls. This round looks almost impossible for 100 Thieves. They're definitely not getting back into mid. They're not getting back in it either.
Boostio now in a 1v4, the 1v1. Finesse, not looking, swings back and gets to safety.
All right, we got to chill with the 1v1.
It's the match of the century.
Okay.
Are you not excited about it with the trash talk? Boostio said he would make Finesse retire, and you don't want to see them 1v1.
You know what? Look, if he wants to get up there and talk his game, I'm happy. But ever since, like the first round over on Fracture, he was shooting bodies, he was into it, he's everything. He's kind of mellowed out since then.
Sure.
I'm waiting for him to give me that energy.
30 seconds left.
I don't know if he's going to give it to you this round.
Might just bleed out every second left on the clock.
Yeah, slowly walking into B. Ethan's here with a stun, double flash. Brock will send missiles. I don't think he's going to get that plant down.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
That's one. The player towards Gong saves the deck.
Not going to happen. I like that little trap look from NRG. Again, 100 Thieves default, basically every round has been sort of sending Asuna on the quick slide outside of double doors, and then sort of resetting in before trying to clear the space. This time, NRG realized with a couple of smokes and that delayed stun into grass that they could catch the position that Asuna is always tucking back into. Now expecting them to go back to a more reserved approach. Or spam every wall. I think Mata spammed with an operator, the window wall. Well, there's an Odin in someone's hands garage trying to get a player grass.
Cryo has his second ult of the half. Didn't win out.
Wait, whoa.
The first one.
Mata's playing de-escalation from Op to Odin, now to a Vandal.
Oh, he's going further down. Gets stolen away. Asuna, he's going to have that kill no matter what. Cryo, though, he'll get it himself and put an advantage for 100 Thieves. The ult gets canceled, and they don't have C.
They're going to go back into A, though. Check this out. Boostio stepped all the way into the A space. And actually, Sam is ulting. He's sticking that?
And Boostio's not looking.
Oh, I have a bad feeling about this, Mimi.
It's Sam and Finesse in a 2-on-4.
I've got a real bad feeling
No
about this.
one's looking at Sam. Someone has to check this. Someone has to be thorough. Sam! Oh, could have had something there.
All good. 1 for 1, no problem for 100 Thieves.
Oh, and they hear Finesse stomping and spawn. Should I say it?
No.
Okay.
Although it was.
It was. It happened.
And look, we come into the end of the first half here in the exact inverse of map 1, right? It's NRG's map pick. They're the ones leading 8-4. Well, now with that same momentum built coming in at the end here. And now it's going to be NRG going on to the attack where you get to see them play with this breach.
Bro, I'm aiming like a fucking bot. I'm aiming like a bot.
Well,
some time to fix that as we head to the halftime.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Energy came into their map choice with a little bit of a change up, moving away from the double duelist, locking in a pretty default comp, and it's been good thus far. 8-4 up on their defense. They head into their attack side now.
That they do. Mata's been having a good one. No doubts about that. Coming in after a tougher opening match. But now I want to see how they deal with these opening fights, because that's something 100 Thieves love to go for, right? When you have the ISO and the Neon, those agents have so many tools to just set themselves up to look for early brawls. And if you note the positioning on the map, it is going to be 100 Thieves testing into mid early on.
Cryo's just full facing window. It's a very reserved start from Energy. We saw this back on Fracture too. They love taking their time on the attack side.
The thing is, Finesse has this camera down short, which hasn't really seen anything or walk up, so I think he might expect a little bit more presence in mid or on C, especially if he ends up seeing Busio cross over into the cam vision.
Look at Asuna, already out on this site. Nope, he's gone. Back into the smoke he goes. The missile's not actually the thing that kills Mata. It's Asuna coming back in from a new angle, a new approach, and 100 Thieves see sight. It's theirs.
That is brutal. Busio had left a tripwire over on the C side and just completely stuffed NRG's hits.
Was that a player? I think that might have been.
Are we okay?
I don't know. Someone's screaming.
Wild stuff. Watch this though, because for a second I thought Mata was using this tripwire for himself. It like dashed him in, got him back. So Asuna couldn't immediately get the kill. Asuna bore down on it. Wasn't an issue in the end. Was he you? Dog.
What?
Did he just give himself a headache? That's what it looks like. He put his like head in his hands.
What happened to bro?
I don't know.
Did he whiff again? He said he was like.
Oh, he was talking about being a bot.
Yeah, at halftime.
Oh no. Well, I hope for our eardrum's sakes that he can figure it out.
He can lock in.
Oh dear, this round is not going to look good at all for NRG though. Yeah, 3-piece for Xander, no problem.
No scream this time? EU's happy?
That'll be the yardstick, you know, that we're going to measure their performance on.
The screamometer?
Yeah, the screamometer.
Screamometer?
Is that the technical term? I'm not quite sure.
I think
but
that's how you'd pronounce it.
All things considered, NRG need to figure out what's going wrong. Right now, 100 Thieves changing their approach, so the ISO can have a undercut ready to go. Neon can scale quickly down into A lobby and potentially put some flank pressure on NRG. They did not react well to the early aggro piece of 100 Thieves back on Fracture.
Pretty hefty buy from both teams. 100 Thieves are going to have 5 rifles for their bonus round. They've already taken space in A lobby.
The thing is, 100 Thieves have called a couple players onto V, including Cryo. Smoke comes in at the perfect time.
Shield pop. Cryo expected a hit. It's not coming.
But that shield pop will be good enough to stall out NRG. They're not going to want to face check through a smoke and challenge that space while it's still up.
With how short it is now, it is a bit more of a mini game to hear that waited out and figure out where the ISO is.
Yeah, so right now NRG throw this drone down towards A, but still looking potentially to move back into Mata outside B. It's a face-off between him and Busio.
Austin has been spamming a lot towards A.
Game of chicken. 40 seconds though. NRG are going to have to make up their mind soon. More than likely off of those 4 players, but Mata is starting to look to challenge. And there's a bit of bloom on this smoke. Mata could use that to his advantage.
30 seconds left.
Missiles towards short. XX coming in. Mata will bide his time. Asuna finds safety within his teammate's smoke.
Mata slipped into B.
Yeah, they've already flooded through. NRG have to win out this fight if they want that lurk to mean something. And Asuna shutting down. Finally, the arrival of Mata, but there's no fanfare. It's just a shutdown from Cryo and 100 Thieves. This is their bonus round 1.
I mean, that lurk is just too obvious. 100 Thieves can hold for it easily, right? NRG are hitting a site and the jet is nowhere to be found. No fooling them whatsoever. Good hold there from 100 Thieves.
Now it's 8-7. 100 Thieves have already found their way back in, and I think I have to bring up a point you were talking about in map 1. NRG this season, the attack sides have been a big struggle. They have struggled to find their way on multiple maps on that side of the map.
I mean, it's no surprise that Finesse likes to call a slower pace game, right? Likes to, rotate back into lurks in mid to late rounds. I think there was just a timing issue, right? One of the, either Mata or the group has to activate on something. If they don't, you run into spots like that.
Busio anchoring C. What can he do? That's one on Mata. Wins out the opener. And now, team arriving yet again. 100 Thieves are so good on these floods, but there's still danger because the Stingers, they've arrived on the site. Now an advantage towards NRG, and guns down backside.
Awesome, and gets a couple there. What is going on? Now it's a one-on-one, but Brock's down to 8 HP. Pinged out as well. The approach from EU will secure things for 100 Thieves and even up the score.
It was a nice approach there, having the Omen TP out behind the box backside while 2 players ran through the smoke. Absolutely shuts down the 100 Thieves members that were already on C. But thankfully, 2 more left alive. Safe hands to win out there, thanks to Asina's double.
Yeah, that's crazy that it's the double swing when EU has the drone out, right? And Austin is still out in front of it. Could have gone really poorly for 100 Thieves.
I don't lose clutch at least. At least I don't lose clutch.
Is he casting his own games?
The narrative continues.
We just cut to him in between every single round and he'll tell us what to think. It's like, yeah, he's so clutch.
Okay.
His aim really, he steps up.
Start writing these down,
yeah.
Use them one round after. I was just thinking his aim was a little bit like some kind of robot in the first half. And he always seems to win clutches.
He's a big moment player.
Even game now between 100 Thieves and NRG.
That is now 5 in a row. 400 Thieves.
It feels like map 1. It was a little competitive. Then 100 Thieves got their feet out under them. They ran away with it there.
We've seen it go a couple of different ways, right? Even there, like that's the Stinger. The exec play looked to work for them, even though they didn't have the guns and ended up losing it at the end. Could do some convincing for NRG to look for more similar setups. Although this time around, I think challenging into the mid space. Early in halves, I do like when teams play rounds to sort of figure out where the default utility is going to be, specifically around the Cypher. But this time, it's very deep tripwires. I mean, that is a crazy one over on the back of A that Bustio can just perch up in heaven and get spams off of. Oh, we're going to have a dart deep. 2 players creeping down C for potential spam onto the player top box. Or not.
Yeah, they're just going to leave Asina on the embed instead.
End up calling off that play when they didn't get any info over towards A, I think.
Mata in garage. Okay, nice shot from Xander. The duelist is down. No one was there with him.
This is problematic for NRG, although Finesse gets them right back into it. Still, that double walk up onto C. There's a tripwire that's containing these players now, but if Finesse falls, all the pressure in the world on NRG's core to accelerate the other way.
And they'll be hitting into Busio. If he just gets 1 kill off these trips and plays retake, he'll be happy.
Yeah, high chance that Brock ends up having to use the Armageddon to hit this site, of which 100 Thieves have nobody home.
Missile stun. Doesn't break any of the trips, but we'll get them out into the site, sparing the ultimate for now. No, they'll use it towards him. You got to get out of your camp.
Huge flank quickly.
Running, trying to get his way out. He dies to the ultimate, and the flank's now here. Xander and Asina need a check on Finesse, because he's got a great corner, a great timing for a kill onto Asina. Spike not down. Xander! Where's that come from? 4 kills.
10 seconds,
What's
maybe?
his ace? Finesse.
He's lost the round.
And it's just a question of when. 100 Thieves win it out, all thanks to Xander in long.
That is crazy. NRG falling again here, and it's after they're seemingly in a great position with the ult getting the kill, but it's an Omen ult quick onto the flank. That was an ult just into long, with a Neon coming in behind it to set them even further behind. And Mimi, as you start to think about it, NRG haven't won an attack round on Haven this entire stage.
And it's their second time playing the map.
And it's just continuing to go.
Oof. They need something here. And that's a good start. Finesse opens around onto Cryo.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds. Finesse finds a...
What is going on? Neon moment!
And it's a 1-for-1, okay. EU's breaking his ankles, dropping down, getting droned out. Psalm's finding a pick over on C. This is the round NRG win? Everyone just go your separate ways and win your fights?
Freestyle it for maybe their first attack round of the stage.
Oh, Brock here's the orb taken as well.
Perfect position for Brock. Trigger discipline. Should be an easy 2. He's waiting, whipping a little, but still makes it work.
All good, win's a win. We're back up to even. NRG gets their first attack round on this map of the stage.
Wow.
Wow, I mean, hey, Ethan finds the trade, but really, I think this round, the 2 moments, it's A, Finesse finding the opener, back-to-back rounds, challenging into mid, getting that, and Psalm taking down on C.
Now NRG gonna try and put some momentum off that round. They have the Rolling Thunder, they're postured towards C.
Yeah, looking to send Finesse and Psalm potentially into Garage. Very interesting setup from Austin in window as well, though. He's playing like that really tight pixel line to watch players and give up a lot of the space in Garage.
You have a really strong relay bolt there as Neon to fight in as well.
For sure. Xander thinking about this angle as well, but NRG are backing away. They don't love the fact they haven't seen much, but look how quick Austin is to challenge the space. This guy just starts walking. If he doesn't see someone on his screen, he's just going to W key. And what it does is consistently give 100 Thieves beautiful information so they can start preempting these mid-round pivots of NRGs and start stacking into the final destination.
They have full information, A and C long.
Yeah, now they've got 2 on A, it'll be 3, but NRG have slowed down, considering this, to go back towards Garage B.
Mata works up through mid. This is the one gap in 100 Thieves defense. Little miss on the dash, but site will still be taken.
Yeah, Psalm's gonna get up there, so it's no problem.
30 seconds
Benefit
left.
of having the Omen there. 100 Thieves push out on both the outside wings, breaking some Cypher utility. See if they can force NRG to take a more forward angle. Step in to 100 Thieves crosshair.
Everybody on site for NRG. It's a 5v5 retake. And 3 angles of approach for 100 Thieves. Rolling Thunder to fight towards Link. That'll buy some space, some time for NRG as this retake starts to come in and 100 Thieves start to find success! Unless Mata can do it himself. Shuts down onto 3. Puts EU in the clutch, and there's just not time for this. The clock will expire, and NRG will win their post-plant.
That's a big round for Mata, because that site was a mess of smokes. You got cages, you got Omen smokes, you got neon walls flying on up. It's just about finding those moments you can challenge on through them. Caught 100 Thieves completely off guard. Even taking down a shielded ISO. And that is a big one for NRG. Forces 100 Thieves onto an eco. NRG are playing for their tournament lives, don't forget, right? No chance because they're the number 4 seed coming into this, so for them, this whole tournament is single elimination.
We need to win 3 games in a row to make Toronto. Pretty tough odds.
Good spam from Asuna, though. Man, Ethan's down to 9.
Okay, Asuna. Wow. Just puts Finesse down.
This could get ugly. 100 Thieves are starting to challenge. 4 players on C is the wrong side of the map. But hearing a teleport, I wonder if it's time for Asuna to creep forward.
Oh, he's creeping. Go, go, go. But spotted out. Has to slide to get away.
NRG still have a minute left on the clock. But it's a bit uncomfortable because Mata's got the Outlaw. Hasn't popped the knives yet. So instead of sort of doing that to accelerate into A. They've left him to see if there will be that late walk-up. Be the later insurance for the team. I think NRG have realized again that B site is being left open in the mid-rounds. And this is heads-up stuff from NRG. They've been getting kind of owned, leaning into C and A in the late rounds, but C a couple times in a row has been abandoned.
30 seconds left.
No flank this time for 100 Thieves. And
oh, no.
Where did that kill come
Garage.
from? Through the wall. Ethan's low. Hello, Asuna. In his face. Cryo's shield saves him, but not for another kill. Shots wide. And NRG bouncing back. EU shuts it down. 2 kills with a recovered weapon. And NRG lose to the Eco.
You already know it. EU's coming in on the comms. I'm so clutch. I'm so clutch. Me on an Eco. We're winning those, no problem. And it looked easy for 100 Thieves. That fadeaway shot from Xander.
And just a perfect lineup for EU.
It's a disaster for NRG. Just losing those opening picks.
Boost, you feeling it after that round win.
Now NRG are stunned away by Asuna. We'll still try to challenge back in A. That's a lot of utility to can't claim this angle. Good shots from Mata to follow through.
Is EU gonna step up and challenge?
Yes.
He wants to.
Yes.
Mata's on the close corner. EU. Well, that's a lot of players ahead of him. He's stuck in by this ultimate, but he's got the help of Cryo, who's the hero in this moment. Shuts down the execute single-handedly.
And NRG can't scale off the Armageddon. Brock used that, but with Cryo coming to the side, it's not possible.
Cryo has ult too. If they play into a retake, he can just steal the planter. Easy peasy.
Interesting ult from Psalm. Early on the rotate over here, but it's gonna make 100 Thieves potentially concerned about maybe him being in back B. They've already cleared their spawn, so really it is just B to C link that they're worried about now.
Lucio spots him towards long. Ooh, I didn't expect Psalm that wide. And that's brought advantage back to NRG.
For sure. At least now for 100 Thieves, they know the Omen isn't in their walls. Cryo has the ultimate, if it comes down to it.
Cryo very alone.
Last player standing.
And now he's dead. Xander's just gonna save this round.
Good work out of Psalm and the rest of NRG to course correct there for sure.
Yeah, it was really nice from Cryo there. 2 kills on A, shut down the hit alone.
I feel like NRG have been kind of playing a challenge throughout this half where a lot of their actual moments when they're coming to exec, they're doing it without their duelist. And that's not always like Mata being dead in this round, sure.
Sure.
But a lot of times it's Mata over on a lurk or Mata with, you know, a sniper rifle in hand, so he's left on his own.
Yeah, they've put him on like Embed's Garage B quite a few rounds here.
Yeah, this half for NRG is very much not about, you know, coordinated execs, and it's way more about playing the slower macro, banking off of their lurkers.
Shocking with finesse is the IGL.
Yeah, but it's paid off for them in the last few rounds, and this is exactly when you want to see Coach Zix call a timeout for 100 Thieves. Come in and have the answer into this calling from finesse.
And Mike's on the other side trying to think his way through this one as well. His former boss on 100 Thieves when he was Zix's assistant coach last year.
Kind of expecting 100 Thieves to go back to the style. We've heard Zix talk a lot, like when things aren't going well, the reason is often confidence. You know, we're not playing aggro enough, like we just need to go and be taking the fights, we know we can win.
They'll just disrespect them.
Just disrespect them, it's a classic. But when I have seen that for 100 Thieves, when they are like stepping forward and just like facing new fights in mid-rounds, oftentimes they've been able to find gaps and get big information against NRG that have helped them massively inside the rounds. There is some honesty to it. And on a round where you're going to be popping the Neon ult as well, looking for brawls around that is going to be very effective.
Big round here. 100 Thieves are buying into it. Won't have a ton of money left if they lose this one.
Last eco, 100 Thieves snuck away with some sheriff shots. time Boostio's not even setting up his util. Just
Yeah.
a forward tripwire. Not every day you see that down C long. But it's so that he can stack into mid with a couple of his teammates and just have that very deep info line. Where's that camera at? There we go.
There it is.
Asuna is really on his own over to A. Pulling out some util though.
Yeah, sees the breach in the tail.
NRG are taking their time. But again, in this mid-round, a few times in a row, NRG have guessed correctly. Good spam. And again, proceeding the rotate over. Expecting 100 Thieves to be leaning into A. Now there's no tripwire anymore, speeding to C.
100 Thieves is pretty quick on this flood. They'll be arriving at just the same time. Asuna procs his ultimate. Stuns going every which way. It's chaos on the site. But Xander! 4 kills! Shuts it down!
Xander is just on fire today. An unbelievable Fracture now clutch on the eco.
The rookie controller, again, after having a brutal series in the upper bracket, is leading the way. 24-13. And remember the stakes of this round. 100 Thieves forced into it. They lose this, they're almost certainly looking at map 3.
Yeah.
Tra-la-leo, tra-la-la!
Unreal. Dude, they're feeling it out there.
They are hyped.
And they should be. Now NRG fighting into A. Asuna tucked away in the corner. Bamada has an inkling. Has an idea, but he's not good enough to get that kill on the approach.
So 100 Thieves get to play with a straight up man advantage.
Again, around NRG, play without their duelist. And now the other things to worry about for NRG. Accelerating in, there's still the ISO ult in play. 100 Thieves are still looking to aggro back into short.
NRG walk up, Cryo caught with the shield in hand by Sam, but Asuna in short catches the timing of his own. It's Xander arriving on the scene, the hero of last round, trying to alleviate the pressure from Asuna.
It's so uncomfortable though. Asuna's in your walls. NRG have the sight, but where's Boostio? Haven't seen Xander in a second either.
Finesse tucks into a corner. It needs to be more than one and done the timing. Ethan looks away, Finesse wins it against Boostio. Now a 1-on-2, and Asuna holds the line. 100 Thieves match point.
And that means for NRG, one more round could be the last they play here in stage 1. Do or die moment for this squad. They're gonna call a timeout to set up for it.
One enemy remaining.
You lose here, and it is a long wait. A month till Toronto, an entire tournament. Having to sit and ready yourself for stage 2. NRG, a team that came in with the highest of expectations. Winning two of the biggest events in the offseason.
Yeah, a lot of people had them placed like number 1, number 2 coming into kickoff.
And that fell apart. People believed in a rebound in stage 1. They made playoffs, they looked okay. But now here in the playoffs, facing down a first round elimination. If they cannot win this 24th round and pull us to map 3.
Forget that, they gotta go into OT first. Lot weighing on their minds right now. But they are gonna have a bye. They're gonna have the Rolling Thunder in Ethan's hands as well. So far, the early brawls into A have been sort of so-so. Some have gone their way, some haven't. It's been pivoting back into B and Garage. More often than not, that NRG have found some success when they strung together those 3 rounds in the middle of it all. So aggro over here, and Finesse is stunned up inside of the cage. How is he taking this timing? That's ridiculous, but he doesn't get the opener.
His team will react into B. Mata dashes deep. Hunter's Fury onto the site. EU will get some damage. No kill.
Mata up so far forward. Cryo has an idea though, on 46 HP. And
Rolling
now the Rolling
Thunder.
Thunder to push him down.
He has his shield. He has his ult. And he wants to use it. Gets a grab onto the Teo. A 1v1 against Brock. Shield gone. Brock can't do it again. And it's a 5-on-3 now. NRG trying to keep their stage alive, but Asuna, he's on the spike. He's defusing. They're not letting go. NRG barely stop it. And now Mata, 1v4, facing the music. And he can't stand. 100 Thieves, 2-0. Deny NRG their chance at Toronto. They stay alive in the lower bracket.
That second map was a close affair, but another monster performance out of Xander. This guy showed up to play today. Look, yesterday for 100 Thieves, speed bump for them. If Xander can play like that, this team has some fight in them left.
There was questions of him replacing Bang to start this year. Some rough games for 100 Thieves, but takes over here, earns a 2-0 victory. And another chance. They'd have to win 2 more games in this lower bracket just to make it to Toronto. Trying to run back the script of Stage 1 last year and actually win it out. That's a much harder ask. But for today, they've got their win. And it was a dominant start. That Fracture was all 100 Thieves.
Oh yeah.
Asuna looked on point on the Neon. The aggro plays on defense. It was all put together.
It was all those early fights like you're talking about there that went so well. Then challenged a little bit more on this second, especially in the first half, right? Really struggled to deal with NRG sort of playing for those fast bloods. Som was locked in. Brock had a couple of monster rounds. But I think once we switched over to 100 Thieves on the defensive side, everything changed.
Big moment for Bustio. When they played in Kickoff, he was -30 on the series. The all-time stinker for the IGL, but he pulls it back here, has a solid individual performance, and gets a 2-0 win for the team.
He was talking his trash and he came in and he won the series. That's what you like to see. Had to get a little bit down in the weeds towards the end, but this round is, I think, what did it. 400 Thieves. Xander with the 4-piece. Had a few, I mean, what, did he have 2 or 3 4Ks?
There was a lot of them from Xander. He was absolutely frying today. See his teammates hyping him up, celebrating there as they get this win. But of course, that means we have to say goodbye to NRG. We were talking about the lofty expectations of this team, the hope of the fans to see Finesse and Som playing back together again, but they could not put it together here in Stage 1.
Yeah. I think there was hope coming in that, hey, NRG, that Omega bracket looks so stacked, right, with G2, MIBR, C9. Maybe they could put up more of a fight up against these alpha teams. And they had their moments. You could see it, right? Especially, I mean, Mata throughout the year has looked good, but today, especially, like, Som had a few pretty big rounds to keep things competitive.
Well, today, it's all about 100 Thieves. They take the win here, and we'll have to check in with Asuna, standing by with Elizabeth for your Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Mimi and Ender. And yes, I have Asuna from 100 Thieves with me. Right away, something I want to ask you is that when we see you on broadcast, they cut to you a lot being hype, being in these moments, you know, yelling things to your team that, like, I think I'm too old to understand. Would you call yourself an emotional leader of 100 Thieves in that way?
I think we have a lot of emotional leaders, and I think all of us combining just makes a really big snowball, like an avalanche. So, you know, we just try to make sure that we're all, I don't know, feeling alive in the game and, like, giving our all. You know, talking there should be no silence in a game like Valorant, and if we're silent, then we're like shutting down in a way. So my goal today was to just bring a lot of energy and make sure that no matter what, we went down with a fight.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, you did not go down. You won. You took down NRG 2-0, making almost all of our analyst predictions wrong.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Mimi said you guys would win. Everyone else said NRG, so thank you for proving us wrong.
Thank you, Minnie.
Why do you think, in a kind of a roundabout way, why do you think everyone predicted NRG over 100 Thieves? Do you think it was recency bias? Do you think it was just, you know, NRG being Leviathan? What was it?
I think it's because the style we play is very much, we either look really bad or really good. There's no real in between, and our goal is to win. And the style that we're aiming for is similar like T1. And, you know, they're definitely as well a team where some days you look really good and some days you look really bad. And if you see a lot of bad days in a row, you end up just like not really rooting for us and picking us. But obviously, I think today we played pretty good. There's a lot of things we can clean up, especially on Haven Attack. But overall, happy with how everyone played. And we have another prac day before our match on Sunday. I don't know what day it is.
It doesn't matter. You 1-2-0. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. One last question for you. You still have, like you're saying, you have a lot of road to get there to Toronto. How is 100 Thieves going to make it to Toronto?
Winning.
You gotta give me more than that, Osna. Come on.
I think it's just being really confident and playing with, confidence and just playing our own game and not letting other people dictate it. And yeah, just being emotional.
Right, emotional sensor. Well, thank you so much. Everyone give it up for Osna. But we have a game to get to. Stay tuned.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
For us, since we're 4th seed right now,
If you lose one, you're out. So it's basically where you have to really like lock in.
Fair enough. He might just be forced into.
I wasn't ready for that. Obviously, C9 has shown like a lot of promise. They've been performing pretty well, and obviously it's not going to be like a pretty easy game, but we're hoping for the best.
Feeling confident against EG, of course. At the end of the day, I know that we'll be prepared and we'll be able to handle whatever they throw at us. With Ye or Derek, you know, hopefully they don't have life games like I do every playoff series.
Doing a great job of controlling the game when they know they have it, keeping it locked down.
I look forward to having the pressure and then lower bracket run, and I'm very confident. I'm sure my team is very confident, and that we'll make it to Toronto.
And then there were 7. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas Stage 1 Playoffs and our second elimination match on this Friday. You got Cloud9 going up against Evil Geniuses. GB here alongside Brennan Van Silly as we break it all down. And why don't we go ahead and take a gander at our updated bracket. Now that NRG is eliminated, they will move on, or sorry, 100 Thieves will move on in the competition. NRG, we will see you in Stage 2, but that sets up what we have on the horizon for our second elimination matchup. EGC9. And you know what? I mean, guys, let's just jump right into it because, you know, for Evil Geniuses, man, this was a journey for them to get to this point. In fact, I honestly was kind of shocked, you know, given how things had gone throughout the season for them. It felt really slow. Felt like they weren't going to find their bearings in enough time, but then they managed to squeak one real tough one against Loud, and hey, here they are, 4th seed.
And a story around the community, it's pretty much the same run that happened last year, right? Slow starts, turning around into the midseason of Split 1. They go into Masters 2. They start going to a run into the Grand Finals. Then they win champs. Is this going to be a similar storyline with a different team?
I don't think so with this EG team, even though I'm expecting them to do quite well today. They have only really showed one tempo so far, and it's playing slow, the slow play for themselves as well, and, you know, kind of opting into maps, I think, where that really works out well for them. But until they prove that they can shift it up another gear, that's the extra element that most teams that are great, that are going to go on to win events and go to these big events.
But doesn't that run counter to C9 though, Brent?
Yes, and so that's a point that we can possibly put into the favor of EG, I think, in this opening matchup, is that if Cloud9 don't know how to temper their own pace today, EG should have an advantage. Their playstyle, I think, matches up pretty well against them.
And I feel like C9 did have a little bit of that, being able to throw 2 different gears against their opponents yesterday. Although facing adversity and losing and having to play the comeback, we still saw a little bit of that changing of pace out of the side of C9. But I gotta say though, unfortunately I'm gonna have to disagree with you guys onto EG. Yes, they were playing very slow, for example, against a team like Crew, right? They were staying back towards the spawn. They were able to overtake them quite a lot. But they're also playing maps like, for example, on Waylay Haven, where you do need to be aggressive, and they do have those flash in the pan that they could bring it up if they want to. I think they're just very good at playing against the tempo of their opponents, understanding how their opponents play. So I feel like, as you were mentioning, Bren, yes, because of that, it might look like a similar storyline and a similar battle between like a Cloud9 or like a aggression of Crew. So I still think there's more to it than EG than just the slow team.
Yeah, well, hey, and a great pivot for us here because, you know, when you think about the strategies and how this all comes to fruition for Evil Geniuses, it starts and ends with Potter, who we have standing by with Coach Liz. Check it out.
Now, Potter, there is some concern that EG cannot perform at anything but kind of the slower pace that we're used to seeing from you guys. Is that something that you're aware of? Is that something you're fine with?
I think that's fair. You know, since the beginning of the year, we've been really working hard on getting map control and building synergy and learning how to default with each other, and that takes time. And so it's definitely been a process, but we're feeling really good right now. So I think today's match, there should be a little bit more aggression with the control.
Well, C9's a very aggressive team, so, and slowness usually can punish that. So is that something you're going to still do, or?
You know, when their aggression is obvious on the map, it's something we respond really well with. So I think today's matchup is something we should be able to handle really well.
Well, best of luck today.
Thank you.
See?
Always love
aggression.
Always love him. See, aggression.
I told you.
No, I always love listening to Potter talk about the game because she's obviously got such a great mind for it. But I think also, Brent, it goes to, you know, a lot of the same things that we were identifying, right? I thought it was interesting her mentioning the defaulting and how it's very important for, you know, them to have to lock those down in those critical moments.
Any team that's struggling is going to be trying to focus on the fundamentals to try and build up first. The first building block has to be just map control. Are you playing off of each other well? Are you taking map control well? well, and they are doing that actually with their slow play. It's just the issue arises when they are needing to increase the pace. When there is a moment, there's a weakness in the opponent's setup, they're not jumping on those opportunities as fluidly as the very best are. But that's something you have to build up to. As Potter was saying, you got to focus on one thing at a time, slow defaults, and it's looking good when that is the case and when teams will play into them.
Yeah, and what I also like about this EG team too is that they got a decent amount of versatility, right? And did not expect that coming from Ye Vansili, right? He's coming in here giving these guys a ton of different looks, a ton of different options. You need him on a duelist, you need him on a, like, this guy is really coming into his own in a different way than what we've known El Diablo to be all throughout his career.
And playing some Clove when you need to on a map like this as well, right? So definitely he has been rather a key piece to EG's successes so far. Although, albeit at the beginning of the kickoff and even at the split, it didn't look like Ye was comfortable into these roles and what was needed and necessary coming out of him. But definitely when it turned things around in that matchup against Crew, and the matchup after against Loud, it was also very good. And yeah, it's going deep, mainly around like even smoking to Sentinel to Duelist. I love that we get to see Ye back on the Jet.
Yeah, I think there's overarching narratives as well that really center around players like Ye. For EG, they are this team that is players land on it really to get a chance at redemption, I think, as well. Cloud9 on the other side, they're a team that's really just looking to offset the narratives that are swirling around them as being chokers in playoffs. Either way, they have one game to showcase it. Are you going to be able to redeem yourself? Are you going to be able to make it even further? It's a lower bracket, right? So listen, there's no more mistakes that you can really make.
Well, look, when you're in those moments, you turn to a Superman. Yes, because I'm not proud of myself for that one, even though everyone's probably typing cringe in the chat right now. I can give a flying rat's behind. In any case, though, Superman, though, I mean, this guy is genuinely, though, playing out of his mind. Like, really, it sounds corny, but they called for a hero and they got it, Vansili.
Yeah, well, originally when you're looking at the roster as well with the pickup from Ye, you'd think it would have been Ye as well. And even Superman going into has a very similar storyline than Ye. You start the season fairly slow, but then you actually see the true potential of what Superman could unlock for this roster for EG. Somebody that's been sought out for after Potter was looking for the longest time, and now being able to take him, and now showing the presence that he has, and you know the multi-kills he's able to bring for the team. You're starting to see the true potential of this player, and maybe he is that all-star player for EG.
Yeah, and I need to see him keep up this form all throughout playoffs, I think, for EG to stand a chance. Because the calling, if that's going to be a problem for you, one of the best ways to open it up is your Lurk player, your Sentinel player, finding opportunities, getting picks, giving you pivot options as well. Superman has been doing that. He needs to keep it going.
Yeah, indeed he does. Now, pivoting, though, to their opponents, you got Cloud9, who's going to be facing elimination today. And look, I'm going to keep it $150 with y'all. It's not the first time I've had to say those words out loud. So let's actually send it over to Elizabeth for more on the team and their journey.
Cloud9 has been a part of VALORANT esports since the beginning. Remember when they had TENS back in 2020? In 2021, TENS moved on to Sentinels, and Cloud9 reinvented their team with new players like Leaf, Zeppa, and Vanity. This squad gelled and performed well throughout the year, managing to qualify for the biggest event ever, Champions Berlin. Cloud9 got knocked out by Team Liquid in the bracket stage, but despite the loss, the future was bright for this team. Cloud9 would be back on the global stage next year, even stronger, but that's not what happened. Cloud9 has never qualified for a global since the first Champions. Hype was at a all-time high in 2023 following the signing of Ye, arguably the best player in the league. But within months, Ye and Vanity were gone, and the roster was reinvented once again. A squad of rookies managed to go 8-1 in the 2023 regular season, yet failed to come through clutch and qualify for Masters Tokyo or Champions Los Angeles. The following year, the roster changed once again. A new face joined the team. Oxy injected a shot of life into C9 and helped propel them to a 5-1 start in 2024. But you know the rest of the story. They missed out on globals and changed their roster yet again. And now we're in 2025, a mix of new faces and old. It has been 1,275 days since Cloud9 qualified for a global. Did they finally find the magic formula and break the curse? We're about to find out. Let's send it back to the desk.
Excellent breakdown, Liz. And guys, I just got to say, though, like looking at what we saw yesterday against Sentinels, I do feel like this C9 team has what it takes. But man, it just get the dub, man.
Small mistakes happen, though, and it rendered very costly. They had to be quite clean this time against EG, because against Sentinels, they just had to come back the whole game, and they could never close it into the next map.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 just need to keep it into their heads that a prophecy just cannot be self-fulfilling. You can't be thinking about this org's lack of success in terms of making it to the big stage over and over again, the plus 1,000 days, whatever it was. Focus on this one game right now. This is it, one step at a time.
That's right. You got to live in the moment if you're C9. This is it. Do or die for both teams as they're facing elimination here in the playoffs. Let's send it over to the stage and bring out our squads.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to get this elimination match started. Give it up for Evil Geniuses!
Now look, I'm just going to say that I think for Evil Geniuses, what has been most interesting for me is I feel like they're kind of playing a little bit with house money right now. You know, I don't think a lot of people felt like they were a team that was capable of being in the playoffs. They're here now, so now it's kind of just like, do what you want. You know, the world is your oyster, Vincent.
For sure, but at the same time, I also feel that this is a roster for EG that is starting to believe in themselves too. The first dominant victory versus Crew, but then secondly, the victory versus Loud, even though it didn't mean much into the standings, the fact that they were able to win a series and push this to a third map and win the third map for the first time they split, that tells a lot for this team. They were really relieved in terms of the tenacity.
And I do want to clarify, not to disparage, but I do genuinely feel like this EG team, they have found something. Maybe this could be their opportunity.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Cloud9!
And Bren, we spoke extensively about C9. We heard Liz's breakdown of their history, what they've done. But this is it now, man. You know that your backs are against the wall. And I will say, I'm kind of disappointed that Imi's not out here with the chest hair on.
Yeah, absolutely. But for Cloud9, they're a team with, I think, just unlimited potential overall.
Yes,
you know it from the way that they play.
More.
You see it from an individual's basis as well, from map to map, from time to time. But it's all about how you make it click in the moment. And I got to say, the biggest thing for them has got to be just locking in, focusing on this one match. Forget about the stakes. Forget about what it means if you end up losing this. Again, falling into the same trap that this org is falling into. The players represent the orgs in some way, but you are not the org. You are your own people, your own identity, and you got to focus on the here and now. And looking at this map draft, there's some interesting things to know, I think. EG in particular picking Fracture. This is a map that's almost synonymous with constant fighting as soon as the barriers will drop down. I've got a bit of an inclination that they might be picking this to try and bait and pull Cloud9 into taking these fights at barrier drops and trying to really just absorb the aggression like EG have been doing, playing these slow games to try and bait Cloud9 to overfight and overextend a little bit. That might be where they're going with this pick.
Yeah, which they were able to do for a bit against 100 Thieves when they played against 100 Thieves, until 100 Thieves was like, okay, wait, we actually do know how EG's playing. We could counteract on how passive they've been playing on the attack side, and then it became very one-sided. But there has been some good in terms, like you mentioned it, Brent, working fundamentals on the EG side on that very map that they lost. That still looks good. If that continues on for that, it'll be looking quite swell. The thing is though, the second map is going to Icebox. That's been a map for EG that's been permanently banning as I think it was the first ban for every series that they've done, but they started floating that map over into the mid-season when it was like against Crew or EG or Sentinels rather. So it tells me that they actually always had something planned for a map like Ascent or Icebox. They just wanted to wait until the playoffs to actually showcase that, and I'm looking forward to that second map at least.
Yeah, could maybe be a little bit of 4D chess there from Coach Potter and the rest 100%. Of the squad, but here's the agent select here, and again with Fracture, nothing really all that crazy. Got a lot of good setup here, and I'm really just expecting, Oxy go kill on that Neon.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning as well, for as much as I've been talking about Cloud9 being this pacey team that want to opt into fights, they have shown a lot of nuance, I think, this year. They don't entirely play like this where they're brainless and turn it off. They do pick and choose fights at the right moments as well, so it's not going to be too easy of a task, I would say, for EG, just to really just try and play slow and hoping that Cloud9 going to be opting into fights on their pace. Cloud9 are a very, very dangerous team. They still should be considered, I think, the favorites in this one.
And I think at the helm of that is also paying attention to what Nature could bring here as the IGL for this team, because he seems to be able to read those enemies, his opponents, quite well. And at the same time, within the fight, within the server itself, pay attention to this utility that he uses as the initiator to prevent these aggressive pushes that they were able to do against Crew. If this is going to be a very similar playstyle from Cloud9, you could expect that for EG, they could really snuff this aggression coming out from that side.
All right, folks. Well, this is it, our second elimination match of the day. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's a life or death matchup, and you got Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Thank you so much, guys. Riot Games Arena, the stakes are perfectly simple. It doesn't get any more complicated than this. You win, you advance, you lose, you're done for a really long time. Dre, let's talk about compositions right off the bat. We're heading into Fracture. We already saw some changes on the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, we got Ye on the Cypher now, and I think that's because of the pressure that 100 Thieves previously put on them with a Neon comp that's similar to Cloud9's. Now, Ye can use a lot of those trips, that camera work to deal with that aggressive defensive side stuff that the Neon can cook up.
Just a few moments away. You mentioned Oxy on the Neon. I imagine a lot of the game plan will be for Ye to find value in countering that. EG is starting off on the defensive side, so we're going to figure out how effective that is right off the bat. It's Cloud9 down 4 on the southern side, sniffing around the B side of the map.
Interesting use of the Teo salvos from Cloud9 early on is to break some of those trips. None of them here, though.
Oxy will try to follow the drone, but will only waltz his way into Ye's crosshair. 2 kills found, make that 3 for El Diablo as he's got 4. Coming to life right off the bat. And the ace delivered for Evil Geniuses. iBuyPower ace coming through as the pistol goes the way of the defense.
If this is how EG are stepping into playoffs with Ye popping off with an ace right off the bat, I'm scared for other teams. And what a heads-up play from Ye. I think he held onto that trip, placed it late, so it got value in the middle of the round. Those salvos used from Cloud9 early on were to break said trip.
Remember to make sure you follow at iBuyPower on social media. Use hashtag #UnlockYourAce for a chance to win some goodies. EG up early. Cloud9 with a non-existent buy, looking to right the ship.
Such a healthy buy from EG as well. You got 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian, Derek, the only one sitting on that Ghost that he brings over from the previous round. Orbs were gathered for Cloud9. Trying to get something, but now some proactivity from EG. They clear out all the bottom side of the map. There is a Cypher cam that they did not spot. Again, salvos being used to try to break some of those trips that Ye has been putting down.
Yeah, but that thing's at 30,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, very unique trip. Big struggle EG has had in the past on this map. They are 1-1 on it. Their only win being against Furia was retaking. Their defensive side was lacking. This time with superior firepower, opting to play the slow game, allowing that spike to be planted and waiting for these A main players to reconvene.
Tripwire destroyed.
Spike planted.
Mitch committing it to spike just on the other side of the utility. And Derek feeling a lot of that pressure, scaling him back. Buying time, now committing to the fight. And oh boy, this is not going the way Evil Geniuses were looking for. A couple of kills traded. Vic with 3. And now they're going to have this utility to play around, but I don't think it's going to... Oh, well, it's going to stop him, but he got it to half. It's going to be Icy in a 1v1. Already been gotten to half. Mitch with a decent bit of utility as well. Time is running shorter and shorter. Icy on the tap. The swing comes through. Ball line not connecting. The second dose, he turns the flash. Time is short. He's got to commit onto it. And I don't know that Icy's going to have the time. It's a thrifty round win conversion for Cloud9.
And we are in for a banger matchup. Ye gets an ace in the first round, but the pressure that Cloud9 put onto EG, pushing lane right here, it was too much. Vic got 3 into the round with that classic, so sharp with it. The way that Mitch cycled his utility in heaven right there has Cloud9 fired up, and Mitch is somebody who really shined in their last series against Sentinel as well, Doug. He was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Zeppa and Oxy didn't really get much going in their last series. Now, with an opportunity to make that up. Zeppa's been known to be the underground king of Fracture, at least against NRG.
Yeah, he had a field day there. Cloud9 will spike in tow. Grabbing a couple orbs. Still have so much of the map they can play around. I mean, look at how far Ned is up towards B.
Yeah, the approach so far from Cloud9 after that pistol round was taking dish control early on with a 4-1. Trap play being made here, but that Neon allows you to get out Use your stun to reciprocate. Now everybody grouped up here with that cut of noise. Rotations are being made, and Icy gets picked off by Oxy. That's a free A site now.
You imagine they're going to try to rotate back. The defense hadn't gone too far off. But the gun difference is going to be a serious problem for Evil Geniuses. So Cloud9 fill into the space. Should get the spike down here in just a moment. And Mitch will get one step closer to having the Rolling Thunder online.
Salvos were used pretty early on here for Derek, but it does not stop the spike from being planted. And these players from B site just now reaching A main.
Tripwire destroyed.
That knows. Fault line. Provide a little bit of cover. Ye getting 2. Traded back though. And the cage will not save net. Had a couple of silly rounds already. Are we due for another?
There's still Teo Salvos online for Zeppa. It's going to be the contingency plan, but Mitch gets taken out way too early. There might be a window of opportunity.
One down. If the time works out, they might have a shot at this. He's going to fill in behind it. I don't know how Zeppa's going to fill into this. He can't. Will the defuse land? I think it's a little short. Oh my gosh, it's not.
Thrifty after thrifty. EG, they took their time on this retake, but it ends up working for them. The players in A main doing so much damage. Look at Ye, he's just on one today, man.
Nice! Look at it.
And another swing of momentum. Another swing of momentum. Going the way of EG, and you gotta feel like Cloud9, all this talk about choking and legacy of Cloud9, it's showing a little bit. I feel like they have advantages in a lot of these rounds, even in their last series against Sen.
I don't
but
know.
it just gets it just gets stripped away from them, Doug.
I feel like both teams have had to dance with that pressure early on. Both teams have had their mettle tested. Both teams have had the opportunity to break, and I think it just comes down to who's going to be the last one standing when all is said and done. We've had, what, 2 thrifties already?
Yeah.
We've played 3 rounds. That Armageddon's going to cause some problems as Oxy tucks up from behind it. Besting the final ball so far, and Evil Genius is finding a lot of space onto the site. Still plenty of work to be done, though. Icy now, rocket popped. No target found yet, and I don't know that there will be one to claim. Vic has his ult.
One enemy remaining.
It's going to be they're still going to have to deal with so much, and it may have been too early. Preemptive nade, Vic falls to it, excuse me, as the defuse comes through. EG gets a 3.
Yeah, the difference this time around for EG on their retake is the trip placement from Ye. We had trips that were so far back this time, waiting for any type of aggressive push that they were expecting C9 to do. And it ended up paying out for them. They're then able to use all their utility on the site, set up for their retake, and Icy, yeah, he has to invest a showstopper, but it's so worth it. You cannot allow Cloud9 a way back in once again. So now, EG sitting nice in terms of their economy. And a change of trips once more for Ye. Trip in heaven. Picks up the trip to dodge the salvos. He's so quick with this, Doug. And it's so small, but it's so important.
Making those changes on the fly. Helping them live to fight another day. Orb picked up. Mitch's ult now online.
My camera is destroyed.
Quick tag, quick swing. Remember how good Ye's been. Currently sitting at 8 and 3. No joy this time around.
While all that commotion was made in B main, Derek decided to re-clear dish, but this information is now gathered for Cloud9 Mitch. Understanding that maybe A is going to be a little bit weaker now. We could do a split, a 4-1 on the bottom side.
There's still some of this utility. Nature's going to have a stun as a counter, and that might be enough to dissuade and to delay.
Still 4 members here for the side of EG, and Ye's creeping up into sight.
Yeah, there was enough delay to bolster the reinforcements, and again, Ye with 2. Cloud9 doesn't even have the spike in hand right now. Oxy's going to have to rotate back, scoop it up, and that's just the first part of the equation.
30 seconds left.
If Net can find an opening here to even the score. It doesn't look like EG are going to give them the time of day, though. A main will be taken. It's going to be a crunch onto the actual site. Maybe that fault line's coming up soon.
Take a quick glance at utility. Nature stun right up, as you were mentioning. Off with the swing on it. Net not able to control the shots. Oxy will crumble as well. EG creating a little separation.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to Ye, though. Let's just keep it a buck, Doug. I mean, this guy is peeking out through neon walls, getting 2 at a time. He starts off the game with an ace on pistol round. Playoff Ye is real, man. We have not seen this out of him in years, man. 10-4 right now. Look at that shot onto Mitch, just ultra instinct.
One enemy remaining.
And the pressure that EG are putting on Cloud9 on these retakes, it's just too much to handle. It's up to Imi now to slow things down for Cloud9. Try to formulate a plan of what's going wrong right now. Cloud9 had a good read into that round. Oxy got a great entry, but they're just not ready for these randomly timed swings through smokes or a player on an off angle right now, and it's very early on, but this is getting out of hand. And for EG, just keep disrupting. It's been working so far. Keep putting Ye in a spot where he can maneuver around these smokes or his cages if he needs to, and just go for broke. I mean, if he's getting 2 every single time he's dying, you don't even need the trips to play off of.
Yeah, 10 kills through 5 rounds. That's a great average. I mean, I'd take that any day of the week.
Again, when was the last time we see Ye have a performance like this?
I think there are a lot of questions around the firepower potentially lacking against Evil Geniuses, because what are you going to do when Vic pops off? What do you do when Oxy pops off? You know, Zep was good for it too, but I mean, Ye's been the one who's answered the call, at least early. Here on Fracture, as you were mentioning, plenty of game left to be played. You take a look at the purchase for Cloud9, a couple of stingers, an ult for Oxy. You imagine they're going to want to use it here. All 5 north side, too.
Yeah, another top side default this time. Net along with the squad. I think just going to try to drag a rotation onto this A side. Maybe throw a little bit of a fake here if you're Cloud9. Just have this neon slide all the way out A while everybody goes up B. But if you look at Ye's setup right now, he's so far back. That heaven trip, that could get a lot of value here too.
He's also holding the cross.
I mean, he might just take out a player on a timing peak here. He's been doing it all game long, right?
Yeah, 1 tap, 2 tap, just like that. Pushed off by the smoke, at least for now.
Yeah, this A fake was the play. Look at that fault line from Arcade.
It's not even just a fake. There has to be a lot of scaling behind it. But Soup is able to extinguish it just as quickly as it starts. Fuse put out, now ult popped. And Ye getting all of the info. The veil has been lifted. Now they realize Cloud9 is out on B. Remember, the purchase is not great. The buy is light. Can they find their way around this? Waiting for Cloud9 to fully commit, and now the Rolling Thunder's going to try to push them back. I don't believe Vic was tagged, but he's got a sheriff. That's certainly going to help things. That sure might be exactly what he needed. Overstrike now invested. Soup and Icy both with rifles in hand. Soup was weak though. He's going to get his 1. Potentially falling down to a 1v1. Mitch trying to find any little window that he can. And he swings right into it now. Mitch left in a 1v1. Icy has already dropped one of these. Can he deliver the second time around? Oh, Icy stands strong. The defuse comes through. EG gets a 5.
For a second there, we thought Icy was going to stick that spike and Mitch would have done it again the way that Cloud9 won their first round. But he quickly gets off of that spike and connects the headshot. What poise from the rookie, man. Unreal. He's been somebody that's been fairly quiet as well. For him to step up and win a 1v1 like that against Mitch, who's been so sharp, even with a worse arsenal, is very impressive for EG. This is a different type of EG that we're seeing here today, Doug. We got to point it out, man.
So far, I am inclined to agree with you, yeah.
We thought maybe they could be in danger after getting thriftied, but to answer back and to win these rounds the way that they're doing it. Let's see if they can handle this pressure into Arcade, though. Oxy slips past. Icy does have that operator right now.
Right now, it's just Oxy who might be under threat. Forget about the op. Brother Salvo's on one side, Nate on the other. It's Michael Bay film.
Now you're kind of ready for this. drop hit as well. I mean, you have Nature sitting on site. He's so good at maneuvering around this pillar.
Derek peeking out just on the other side of the smoke. Cloud9, it's a pump fake, not committing to the hit. They're going to rotate off, but they don't really have any space towards B either.
And you're running into Ye. Ye's sitting in heaven quite nicely, but I think they're going to regroup, maybe go back A main on this hit. But if they don't show anything towards B at all, there's no need for EG members to move.
Yeah, 40 seconds left on the clock, too.
They're deciding to go A main. There's still a trip up there. Or B main. There's still a trip up there. And Icy still has that
30
operator.
seconds left.
Full sights ahead. Vic's going to have to smoke him off.
Oh, and it's the standard trip, too. It's not that crazy angled one. Icy connects. Salvos to try to buy a little cover, but it's just not enough. Icy and Ye both coming to life, but Net puts one out.
There's just no time, though, and you're not even going to be able to save. Icy's on the hunt. The double satchel in. No smoke there to block off the operator sight lines for Icy is a bit of an oversight.
Nope, nobody really performing on the side of Cloud9 here.
You just can't be making small mistakes like that, but this trap play that EG set in motion to fish out that deposit of Oxy, that worked beautifully for Evil Geniuses. Full momentum for EG right now. Icy hitting some really nice op shots. He has his second showstopper of the map.
He's gonna get pushed off of this early on. A little bit of an exchange of utility. And now the second approach. You mentioned that op line still there. Icy now having satchel away. While they're nipping at his heels, flashing him, trying to swing out. And Nature and Derek keep him back.
He's still sitting here. He wants the smoke. But a 5v3. I mean, EG, everyone here. Net is going to have to come up huge here, but he only has a stinger, man.
You're asking him to make a lot out of a little.
I wonder if Icy's going to invest this showstopper, try to save that. Doesn't even need to. He gets the off pick onto Zeppa.
Yeah, I imagine you're going to want to carry that over and continue to have that pressure.
This might be, well, I was going to say it might be a flawless, but you know how the saying goes.
Vic in 1v4. And he will succumb to the pressure of Evil Geniuses. They will get up to 7. You still have the op for Icy and his ult alongside Derek's too.
I love the confidence we're seeing from Icy right now. He held his ground in that door and didn't care about the utility that was thrown his way because of the supporting cast. He had so much faith in Nature and Derek to support him. It just looked beautiful. I mean, look at this. Cloud9 were not ready for the follow-up there.
I think we need to start bringing that conversation back up around Cloud9 and their performance in playoffs.
Yes.
Because I think you come into this series and it's against Evil Geniuses and you think, okay, this should be a chance for them to right their wrongs, right? To right the ship, the struggles, the demons that they've had for so many years now, but it seems like that has not been cleared out of their closets.
This looks like a completely different team from what we've seen from just a day ago. Nothing really working for Cloud9, like you were mentioning. Nobody really having any pop-off moments. The only round they won was off of Mitch having a ridiculous thrifty clutch.
Hey, nobody's even positive right now, and we're 8 rounds into the game.
Yeah, this time a B hit. Vic will get the head-to-head against Derek, but I see he's still here with the showstopper.
Mitch committing to getting the plant down. And there's the ult popped up close and personal. He'll pay for it with his life, but the damage has been dealt. Again, now ult used to betray the positions of the opposition.
If you're EG right now, you have to speed up this retake, but with the flank around from Oxy, this Neon, I don't think EG are going to be ready for this one, man.
And Vic has his ult too. They can play this as far back as they want. Oxy lighting up the kill feed, showing signs of life. A breath of fresh air for Cloud9.
And for Cloud9, you get away with not having to use the Armageddon. You get away with not having to use the Breach ult as well. These are heavy-hitting ults that you can use in the post plant. If they can get onto site again, maybe they can salvage this half. That showstopper going 1-for-1 really did feel like, yeah, it really felt like the nail in the coffin in this round specifically for EG. Still looking really healthy though. Still an operator in play. Derek has the Armageddon of his own. This time Icy putting his sights on B main, adjusting. Last time he was Arcade.
Cheeky trip again. Icy landing the shot onto Oxy. He's gonna re-aggro into this?
Yeah. He almost gets timing there as well. He's playing so confidently right now, but the speed up towards A, Nature, he doesn't have the rotates here quite yet. Those salvos will delay and fault line.
That ult is gonna cause some problems.
Drone is down.
They're gonna fill him behind this. Yay, playing up close in the cage. With Superman close by. Oh. Cage down, Yay falls. But I don't think they're expecting Supa here.
I mean, they're holding for him, but there's still so many members of Evil Geniuses on the A site. This fault line is going to come back up for Nature.
Boy, patience was not a virtue there. Meanwhile, Net overwhelming Nature. Icy finding a kill with the op. Big. They very uncomfortable. And Net will fall. Icy does too. Cloud9 get another.
The win condition right now for Cloud9 was that speed up towards A, taking Sands, but then freezing. I think Evil Geniuses did a good job of delaying with utility to buy time for those rotations, but it looked like Ye just got caught out when that smoke dropped, not understanding that that was going to be a timing. That little freeze from Cloud9 was so unsettling for EG that they just felt like they had to show their bodies. And they got punished for it. So it feels like a shift in momentum towards Cloud9 now.
Yeah,
Prompts a timeout for EG.
I agree with you. The tides are turning for sure.
And they chipped away at the economy as well. Viewers out there can't see it, but it's going to be a bit of a thrifty buy from EG. Let's see how Cloud9 can approach this round and see if it's any different from their last one, because, man, it was less than ideal for Cloud9 the last time around.
Gotta love the classic esports shoes shot.
Yeah.
Gotta get one of those to broadcast, right?
Something I want to keep track of. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So I was going to say, something I want to keep track of as this series progresses is Oxy and his individual performance. Last year when these two teams faced, he went 76-45. That's plus 31. Yeah, that series went 3 maps. So far, a bit of a rough start, but he's been bringing it back slowly.
As has the rest of Cloud9.
Icy crept up. He passed Ye in the scoreline as well. 13-6 on him. Remember, he was using that operator, getting tons of picks already. So after the timeout, call from Potter and Co. is to do a B main smoke, and with that breach flash being used from Cloud9, Arcade is being taken. Proactivity in the thrifty for EG. They're going to be spotted by a cam here, and that's going to prompt a speed up B main though.
Meanwhile, EG taking a lot of space towards Dish. Ye will fall. Mitch pushing the pace. Oh boy, what in the world? What in the world was that? Derek will fall too, and now they realize there's a lot of pressure being applied on the northern side, and they can turn all attention that way. Excuse me? With a stinger?
Yep. Most insane gun in the game. I mean, what is going on here? Oxy's sitting pretty low. This should have been clean for Cloud9.
It's
still an uphill battle, though.
Right.
Still an uphill
I
battle.
wouldn't say it's messy yet, but it's far from spotless. Oxy's 11-8.
What?
Okay. We've really made a mess of this now, haven't we?
It's getting too silly for me, Doug.
Spike continues to tick away. I still don't know that there's going to be enough time. Evil Geniuses want to have a say in how this plays out. Nature falls. I don't think Icy even got it to half. No. Vic gets his 2. Cloud9 gets a 4. And it's the same story on the other side of their timeout.
I think Cloud9 did a great job of dissecting where EG was trying to get proactive. They eliminated a lot of the map control. And once they took control of this B main, yeah, Mitch slipping in this underpass helping out Net, who was about to get crunched, was enough of a distraction for even Net himself to get value running out of his own cage. So methodically working the map, not getting thrifty this time, is really good progress to get closer to shortening this lead.
Good night. Dude, yeah, still getting one there is criminal.
There's so much utility being used on Oxy in that moment. Look at this A main push from the bottom side.
Yeah, they're speeding up. Trip is still going to keep them back, but Mitch, that's an up.
Yeah, he sees 3.
And now they have to speed up going the other way, but there's not a lot of room for them to breathe. Instead, they decide to dig their heels in, decide to try to take the fight, and it's all EG's for now. Vic left alone, and he cannot convert for Cloud9.
No hesitation on that bottom side push from EG. They knew that they were going to be faced with all those members in A main, and Icy, he got his 3rd showstopper in that half. Yeah, he doesn't get value from it, but the pressure that puts on alone allowed for everybody else from EG to step up and just smother the players that were stuck in A main.
Neither team really hesitating on that trigger. They wanted to swing, they wanted to take the fight, and it's Cloud9 who emerges from the mess on top. We normally would throw it to a break here, but we've got a little special interview. It's Liz standing by with the guests. Liz, take it away.
Anything for you, Douglas Esports. And I'm here with Nona Berlian, who you might recognize if you've been on the Indonesian streams of the VCT. This is the Indonesian host, everyone. Welcome to Los Angeles and welcome to VCT. Can we give a warm welcome to Nona coming to VCT Americas in Los Angeles? You said that earlier when we were just chatting, this is your first time in Los Angeles. You're on vacation and you're like, I'm just gonna show up to VCT Americas. You know, why would, on your vacation, why would you come here?
I mean, I want to watch Finesse playing before he retired again.
Girl, don't kick him while he's down. Oh my God. I want to talk about the Indonesian scene in Valorant, right? You know, we have some amazing players. You know, Aneri is one of my favorite players. You know, Forsaken, Mindfreak. Where does all that talent come from? The Indonesian scene? Is there what? Can you talk to me about that?
I mean, maybe because we just shoot on the heads. We don't think about the strat.
So, no strats, just shooting the easy, just click heads. I think maybe some people out here maybe just think about that too, right? Well, speaking about it here, we have C9 versus EG right now. We did some preds on the analyst desk. Can I ask you for your prediction? Scoreline, team, who's gonna win?
Scoreline?
Yes.
For this map or?
For the entire thing, like 2-1,
entire
2-0?
2-0 for EG, Live Evil.
Okay, clean. My last question for you moving forward, you've been in Americas, you've seen Finesse, and you've seen everyone. Is there anyone besides Finesse that you love?
Bustio. So they're playing against each other. It's like.
So Bustio retired your favorite?
Yeah.
So Bustio has to be your new favorite?
Yes.
Well, congratulations, Keldon. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm gonna send it back to the casters. Friends, the game is in your hands.
Thank you so much. In 8-4 half, Evil Geniuses looked like they were going to get overwhelmed. It seemed like a lot of the pressure that Cloud9 were able to muster would prove to be too much, but they salvaged things out, keep 4 rounds between the two, and now it's EG on the attacking side. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. There was a lot of talks around whether or not EG could muster the firepower to punch back. Dre, so far, so good.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous performance out of Icy and Ye, right? And these are the 2 players that you need shining for you if you want to close this map of Fracture out. Ye, he did such a good job of dealing with the aggression of Oxy on the defense. Can he do it here on the attacking side? Very methodical and slow approach from EG, taking control of Dish.
Or trying to.
So quietly, too, just now breaking the trip.
I thought he was going to try to duck under that trip.
So now, Cloud9 are aware that Dish control has been lost. Is there any proactivity to re-clear some space elsewhere? If not, might get caught off guard, but it looks like Mitch is setting up a trap play here with a fault line. Oxy's going to be there as well. Let's see how much value this gets and when they pull the trigger.
He's got it primed in at the ready. Missiles out, and there's not going to be any chance to really swing on the other side of the fault line, just enough to buy some time.
Too much hesitation and no map control now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Icy swinging boldly in front of the smoke, getting the best of Zep, but yes, traded. But you're starting to feel the grip loosen. Instead, Cloud9 doubling down on it. Only 2 remain, Derek and Supa. Trying to funnel their way out of heaven. It's all in Superman now. Can he swing into 3 with a classic?
I've seen him do some ridiculous things. I don't think this is one of them, Doug.
Light armor, I guess, but that high-low and 13 seconds left. No shot.
I was questioning Cloud9's decision-making on hesitating with that trap setup that they had, but they did it wisely so. They all fell back into sight, used those crossfires from Gen, that flood coming out. And Oxy, uncontested in heaven, got so much value on this pistol round.
One enemy remaining.
But how often can you get away with stuff like that? Surely,
baby.
in different situations, those trades don't go your way. And EG can swing it back. But Cloud9 now had an opportunity to come out of this round with a lot of guns in their favor. There's full B main control right now for EG. Everybody rotating from Cloud9.
Mitch, the only one hitting a little stutter step to make sure no one's quietly lurking towards A.
It's going to be a brawl here, Doug.
These brawls are, they often go the way of the team with the better weapons. That's a couple of, I mean, that's the Phantom and a Bulldog dropped, if I'm not mistaken, scooped up by Net.
And Superman has crept, almost crept into heaven here. Oh, that got close for Cloud9.
Closer than it should have been.
Yeah, Net was only 46 HP right there. If Super connects a headshot.
Derek has managed to upgrade a weapon. No armor, though. And he's heavily outnumbered. Tries to turn the flash and tuck behind the box, but is gunned down. Cloud9 get to 6. What did they carry over? A Phantom and 2 Bulldogs? That's not bad, Dre.
2 Bulldogs, not bad. Mitch took so long on that rotate, expecting a lurk towards that A side of the map. Wonder if they think that Ye is going to be trying to take some space opposite of the pack.
Which is oftentimes how EG like to play.
Back into it, man.
Yeah, it felt like he should have turned that, but timing just a little bit off. All things considered for EG, some good damage done, and a chance. They could have done it. That spray down could have gone differently. So it is going to be B main control again, showing the same type of look. This time, Ye reconvening with the team, and Net is all alone in heaven with a Bucky.
He's got layers upon layers of protection, given all that utility. One of them cleared out.
It get dangerous from here. Salvo is used to try to break trips, much like how Cloud9 approached their attacking side, but none of them broken. B main trip still in effect as well. This allows C9 to kind of second guess themselves on that rotate that they committed. With the stealth bot being used A main and not seeing anything though, that might be false information, and EG are going to play off of that. They can
they're going to try. I mean, look at the defense of Cloud9 though. They're still kind of around the middle of the map. Mitch still has a stun. Vic still has 2 smokes.
I got the spike.
It's not like they've fooled them by any means.
Yeah. Ye this entire time was sitting underpass trying to hear a rotation, but Cloud9, they made no steps on their actual rotate. It's still a fake though.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they are burning that candle from both ends.
Yeah, Spike is coming down.
They're going to try to rotate back to Rotate, and remember, it's Net, who is still here. Trip's still in play. Bucky at the ready. That's both Trips. Now found the stun. Will buy him a little bit of time. 13 seconds left. The spike getting committed. Net greeting Ye with open arms.
Gets an upgrade as well.
He's still going to have to fight out on the other side of it with 11 HP, just barely. Bullet grazing by his head. Derek getting a couple. Cloud9 going to have to fight their way through this retake. Oxy beaten and battered. And EG happy to take a step back. Happy to force them to take that fight. Supa gets 3 as EG take the round.
EG survived the bonus of Cloud9, but that got scrappy. Net, if he doesn't get that tag through a wall, if that connects, all of a sudden you have a 3v2 and the round's not in your favor. Getting that Bucky kill and the way that the cages were placed, it looked like he could have found a window to bring that one back to convert the bonus, but Superman in the clutch, swinging out, killing 2 there. Allows EG to full buy into this in Icy with his 4th showstopper. Let's see what EG have cooked up to enable him.
18 and 11. Do you turn the heat up here? Maybe inject a little pace.
feel like you have to. You've approached every single other round so slow, so methodical. You know Net was in heaven last time around. You understand that A main control is completely gone. But you're so scared to run through. KO missiles were used.
I love how Cloud9 play that. They clear the trip and then they give up the space. It's like a sixth man potentially knocking behind you.
Yeah, looks Super so worried about that A main push still. But EG, they're okay. They're comfortable in freezing rounds right now. And they're gonna go for this explosive hit, but it's Vic that ends up exploding the face of Icy.
And that's a showstopper, so they don't have that tool. Fault line Net once again gonna get challenged. It's stun for stun, and it's Net who comes out on top. It's gonna get traded back though as EG continue to creep their way forward out onto the site and establish control.
30 seconds left.
Defense is pretty far back. You take a look at the financial situation. It's not great for Cloud9.
Last player standing.
You call a save here. No, Zeph was going for it. A 1v2. He's gotten it down to a 1v1. Damage dealt.
Down B.
A reposition now. Ye has been an absolute monster. But can he deliver for Cloud9 again? He's turned onto it. Zeppa weak. Boldly swings into it anyway. Converts for Cloud9.
Before this round, Zeppa was sitting at 3 kills. No confidence in his favor. This could be what turns the tide for Cloud9 to crawl back, maybe amass a lead of their own. He has been the success of Cloud9 on the map of Fracture in the past. Yes, they played it twice, and yes, it was only against NRG, but still, he was dropping bombs, Doug. For him to be sitting at single digits is not what you need for Cloud9. Hopefully, winning that 1v2 can light some fire into him, build up some confidence.
Meanwhile, that Red Bull clutch keeping Cloud9 in the fight. Just when it seemed like EG might be able to run away with this thing. The buy for the attack, suboptimal. Oxy popping the ult. Oh, he's gonna get away. And so where do they speed up off of this?
You gotta speed up Dish right now. There's that showstopper being used, getting even more space. He gets tagged up pretty bad though.
This is a big round. They didn't have much as far as weaponry goes. They're investing a lot of ults. Not fine. It was a cap.
Oh no.
And now it's been exposed. Nature deep fried. Yeah, a 1v4. They knew where he was from the beginning. The flashes, the smokes, the spam will connect.
Cloud9 switching up the aggression. Last round, it was in A main, this time B main, and the reactions off of the dish pop from EG, the protocols that Cloud9 had in effect, they worked perfectly. Mitch finding a little bit of an opening in that one-way smoke that Superman tried to use to be able to scale into the actual A site. Getting that pick was crucial for Cloud9. Yeah, it just set them up to just smother the post plant. We'll say though, EG was able to bait out the Brimstone ult of Vic into that round, so that's something. Only one round sets these two teams apart on this first map of Fracture. A 4-1 solo breach on the bottom side and another very, very slow approach from EG. And I do want to talk about something you mentioned earlier of when is EG gonna go into second gear, go into third, where they're going.
It has been a trepidatious approach, but they have not really punished the other side of it, at least not this round.
And you know what I like that's different from this round for EG is not breaking the trip at all and just waiting behind it. Now when you show all this pressure B, you can fall all the way back, pop off of the trip.
Camera taken out.
And Cloud9 might not be ready for that.
They're starting to rotate back A. Mitch at the forefront, Oxy's still there, and the spike is rotating towards that side of the map too, Dre.
Mitch has a read on this, man.
30 seconds left.
That's gonna cause problems.
Wait!
Oxy's down, Icy's through, but it's all, oh, they're gonna rotate back. I thought it was gonna be a fake because B's open, but no, they're doubling down. And that might just be what breaks the camel's back. Icy gets 3. The site is theirs. 13 seconds left. They still have to commit to getting the spike down, but the way has been paved. You've even got Ye, who's going to be on this late lurk. Supa just barely finding the tiniest of windows.
One enemy remaining.
And there's that late flank. EG get to 10.
That small adjustment from Evil Geniuses, that small adjustment from Icy. I don't know who makes the call, but let's just say it was Icy in this moment. Him waiting behind that trip.
22 and 14. He's been such a subject of criticism.
He has stepped up massively for EG in this playoff. And keep in mind, EG are coming off of 2 wins. Like, they do have momentum in their favor.
Including a big one against Crew.
Yeah, but they have yet to best a North American team.
Yeah, all of their wins have been against Latin American teams or Brazilian teams. You're right. No victory on home soil, so to speak. Sitting comfortably right now, though. Or, actually, comfortable might not be the right word for that.
Oh, this crunch. Nature is cooked, man. Can't settle off of that breach, though. Now EG, they have to speed up, but the 2 trips here on B site. Let's see how much value they can get.
Yeah, gonna get pushed back. Icy again with another ult.
But Vic's scared to punish.
I mean, he's getting a ton of them, but not a lot of value at all.
Both those trips got value. Vic needs to be careful. Superman slipped the net. And it's a pivot towards A site. Ye has been getting a lot of great lurk timings.
Supa's doubling down.
30 seconds left.
I thought he might just try to rotate with his team. Double dips a little bit, tries to get a free one.
He's wishing now he would have hit that shot, made it a 3v3. Post plant would have been stronger, but there's still so much to clear right now if you're Cloud9. Superman, he's still going to be a thorn.
Yeah, well, he's going to try to be. A lot of pressure coming out from heaven. The flash is going to cause serious problems with Derek and Ye. The Angel's over his shoulder. Mitch left alone in a 1v2. A tap of the spike, going to draw out the silos, and now the real game is in play. Super weak. Derek has his ult too. I didn't think he was going to invest it there.
Just no way in for Mitch. There was still a Brim Molly too to be used for Superman. Well played from Evil Geniuses, down 3v4. But Ye has been finding these timings and understanding that Cloud9 like to over-rotate. They like to push all the way through on one side. If he's not met by that path of individuals, he understands that the space that he's walking into is free. One person there at most. Game plan working perfectly for Evil Geniuses. This is the last time out for Cloud9. Imi, for once, we're not seeing a single ounce of emotion on his face. He's just disappointed, to say the least.
Still trying to rally the troops. I mean, they've had...
It feels like he's had the life sucked out of him, Doug.
They're still in this fight, but it does feel like EG, especially in that last round, found something that they've been able to lean into and press.
And a lot of that has been off of the lurk timings that I was talking about with Ye. He's back-to-back rounds. I mean, think of the last 3 rounds, right? I mean, every single time EG has gone towards that A side heavy, he's found the timing through arcade. This time, finds the timing through A site. Allows for that pivot. Superman has been taking a lot of these risks too, like just basically facing the smokes that he's been throwing on the actual site hits.
Not just him either. It feels like EG have all played at that pace. You're right.
Yeah, they're playing very loose. I think that's really important because a lot of Cloud9's success is playing that same type of style. Sometimes when you fight fire with fire, teams don't know how to react to that.
Plus, it's playoffs, baby. I mean,
yeah,
it's either swing or be swung.
Yeah, play for the win. Oxy.
Speaking of swing or be swung.
Yeah. Trying to take all of that arcade space. He does so, but there's still a camera there from Ye. But look at this silent walk into A main. Nature has been calling such a great game.
He really has been.
So impressive. Dodging some of that firepower that was bought from Cloud9. This is a free A site. Oh, let's see if they hesitate a little too long here, though, from that Brim smoke used by Vic.
That cam was cleared. So now they know where some of the pressure is coming from. Oxy's going to take all that space on the northern side of the map, and EG try to quietly creep their way out. now betraying their intentions as they tap the spike. But no committal yet. That's a lot of pressure onto Nature. But it's Mitch who falls first.
How does Icy still find a kill amongst all of that utility? And look at how worried Zeppa is of the lurk, but everyone's here.
Yeah, it's a slight freeze to the round. Just enough to introduce Scout. Now the second set comes through. It's going to be Ned on his own with the Stinger in hand. A 1v3. Nature with the stun back up. Will connect. And the cage can only save you for so long. Evil Geniuses get to map point.
Oh man, EG.
Dude, the bunny's not great either. I think 4 can buy, but it looked a little shoddy.
What an approach from EG though, like walking all the way up into A main. Not hesitating when they get smoked off. Executing onto the actual site itself, and then the tap of the spike to wait for the flood of Cloud9, and Cloud9 members just being faced by this heavy weaponry, these phantoms against Stingers. Of course it's not going to go in your favor. This time, 4-1, but Teo being the sole person towards Arcade, clearing out all that space. Cloud9 are trying to get proactive here, re-clear some of that space. But there's no trip B main. Both trips are on A side. This is essentially a free B main hit.
Well, they'll get to B main for free, but look at all this utility that's here. I mean, they've got the stun. They've got the salvos. Mitch has his ult.
Here's the thing, though, is that they didn't see any trip towards B main. This kind of makes it obvious that the Cypher is playing towards that A side of the map.
And then you assume, what, a 4-man stack here?
Exactly. Another great read from Nature. Derek and Ye, if they can get a pick here as well, use that neural theft, might give more confidence to what Nature is already assuming.
Blinding.
Breach flash using A main.
And silence on the other side.
Waiting for any type of aggression. That Neon being found. It's back and forth right now on the mini-map.
30 seconds left.
The pendulum swings back towards A.
Icy now finding that timing into Sands. Breach all used on net. He's stuck here, man.
Traded in kind, but Nature was not tagged by it. Cloud9 are going to try to fill in on the space. Vic is the first to fall. Net feeling all the pressure as the wall's starting to close in. 10 seconds left. I don't know if the spike is in a position to even be grabbed, much less planted.
Last player standing.
Cloud9 in a 3v1. They survive.
This round was the definition of overcooking the round, Doug. Nature's gut instinct was that A was going to be the weak side after they approached B main and no trip was found.
Yeah.
But the pump fake, trying to bait a rotation out, was just unnecessary. And that ends up biting them in the bud. They give Cloud9 another chance to bring this to overtime. Still 3 rounds setting these teams apart. Still an uphill battle. Economy still not in favor for Cloud9 net. He has a judge in this round, and he's playing B Heaven with it. This time a trap. Cloud9 adjusting to this pressure that EG have been putting in dish.
Ox, he might be cooked. Good night, man. A salvo, stuns, 2 stuns.
Do you face Ye here, though? He's been getting so much value on these lurks. You kind of have to send all the bodies here.
I mean, you have no idea that's what it is.
Oh!
The other side, and Ye delivers again. 3 for the Sentinel. And Cloud9 left limping. I mean, the map is their oyster right now.
So they're just going to overwhelm Vic. Layer the utility. A site is theirs. Vic is sitting at 57 HP. That regen armor is coming into effect, but what can he really do here, man?
He needs magic. Cloud9 need magic. A 2v5 in a post-plant situation, doesn't even have a smoke anymore. The judge tries to creep forward, but you're not gonna find a net. You're not gonna find a space. Facing 5. Vic crumbles. Evil Geniuses strike first.
El Diablo completely obliterating his former team of Cloud9. We have yet to see a performance like this from this man on the screen in what seems to be years, man. But these lurk timings that he was getting, the fact that he was getting multiple multi-kills in these rounds is so impressive. And you gotta shout out Icy, man. Stepping up huge, sitting right there at the top with him. 5 first bloods for Ye, 4 first bloods for Icy.
I mean, to start off with an ace on the pistol, yeah.
I mean, holding it down, hitting every single shot.
It was a good sign of things to come, and I think the biggest takeaway for me is that Evil Geniuses didn't crumble when Cloud9 were starting to mount the comeback. That was probably the most impressive thing for me, Dre.
Yeah, they got thrifty right after Ye gets an ace, but then they thrifty back.
And they take map 1, 13-9. We're gonna step away, but when we return, GB and the analyst desk will break down Fracture and get us all hot and bothered for the next map. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
It's not gonna find anything.
Uh-oh. Look at the player in the corner there. Oxy double!
Contract stuff, she couldn't get him. And now she's happy to have him. Yay, I'm sure.
Oh my god.
Here with the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter, running away with your map pick of Fracture, a classic EG Fracture, dare I say. Now we're going to C9's map pick of Icebox. I talked to you earlier today. You said, you know, we're ready for this. We've been really, really working hard for this. What do you expect from Cloud9 on this map?
Oh, I'm expecting Oxy to have an explosive map too. Jet, Icebox, they've got a Harbor, able to isolate a lot of good duels for Oxy. So we're prepared though. I'm a fan of this Harbor comp, but we've got a curveball of our own too for map 2.
Any way I can get you to say it?
It's not really a curveball. We're putting Ye on Jet.
Best of luck, and let's look forward to that.
Okay, well, El Diablo back on the Jet. That's going to be interesting there. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside Brennan Van Silly as we look to discuss what we just saw. What we just saw was Ye just dominating, man. I mean, the guy was on fire. He had the best possible game that you could ask for, Van Silly, in this one. And I mean, this is exactly why he was brought onto this team, the capabilities, what he provides, the versatility. It's all there and it's in spades.
But the thing is, for Ye, in that moment, for example, with the ace, it's not just Ye holding an angle and just getting picks. He's like being very proactive, moving around his util, moving around the boxes to isolate these fights. This is like a Ye of 2021 again.
Yeah, exactly. And for EG to play it the way they did on Fracture, the entire game plan, name of the game as well, on both of the Fracture maps that we've seen so far today, is these teams wanted to control the tempo of it. For EG, Ye was the centerpiece of this, to be honest. Like, when it comes to that first half in his gameplay, it's essential that he remains up, he remains active, his trips are up as well to deny Oxy that ability to just absolutely send it. And he was doing that throughout, and then he didn't slow down either. On the reverse end of it as well, when we got to the second half, he was going crazy on top of it. Cloud9 were constantly trying to push this guy out of position, and he was getting value, he was getting 1 kill, 2 kill. They couldn't trade this guy out. He was a menace.
And you brought up a great point while we were watching the game too, Brendan, is that Ye was being proactive on pulling back trips and putting him back as well. When you look at C9's game plan at the very beginning, is using these salvos to try to break that Sentinel utility. He's able to pull it back and play right in the front. The thing is right now, I see the reason around the Cypher. The salvos could break Killjoy utility, but with the trips that go back and forth, that brings a lot of value to their defense for EG.
And my guy got an ace in round 1, bro.
That's
he was cooking from Jump Street. But let's actually hear what's going on with Coach Emmy in the Cloud9 camp. See what's going on over there.
Here, the coach of Cloud9, Emmy. Now, they ran away with their map pick of Fracture, but you picked Icebox. Why, and what's the plan?
It's one of their bans, and we've got a strong map pool, so we're playing into the opponent's weaknesses at the moment, and we've been good at it. But also, I just think if we don't have a slow start, like we did then, we should just run them over.
Well, best luck on map 2.
I mean, that is the hope. That is the desire. But something that I kind of take from here is, I don't know, man, EG, the Icebox thing, I don't know if I'm necessarily believing that right now. I'm not sure, but we have to see.
Icebox is a map where I actually think it's a lot harder to control the tempo like EG were doing, because it's just so, I don't know, it's been, the way you play Icebox has been passed down for generations now.
That's true,
because
lineages.
It's received no changes, and it's just the same kind of map. And the comps haven't really changed that much either. You can, with their comp that they're playing, the Viper Harbor, that's the one that Cloud9 like to play. As Potter was mentioning, one of the biggest problems that EG are going to be running into is that they can control the fights on their tempo. You know, off the wall timings, trying to ISO the fight so that Oxy can take these fights when he wants to.
Yeah.
So it's a lot harder, I think, to control the tempo like they were doing on Fracture.
The issue for me with what Emmy is saying is that they feel that EG has a weak map pool on Icebox. EG has never played it. Yeah. And then if you're going to say, hey, we're going to exploit a weak map pool, they've never played Ascent and they pick Ascent, there's some tape on them on how they played the Icebox and Ascent themselves. So there's probably something that EG has been cooking going into this game. Yeah. And remember, just yesterday, when you want to play into a map pool that is untested and you want to play your own game, that's what happened against Sentinels on Ascent. What happened in that game? Didn't work out too well in their favor.
Yeah, but now I'm also left wondering, too, like on the EG side, you know, you got Ye stepping up. I mean, hell, Icy was having some incredible moments in that one, too. It does feel like Evil Geniuses have found this. We were talking about the gears before, but I actually think they might have found the transmission to their car. They might actually understand a little bit here, guys. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, as well, one of the questions I had heading into this entire series was, can these EG players keep it going?
Yeah.
Like, Superman just absolutely popping off. We saw highlights from Ye and Icy as well in that map here. It seems like that form factor, their shooting, it hasn't slowed down in the last few series as well.
And the fundies are there.
And the fundies are there as well. The slow play is looking good, and like individually, these players are shooting.
Yeah. Hey, look, the guns are shooting. People are clicking heads. Things are working out for Evil Geniuses, but Cloud9 still very much in this. Can we get that map 3? We'll find out after this.
gears, the transmission. It seems like everything has been found, and that speedometer is headed straight through Cloud9 potentially. We'll see how Icebox pans out. Dre.
Ridiculous.
We got to talk about comps. Potter mentioned a little something funny in store for us. What do you make of that?
I mean, if Ye's on Jet after how he was just playing on that Cypher, his aim is on point. This might be just done.
And it is
for
Ye.
Cloud9.
Yeah, it is going to be Ye on Jet. But I think my question on the other side of the coin is, yeah, you're going to put Ye on Jet, and that's great, and Ye, it's Ye, right? But you're still going to have to deal with this double wall comp.
Yeah, and Icy on the Killjoy is going to have to deal with that. I mean, he's going to be the forefront of kind of delaying some of that stuff on his defensive side, right?
Yeah.
The problem is Oxy couldn't really get much going even against G2. Now, keep in mind, that was against another double wall composition and, you know, a little bit more utility behind it. But you can't help but feel like with how the engagements have been going for Ye, that head-to-head, you got to lean towards Ye right now. The form that he's in, Vans was talking about it. It's that champs looking form.
It's been a long time since he's been at champs or in international, for that matter. Evil Geniuses have had a bit of a dry spell, so to speak. But I mean, at this point, you're just looking to get past Cloud9. You're looking to stay alive, because we've talked about it on the show a number of times, even just this weekend. Playoffs, it's a different beast. Anybody can catch fire, and Evil Geniuses certainly seem lit. On the other side of Fracture, trying to carry things over onto Icebox on the attacking side. That harbor wall already causing problems across the middle of the map as they're creeping up. They've passed right by each other. Ye on the Jet. Zeppa getting the best of them right off the bat.
Superman's getting sniffed out here as well. There's a turret that's holding that top tube walk up. And they see the spike right now. They're pinging it on the minimap. So although EG have all of A site, they don't have the spike. And Superman's going to get crunched.
There's a little help on the other side. Derek was starting to peek back.
Oh, man.
But arriving just a little late. Meanwhile, Icy, you mentioned him and the need for him to deliver.
Yeah, he just did. That pick is massive. It gives them a way back in, because now you're allowed to scale back up into heaven and take fights from this different off angle. I say that as Vic is already holding it.
Oxy trying to keep them back, trying to secure the spike. Nature left alone. A 1v4 gets a little bit closer, a little bit more competitive. Trying to bridge the gap. But again, he doesn't even have the spike. I mean, now Sheriff in 29 HP.
This is impossible.
It's pretty damn close.
Almost dropping to a shock dart. Big pistol round win for Cloud9, walking all the way through B site. Zeppa taking out Ye. It's a strong start for Cloud9. And right now, can't help but feel like EG leaving that spike there, no one having it, is just so rough.
I mean, it's a pistol.
It's a ranked mistake, man.
Well, pistols get silly, and I think they were just wanting to pivot around what they had. So you see all smiles on the face of Nature, even after that lost pistol.
Just not ready for Ye to drop that early on. Now EG on the eco round, they're going to take some of this B main control. We try to cycle up some of these orbs onto Nature, who was able to get a couple kills in that previous round. Looks like it's going to be cycled on to Derek instead. And Ye, he has a Marshall. I feel like we've seen this before. He can do some damage with this weapon, but he's going to have to front 2 players here.
It's got to be perfect.
Spike down B.
What a flick from Oxy onto Nature there, huh?
And Superman falls as well. I'll rotate back to the other side of the map with no real space gained. And no advantage to capitalize on.
Enemy mark.
Mid-round drone from Zeppa to solidify some information on that Icy lurk. Very early judge buy here as well. On the side of net. Looks like it's going to be put to use here.
Yeah, it will. In more ways than one.
Hold on a second. If Cloud9 don't flood out behind this judge could really do some damage, but it will be all sights set on B, and no one here from Cloud9, so Spike should be able to get planted here.
Brother, we're running out of time here. It's got 15 seconds left.
I mean, Ye's going to get deposited here. He's going to hear the rotations from Cloud9. He might be able to snag one here. And if Icy can get up close and personal with this judge, this is a round that could be stolen away from EG.
Remember how Fracture started?
Yeah.
It was a pistol and then a thrifty conversion. Do we have that in hand again?
Oh, he hears all three members, Doug.
Starting to rotate through. Ye still has to connect the shot, so Icy does too, and neither of them have much health. But the trap is lying in wait. Icy creeping forward from up in heaven, spotting a scalp, dropping back. And now you've got a little bit of utility you can play around. Icy dropping both nanos, alarm bot still in play. Creeping into the cove, or at least trying to. Mitch is gonna try to stick it the whole way. He gets it to half. He should be able to get the defuse as well. Just under a second and a half, but Cloud9 convert.
Only one Bulldog saved into your bonus round. Your money is disgusting right now. Evil Genius is doing a lot of damage. And Icy, he should have that lockdown online, getting 4 and the spike plant. Yeah, he has it. And I just feel like Immy's just had enough, Doug. he's been through an emotional roller coaster throughout the whole season and this playoff. I mean, you got to feel for the guy now. EG, if they can get some of these early picks here on the pipes, push back Icy, you don't really need to invest that lockdown. I think that's important.
Yeah, you want to hang on to that one as long as you can.
Good heads up buy from Ye as well, abusing the outlaw. But what a shot from Oxy. We've seen so many teams struggle with this weirdly timed peeks at A main from Jets. Oh my goodness, is he gonna do it?
He's gotten 2 steps of the way there.
Now you kind of have to invest the lockdown. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of wanting to hang on to that one for a rainy day. But it seems like the dark clouds are now.
He's going hunting for more. He doesn't care. What? Was that from Derek?
Committing to getting the plant down now, a 2v2. Not out of this yet. Icy picking up right where he left off on Fracture. Vic is left alone, a 1v2. Opts to go for the Sheriff. And now switching back. An upgrade of weapon. Still a lot he has to land on, then the trade is perfect. EG are on the board.
What was supposed to be a flawless round for EG, I mean, all things considered, there was, what, 4 Sheriffs, only 1 Bulldog from Cloud9. It just got so messy, all thanks to these picks from Oxy. And now you had to invest. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that?
Okay.
What is that? But yeah, Icy having to do some heroics in this round, having to drop his lockdown.
7-2 so far, though.
Now Jet Knives online for Oxy. He's pushed all the way up in A. So this is the focal point for Cloud9's defense, is taking this A control. And you kind of have to give B.
Remember how good he was with the Sheriff in the previous round.
A lot of B space being taken. Icy completely overwhelmed. So now it's obvious that everybody on the side of EG is towards this B side of the map, and with that kitchen turret being broken.
Oh, that flash is pretty, but he doesn't check! He doesn't check! Vic cleans him up assassination style.
Spike planted.
You've got to have this late lurk coming in through kitchen as Superman gets caught trying to escape. And now the Hunter's Fury. Second shot goes wide left. Vic somehow managing to dodge around all of that nature snappy with it. Magnetic onto Zeppa. A 2v2 as the spike has been in play. Mitch left alone. Nature starting to feel some of the pressure. Mitch has gotten it to even footing. Still has utility to play around. But the onus is on him. The Cove, and he's gonna go take the fight! Misses the window! 5 bullets left! And now it's just waiting for Derek to hit the swing. He's gotten it to half, he waits it out! Mitch should have the defuse! It's beautiful again! The Red Bull clutch for Cloud9!
Mitch has come up huge for Cloud9 so many times in this playoff. Another clutch, man. pre-firing nature and then just completely outplaying Derek. It felt like after Mitch popped out of his harbor wall and couldn't connect, Derek had it in the bag, but what a play from Mitch to get that spike to half and really making it go down to the wire. Wonder what kind of adjustment EG are going to make in future rounds to deal with that A main push, because Icy just had too many targets to look at. Look at this aggression. Icy, oh!
Got one.
He found the gap!
And he's looking for more.
Enemy mark.
Takes a step back.
What? This match is getting silly, Doug. Jump kills, rope kills, the sheriff, headshots.
Spike rotating towards B. Vic kind of by himself as Zeppa arrives. Kills traded though as Mitch fully pushes in through A. It's a 2v2 and EG have gotten the spike down, but they don't really have the weapons. They just have classics, and nature gets caught scaling up.
Yeah, Harbor ultimate used to clear out all of close sight as well, but the dart was layered on top of that, so now makes it obvious where Derek is, but he has an opportunity here to do something silly with this classic.
First, the shock. The second one through. He's going to have to push this. Not again. Zeppa's waiting on the other side with the shorty. 3 kills on the round for him. The defuse comes through as Cloud9 gets a 4.
And hey, it's not pretty Valorant, but if Cloud9 if Cloud9 keep coming out on top in these 3v3 scenarios, this is what you want for the defensive side. This is what you need to bring this series back into your favor. Get some momentum going into that third map.
Oh my god. Nice! Let's go, Eric. Good shit, bro. Let's go.
It's been so back and forth in these rounds, and yeah, like I said, look at that.
My brother is going through it.
He might grow hair with the stress that he's getting. I mean, 2 ultimates online for the side of Cloud9, but it's going to be a B fight here. We saw Ye get punished by Zeppa on the pistol round. Can Mitch do the same?
There's a lot more behind this here.
Ooh.
He's got some help.
Spike down.
And again, they haven't cleared out garage. Oxy's got to understand there's a really good chance the shorty at the distance does not convert.
And now you have to compensate. If you're Cloud9, you have to do more of a lean towards B. That allows Icy a timing to take onto A site.
Some of that Killjoy utility is still going to be up, so passive information.
Oh, man.
But he's not taking the space.
Supa's going to have to react fast off of this.
Yes, he is. Ping off of the mini-map. And a step taken back.
Has to reposition. But yeah, this A side is completely free because of all that B control gathered by EG. Superman is getting punished in mid. He's been so aggressive on his lurk timings, and it's kind of been paying out for EG, but good heads-up awareness from Cloud9. Yay.
Oh, brother has 24 HP.
Yeah.
30
Besting net and still has a really good shot at winning this fight, too. Finds cover, dashes across. Meanwhile, the ult invested from Zeppa, and I don't even think he got a shot off, thanks to Icy. And so now Vic is going to try to mad dash his way back into the site and try to convert a 1v3. But the utility is going to be a problem.
You still have 2 shock darts in play. Sopa recon dart as well, and Icy. Yeah, that timing that he was able to take onto the actual A site because of that mid-aggression was the gap in the defense. Those trades going in the way of EG here, that supporting cast, backing up Ye, allows him to take more of an aggressive angle and pinch Oxy. And yeah, I think he's questioning why Net would take this peak with all that Killjoy utility up at A site still. If Net doesn't drop there and you play the 3v3, you can pop those mollies, delay the spike plant. You could still cut off Ye, because that was clearly the game plan, but him dropping too early there is a blunder.
Too suppressed.
AC out, Net grabbing the orb. A little bit closer to having that ult online.
Whoa! Disgusting shot onto Net. I mean, just filthy.
That boy's shooting today.
Yeah, and now you can wait for this Viper wall to just run its course. You still have Superman completely controlling the flank. This should be clean for EG.
We've had a couple of those should be cleans this series so far, and they seldom are.
Last player standing.
but it seems like we might finally get a clean one here.
This time, just waiting out that utility, fighting together, using that KO to pop flash. Everybody backside. Vic is probably going to try to die to the spike here, not feed any ult orbs to anyone. You don't want Derek to get closer to his ult. Icy's only one off of his. If I'm EG right now, if I'm Icy, I'm already hunting. I'm knife out, running into their spawn.
Yeah, cut him loose, maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
the money, no, they could buy us too.
Yeah, but I mean, money's not the best, and you could probably do a default to get that Killjoy ultimate, but if you could just have it off the rip and not have to give a chance to Cloud9 in the next round, would be a perfect world. He's going hunting now. A little too late. Or maybe not. Let's see. Even if Vic gets the kill, it's good for Icy in this moment. Oh, no way. Oh, no.
He got away with
he
it.
got the timing. He got the timing. I thought for a second, I was like, he better die to the spike here, buddy.
Also delete my hard drive.
EG.
You take a look at that. Both of them. I mean, that was the first, and the second one was almost more impressive.
It's just perfect timing.
As one does, right? Perfectly normal human thing to do.
I bet.
A lot to deal with now for EG. You got that operator on the Oxy, but it looks like it's going to be a fast approach on A site. Both rechargeables being used to take early control. Set Icy up here. We've seen this default before. This time, a lot of emphasis towards mid for Evil Geniuses. Trying to support Superman here, who's kind of been getting, I don't want to say bullied, but he's been getting attacked by multiple players of Cloud9.
Still in the same position. He was. Now you know an op is on the board.
Yeah. Ye is not afraid either, though. Look at him. He's taking all this space with an Outlaw. He's trying to take that head-to-head. Understanding that Oxy has light armor, though. That's why.
Oh, and also the way he's been shooting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so the rotation back towards A. You still have a lot of the Killjoy utility here.
So much emphasis towards this mid side of the map.
And a timing pit.
Yeah, it forces Vic to have to pop that pit.
So what, does Icy pop his ult to flush it out? Yeah.
Yeah. If you're Vic here, you kind of feel like you might have to just stay in here and keep this up, but Ye's going to flank mid late.
I mean, Zeppa's going to be waiting for it, though. He looks like he might have a timing on it as well. Both of them waiting. And it is Zeppa who walks away on top in the duel. Now the second pit dropped.
Spike planted.
Spit at the feet of nature. He's going to have to flush out behind, but did manage to get the spike down.
The problem is the spike's not planted in the pit.
They're still going to be able to tuck around it, though. You see on your screen through the X-Way, all members there. Icy, fancy footwork as he steps out into one, but Derek from on high, trying to clean up another. The defense holding strong for now. But there's still so much they have to solve. They still have to deal with this pit. And time is of the essence. Supa getting real close, but Mitch managing to navigate it, managing to get the defuse, and managing to get Cloud9 their fifth.
Now, I just wonder right now for the side of EG if it was a miscommunication on where to plant that spike. Most of the time you want that spike in the Viper's pit so everybody is low enough for Superman to not have to pull out a shorty and just spray his Vandal if push comes to shove. What a timing from Zeppa as well. But notice Cloud C9's awareness of dealing with that mid lurk. And yeah, it wasn't Superman this time around, but still understanding that EG think that that's a gap that can be abusable and marking it. So now Potter will take a timeout for Evil Geniuses. I wonder now if there's going to be more oomph in that mid fight. Maybe earlier on, maybe more of a pace for Evil Geniuses. Try to catch out some of these players in these off angles that are holding it.
Possibly.
I do like the way that EG approached that last round, though. Like, if I break it down, they broke the mid Killjoy turret. They took close A control. They pushed off the B line, so they essentially had all map control.
Yeah, at all three lanes, yeah.
And that's why Vic was forced to pop that Viper's ult. Like, it was a great plan going into it. I just think the post-plant execution was just lacking a little bit. Like I said, that miscommunication of that plant spot was just, it just wasn't it. So right now, just understand that, okay, we worked the map very well against Cloud9. We're doing a good job of things. Let's just clean up
the late round. Let's clean up the post plant. As you look on your screen here, though, an attack operator invested from Ye. And it looks like it's going to be a head-to-head duel here. Battle of the Ops at A site. Oxy versus Ye. Ye does have Derek to set him up here, though. Maybe an instant drone.
Oh, something to give him a line, maybe. They know Mitch is close. Oxy.
Here we go.
The first to that angle. Ye creeping forward. The timing. Just a tease.
Yeah, he's waiting for that drone that Derek's going to use from a closer position, get more value from it. He's going to be able to hold the heaven line once that happens. I wonder if that audio cue was heard from the side of EG.
First the dart, cleared out. Oxy still concealed.
He's alone here, though, and he doesn't have dash proc. He might get punished. What is that?
Insane shot out of nature. And now they can accelerate behind it. Pops his ult, takes the site. Mitch is going to have his reckoning for the retake.
You gotta flood with it. You gotta put a pace on this retake. The mid lurk was cleared for Cloud9.
Reckoning now dropped. Tether's lighting up the sky as Nature tries to fill in behind it. Not able to connect against Vic.
There's a gap in the wall, Doug. What?
Ye makes the most of it. EG with the numbers advantage, and it's only getting better.
One enemy remaining.
Mitch is going to have to 1v4 his way through this, and I mean, the money's not great. He just has to save.
These are the unfortunate things when you're running the Harbor, is sometimes when it gets a little tricky on some of these ledges, there could be gaps in the wall. Just Valorant things, but for Ye to hit that shot in that tiny little gap is just a testament of what this series has been for him so far. He has been hitting some of the most ridiculous shots I've seen since he's been on Chamber. Oh, what? Barely off of the mark? It looked like it was on, no?
It was close.
Tough luck.
It was very close. And so again, the purchase for Cloud9 is spotty. I mean, you've got the Phantom that Mitch was able to carry over. You've got a share for Oxy. But just classics around that.
Derek has the Hunter's Fury online. This Harbor Wall, all members of EG pushing past it with that KO flash. I like the fact that Nature isn't the one that exposes his body after pop flashing, and it's the players from the top. It's just a micro detail, but most players tend to look towards that side of the Harbor Wall where the flash actually pops from. Quiet across the board is EG. A mid-round drone from Cloud9 should give enough info as to what's going on, but Icy is the only one that shows.
If they commit into this, everybody's here.
Yeah, but two classics. I mean, Phantom is here. Mitch is going to have to do some heroics.
But he's in like a one and done. There's no way for him to get out.
Oh.
Well, he's gotten his one. Net falls. Oxy joins in. And the Phantom is still up, still in play.
While that was all happening, Superman didn't take any space in mid or B.
Derek getting a little bit closer to even footing here. They're still doubling down into this?
Last player standing.
They haven't moved.
Spike down A.
All round.
Supa's now left in a 1v3. Yes, the spit will help. He's gotten it down a little bit closer. All target spotted, trying to connect! And Supa does! The Red Bull clutch for EG, and disaster avoided.
Mr. Clutch back at it. This man has been such an anchor for this roster, for his previous rosters as well. So good in these 1v3 moments.
But it never should have gotten to that.
Yeah, it was silly, man. I mean, Cloud9 really held their ground there in front 410.
Oh my, that's my unk, that's my unk.
But now these close rounds, because of Unk going the way of EG. Oxy's getting active here.
Yes, he is, and he's finding success on the other side of it. Two pocketed. And now things slow down.
Yeah, I guess you can rely on Unk to trade you out as well.
Yeah, they've been relying on Unk for a lot.
Looks like they're going to have to rely on him here.
Yeah. 2v4 here.
Poison orb emitting.
And here's that close left spot again. I wonder if Derek decides to throw some of these shock darts here, get some chip damage in. Maybe Vic can get taken out. He's trying to spot to see if they're there.
Meanwhile, Supa trying to make sure there's nobody on the flank.
They're too split up, though. Derek's going to get punished here, surely.
Player
Yeah,
standing.
not a chance in the world. The only upside here for Superman is he has the spike. He got a 1v3 in the last round against, you know, Classics and 1 Phantom. I don't know if he can do it against 4 rifles, man. Pop of the orb. Net is holding this as well.
Toxin screen down.
He decides to give.
30 seconds left.
He's gotten up further than I thought he would.
He's giving a lot of respect to Superman right now. Maybe that's going to work in his favor. Oh my gosh. Almost the timing there, but Mitch will take out Superman. So this time the A fight going the way of Cloud9. Oxy getting really aggressive in that nest area, taking the rope. And here's the thing with KO is like, yeah, the dagger lands. People aren't afraid of the dagger anymore. They don't care. They're just going to hold. Try to take as many out as they can. And if you're Jet and you can get 2 in this round, you've done your job and some.
Hanging on to a 1-round lead. Oxy's going to have his blades into this round. Also note Mitch and Zeppa both 1 pip away from having their ults in play.
Yeah. No orb denial from the side of EG towards that A side of the map should paint the picture for Cloud9 that it's a B side default.
Like EG, they don't set back for much, do they? Vic, snappy onto the first. Zeppa popping the ult, finding value on the other side of it.
Give me those back.
Meanwhile, Oxy's knives taking more lives. Superman already down. Nature and Icy left alone.
No smokes to play with here. Turret still up in mid.
Now dealt with.
It's going to be very difficult to crawl your way back into this round. Icy does get tagged by that drone as well.
Not necessarily aware that there are 2 on the other side of that, but you can assume a few things here. And they tuck on the other side of the dart.
Yeah, false info gathered. It still should be clear that this is an opening, though, from the side of Cloud9.
Right.
Especially after that pop flash. That's why Zeppa is just holding the mid lurk. If net falls here, though, there could be a window of opportunity. It's a 2v2 either way right now.
Oh. Right. Flash a little off the mark.
That happens to the best of us.
Reckoning now drop. It's going to force him to scatter. Icy and Nature forced into these isolated fights where they can try to convert, and Icy might find a window. Zeppa.
Player standing.
It's actually Oxy who punishes Nature. A 1v3. Zeppa weak. Nature not many options. And Mitch will clean it up. A 7-5 half for the defense.
Yeah, all things considered with the way that EG were maneuvering around the map, kind of punishing some of that mid utility that Cloud9 were throwing. Cloud9 salvaged the half, and they ended up being the ones in the lead. So this has been a back and forth battle. Mitch, he's been sitting at the top as well this entire time. He has stepped up so massively for this Cloud9 roster in playoffs. It's just been ridiculous.
We talked a lot about Icy and how good he was for EG on the attacking side as a KJ. The other side of this break will have them on defense. We'll see if he can continue to deliver.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Cloud9 staring down the barrel of elimination. We gotta have a quick check in on history. For this franchise, their playoff woes have been very well documented. They get through the stage and they do so confidently, and then everything falls apart. And Dre, after map 1, we thought there might be a bit of the same. They're not out of the woods quite yet, but they're putting up a great fight against EG here.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to Mitch and Oxy really stepping up.
Right.
That, you know, we talked about, even Potter was saying how because of the Harbor, Oxy's able to isolate a lot of the fights that he wants. And as well on this attacking side with the Harbor, how is Ye going to get online? But he finds a gap. He always finds a way.
It's a perfect start. Dodging all of the utility and finding a place to hit where it hurts.
EG still need to convert here, though, because they need to get the operator online for Ye. And if Ye can find gaps like that within the Harbor utility, that's where he's going to shine and get value. Dagger did connect on 2 of these members of Cloud9. Now look at what EG are doing on the minimap. They got the pick at A, and now they're full attention towards mid, trying to bait out a lurk, trying to see if there's any timing being made from Cloud9. 3 members were posted up here.
Again, I love that they don't double down and fully push pedal to the metal when they have an advantage.
This is Oxy go kill right now. It's actually a B hit, but look at who's here. Ye's playing all the way back. A gap in the wall!
Oops. And another kill found.
How does he keep finding these openings, man?
30
the
seconds
utility
left.
just not quite on the mark for Cloud9.
Well, you know how the saying goes. You give him a pixel, he takes a life.
Yep.
No target left.
Oxy trying to find some of that same success.
One enemy remaining.
Yay with 3 on the round. You talked about needing to get that op online. He's certainly set up for it. EG, take the pistol.
Flawlessly at that. I mean, first of all, Ye, the aggression onto A Heaven, finding the pick through that cascade, and then rotating all the way back to B site. The protocols right now for EG are looking really good. It looks like they're very dialed in on how they need to maneuver around the map. Even the mid re-clear. Oh man, a miss of a wall. And
zoom, enhance.
But here, now you're wondering though if, from the side of Cloud9, if they understand that that was a gap in the wall, or if he was just randomly spamming. Like, do they actually know? Because when you're dying like that, you saw nothing. Net is having a rough map so far. 3 and 12 for him. See if that mistake gets fixed. This time, a fast mid to B split, but an alarm bot is met here. Icy with the Sheriff.
Already feeling some of Cloud9's attempt. We were just calling out how Net was struggling. He gets his one, but the Guardian punches right back.
Yeah, Superman conceding all of that B site space as well.
But
Waiting
Cloud9,
for the team.
They did manage to get the spike down here, right?
You only have 1 KO flash to pop through this, and it does make it kind of obvious. Still going to be so difficult. Look at EG just waiting for this Harbor wall to drop and taking all the space on the extremity.
One enemy remaining.
And as it goes down, the kills go up. Supa with 3.
Down.
Zeppa's going to get his 1, but you imagine the defuse will be stuck. The kill will come through, and we've got a tie ball game.
All the guns saved as well. That Guardian that Superman had on the B site will be brought forth into the following round. Cloud9, they're going to have to get some of these post-plant wins. On the last map of Fracture, they only won 4 out of 9.
We
The
always get
retakes
2.
of
We
EG
always
were
get
too
2.
strong. Let's see if they can do it here on a gun round, but Vic, he's sitting at that regen armor, and Ye still has that outlaw in play. Another B-side default from Cloud9. This time, nobody running through mid fast. That allows Icy more time to set up, and he's going to break the mid turret of Net. Oh, he got a peek of it. Decides not to break it, though.
Get that knife soaring through the sky. Getting a little info, excuse me, on where Cloud9 is.
Connects on the core, and it's a flash setup play here for Superman. But how many can he actually get?
Oh, he's already gotten up top.
Oh.
There's the flash, but he was ahead of it. It's fumbled. Oxy gets his 2. Now Cloud9 in a position to put this round away as he gets another onto Icy. B side is theirs, the spike is planted, firm control.
Just go for damage right now if you're EG. See if anybody will give you a pick on the actual exits. Derek. And Ye. Bulldog and an Outlaw. What is that shot, man?
Goes from a distance, too. I think the big thing we got to consider for this next round is how quickly Mitch got his ult online. That Reckoning will be a problem.
Especially against the operator buy that Ye's going to get in this following round. We'll see, though, with the way that we've seen Ye play in this series so far, how disruptive he's been, finding those windows of opportunity, whether it's around a smoke, around cascades. If he can emulate that success inside of a Reckoning, that is going to be just disaster for Cloud9.
That's a big if, though.
Well, Harbor ult already? This guy is Thanos.
Yeah, Mitch has been having such a good map. 15-7 right now.
Here.
Oxy getting online as well in that last round, taking out so many members on that B side of the map, but all players towards this A side of the map. Cascade cuts off Ye. What a good dart to scout him out as well. Slowly pushing back the operator.
The drone will attempt to pave the way for Cloud9. Still plenty of defense here, including the op.
They can see over this, though. You have to invest the Reckoning. You have to wait for it to actually start slamming people.
Oh, he saw a hand. He connects onto Zeppa. And then he gets out. Mitch is going to be there on the trade, now trying to commit to getting the spike down. The shock will delay for just a moment. Second time's the charm.
Spike planted.
The thing is, how do you get Ye in a position to find more value with the op? Doesn't really have a rifle to pray around. Derek and Supa will have to find a way. The Cope to delay a little bit longer as Ye pops blades, tries to get up, tries to get aggressive. Finds Vic, 3 for him. Just waiting for Mitch to fall. Nice bit of HP, but how do you convert this? A 1v3. The high, low. Ye gets the defuse, we're tied again.
And he takes out Mitch at the end as well. We set it up perfectly. How is Ye gonna operate around the Reckoning of Mitch? He found that window, he found that gap. He is in a different type of flow state right now for this EG squad, and I just don't even know what you can do. If you're Cloud9, when the enemy Jet is doing things like this, he is just operating at such a high level right now.
Come on, baby.
And he's so calm about it. That's the scary part about it all. Looks like it's another day in the office for him. So now, Cloud9, they do some faint utility towards this B side of the map, but...
Brother, they bit.
Yeah, and normally, Nature will throw a dagger to kind of scout out how many players are there. This time he's staying, so there's uncertainty in the defensive setup right now. But this early cascade kind of makes it a little bit obvious that it's not a B default anymore. I mean, maybe somebody got deposited here, but there should be a heavy lean for the defense towards this A side of the map. Oxy's going to have to come up huge with these knives.
He's going to try to find some high ground. How did Icy continues to, be that guy for EG?
He just got a spam kill on the Gen player, and now that's Viper smokes. Viper Snakebite just gone.
Cove now cleared. Flash on the other side of it. One of them's lit up. Both members found. Both names claimed.
One enemy remaining.
It's going to be Ye left alone. Oxy from on top. It's a battle of the Jets. Oxy on the swing. Ye had no idea. He gets his 3 as Cloud9 take the lead back.
I'm surprised he's not standing up out of his chair screaming after that one. He needed to come up huge for his team, and he did just that. He's sitting at 19-15. Besting Ye in the 1v1. Look at these shots that he connected. Yeah, it got a little bit scary there with those knives onto Ye, but...
Let's go, baby!
Oh, there's that pop-off I was expecting. When we shot straight to him, I was like, oh, he's a little too calm for a clutch like that, Doug.
Still in a fight. Still just one round. An eco for EG.
No Cascade used this time around B. It's going to be a drone and a walkout.
With the rotations coming through for the defense. including Ye, with a Marshall in hand.
Here's that dagger that we've seen Nature throw so many times before. Gives information on 2 members, Sova and Jet.
But Ye takes out Oxy with a Marshall.
The whole conversation was around how he finds success in this double wall comp, and he just continues to spit in the face of that.
Man does not care right now.
Really nice flash for Super to peek back behind Yellow, and now the spit. Still plenty of work left to be done. No real threat on the other side.
Nature, Derek, the only one with delay utility here now, though. No more mollies to play with. These shock darts are going to have to do some damage when the spike gets planted. It's going to be a brawl, though. It's going to be a fight once this Viper wall drops. They're looking for kills.
And there's that swing on the other side of it. Nature connecting onto Mitch. Can Ye find anything else? Damage dealt. Icy with 2. It's another mess for Cloud9. Net has to 1v5 his way through this, and he's done a lot of the work. It's just Sheriff's on the other side. But again, a thrifty as we're tied once more.
So much value from that pop flash that Nature was able to use as that Viper wall was falling. He did such a great job of identifying that Cloud9 were going to try to take the fights in the back side, not give all the space to these Sheriffs to put in the work long range, and it works against them.
Oh my God, no. Looked way too easy for Icy, who just swings out Snowman in that moment with all those players blind because of Nature. Nature sitting at 11 assists. Yeah, he might not be at the top of the scoreboard, but he's been putting in work with his utility, which is so hard to do against this Harbor composition. Players get so timid to run through those Harbor walls with the KO pop flashes. I like the approach from EG against this Harbor comp. They're actually waiting for those walls to go down and then using their utility. They're not trying to force the issue.
They're playing around it really nicely. Cloud9 calling a timeout. We're just a few moments away from that expiring as we're tied at 9 apiece. And I think a lot of the conversation here on the other side of this is the ult arsenal that Cloud9 have to play around.
And their money as well. Do you try to force around these ults and swing it? Do you try to, like, this is such a huge swing round for Cloud9 if they actually do invest.
Yeah, we take a look at it here. You've got the Reckoning from Mitch. You've got the Hunter's Fury from Zeppa, and then you have Net's ult too. It all comes down to whether or not you choose to invest.
I think the approach in the beginning round at least is going to be Oxy go kill. And then if he can get 1 or 2, maybe then you start having this conversation. Okay, maybe I should invest the Reckoning. Maybe I should invest the Hunter's Fury. But he needs to get active for Cloud9 right now. He needs to go hunting for kills.
Quiet across the site.
Dagger again. This time only landing onto the Sova, but with nothing shown at A. Those rotations start setting into effect. That Viper wall missed again, Doug.
You were telling us Oxy needed to deliver. Oxy needed to step up for Cloud9. Can he do so here? He's going to scale all the way back into their spawn. Finding a little bit of cover behind the Harbor wall. And the question is, how much does he risk? How much does he send? Remember, for Cloud9, you did a lot of the work here. You got the spike down. Now you have those big ults to play around.
And if the time keeps ticking, the Hunter's Fury will be used first.
They're just waiting for the flood on the other side of it. And there it is, the Hunter's Fury, Oxy, the first to fall. Vandal sitting on the ground, but it's the ults that may be a problem. Superman's going to get it 3/4 of the way. He sticks it all the way down. EG take the lead.
They take the lead and they take away the Hunter's Fury from Zeppa. Superman sticking half in that moment, dropping to that Hunter's Fury was massive for EG. Cloud9 did not expect the full stick. So much faith in the supporting cast. Question marks in the air from the side of EG. What are they doing in that camp? Now they have so many ults to work in their favor too. Hunter's Fury of their own, lockdown from Icy. Ye is getting active in mid with this operator. Tag of the drone, secures the pick. No Viper smokes in play.
Beautifully done by the defense. setting up their start to deliver, and they called his number, and he showed up. For Cloud9, you're playing on a knife's edge here. The money's not good, but you've got these ults. You got to find a way to swing back momentum.
Yeah, but you can't use the lockdown because Derek has his Hunter's Fury. The ults are actually in favor right now for Cloud9. Here's that dart. It's going to be a flood after this lockdown goes through. Will it have bought enough time?
Derek's using it really late. But he's still got a tag on Oxy. Tries to track through the walls, cannot. Meanwhile, the Reckoning. Part of the conversation now with 4v4. Zeppa's up on top, gets his 2. Derek trying to convert alone, swings into another, and Zeppa gets 3. We, of course, are tied again.
A bit of the pressure getting into EG there as well. Using that lockdown Icy. It was just so late. I feel like even if that thing goes off, man, you don't even have enough time to defuse because you waited out the enemy's lockdown. Hunter's Fury was used to clear back sight, so all of a sudden Cloud9, they chipped away at some of that ult economy, and Superman's the only one to play with one of his own. This back and forth battle. It's been a ridiculous one. Yay, still enough money to buy that operator. He's leaning towards this A side. Cascade was shown at B, but Superman is disrespecting it. I think Nature is about to throw that knife lineup. Connects on nobody, and now Cloud9 are going to re-walk into that space.
Yeah, between the fact that nothing's tagged B and the Cascade up A, rotations are starting to come through. Nature will try to join the fray. Both drones passing right by one another. I don't think he was tagged. I don't know that they saw him.
I think he saw the tip of his head, surely, the little ponytail.
Dash expired. Now, Yay on an island. Can he connect? With op in hand, Mitch is going to be the first to come up. Zeppa's got his dart, too. You're going to try to flush him out, but he stays. A war of attrition, and they're just going to rotate back. He's never even going to get a shot. They've taken so much space B. Icy taking so much damage. They're trying to push his way forward, and Oxy flushes him out.
Left.
On the other side of the Viper wall, they try to creep forward. A gap in the wall. Harbor's now up 2, and Nature's ahead of it. Molly to try to delay. Derek now waiting for the right time to face, and Vic was waiting.
Spike planted.
Cloud9 get another. Yay and Super are on the outside looking in. I think they have to save here.
My ult's ready.
Surely you don't try to convert a 2v5 with an op, right?
No. You have to save right now. That was such a fine line that Cloud9 were leaning on to win this round. I don't know why Superman's hunting in that moment. Now everyone on Cloud9 is going to hunt down this operator. Look at the mini-map right now. Look at Mitch.
All starting to close in on his position. While he's desperately trying to white knuckle his way into saving that op. But it's pried out of his hands. Cloud9 take the lead. EG are on a mess of a buy. I mean, they have Ye's blades, but they might need more than that.
Ye played that perfectly at that A side as well. If Cloud9 actually did commit, if there was a little bit more pressure from Superman towards that B side of the map to force Cloud9 to commit to that hit, he looked like he was ready to get at least 1 or 2 in that moment.
I don't know how Nature fell there on bridge. And so EG call a timeout.
Last timeout of the map. The way that Cloud9 maneuvered around that round was masterful. Dodging the knife, re-walking into that B space while there was just a ruse at A main. It was looking scary too for Cloud9. Like I said, the way that Ye was kind of maneuvering around the Sova drone, the way that he takes that little off-angle step to hold if anybody gives him an elbow. Now he's left with knives, and EG, they're gonna have to cook up something devious here against Cloud9.
So what is it? What are they gonna try to do here? What do they have to do? Because they're down in rounds, their money's not great.
The thing is after a timeout like this, when you see Ye has knives online and the economy is bad, for Cloud9, you're going to be holding for aggressive pushes early, right? So you need to find something in the mid round, maybe that re-clear drone mid play that EG did with that operator. Because Cloud9 aren't going to drop to you in the first 10 seconds of the round, or at least they shouldn't. They should be aware that there could be something aggressive coming off of this timeout. But you're definitely willing to take a lot more risk if you're EG in this moment. Yeah, Ye not showing where the knives are yet is really important for EG. But he's just not at the right site. The guess was wrong.
At least it was for now. Cloud9, a confident call to arms towards A.
Drone sees the Sova. This should give confidence to the B players of EG to push up a little bit.
And now the harbor wall too. Make that both sets of utility. Nature's got a stinger. He's the only one here with a gun. He's also, I mean, the only one here. A little bit of damage dealt. But it all falls onto Ye, and it's going to be a fast double flank through spawn. And Zeppo's waiting for it. Sufa, knife out. I don't know if you're expecting the other one, though. The blade's on the other side. Zeppo's there. A blade between his eyes. And now a 3v3. Remember, no gun upgraded. Derek and Icy both have sheriffs. And that's one down. All eyes on Ye. He's got to deliver. Icy getting a little bit closer. And now the blade's out. Can Ye do it again? A 1v2 with ult in hand. Spots the barrel. Waiting for the other, but the blades draw a silhouette around Mitch. Cloud9 get to map point.
Can't help but feel for Ye in that moment. Knows he's there, but the movement is just too goofy from Mitch, the run and gun with the Phantom. Icy was hitting some shots there, man. That got a little devious, like I was talking about, but Cloud9 settle. Put themselves in a really good spot. Yeah, look at the smiles from EG. Now you have to deal with Reckoning. You have to deal with Hunter's Fury.
They're playing for OT. An op in the hands of Ye. An ult for Nature. He's at the right site this time.
Revealing area.
Dueling darts, a little info found.
I suggest
And now the Reckoning will become a problem. They're dumping everything they can into that site. Meanwhile, Ye gets his one and gets out.
He's up in aggressive spot as well.
Almost connects onto a second shot. A narrow miss. But there are layers to this. Nature's on the other side. The double face is too much. This awkward pump fake. The spike is still out of reach. Mitch and Zeppo, I don't know how they convert this 2v5. I don't think they will. A flawless round as EG stay alive.
That fast res from Derek, baiting out anybody trying to push and punish that. EG are playing to tie things up, bring this into overtime, try to win their first playoff game, and again, Ye, the focal point for this team so far in this series. Finding another pick.
He's done such a good job of playing around all of this utility.
All the chaos.
I mean, the Reckoning, the Hunter's Fury, the walls. I mean, both sets of walls. He finds that narrowest of margin, and he hits.
I think the impressive thing for me too was on his escape, he lands top screens
and almost hits another shot.
And almost goes for another one, right? This is a reinvigorated Ye. Confidence level through the roof. Last time out in regulation now being used from Cloud9. Remember, they used nothing on that first half. Can this be the difference maker? Are we going to see something pacey from Cloud9 who have been doing these slow defaults towards A, slow defaults towards B? I know on your guys' screen it says 12-10, but the score is actually 12-11. We are playing for overtime.
What's the call for Cloud9 on the other side of this timeout? A lean towards B, Dre.
The thing is I know you want Vic to run up mid with your Killjoy, potentially, but that Viper's pick could be so crucial in closing out this map. And it looks like Superman's gonna use one of his own at A instantly. Maybe off to some sound.
The op is here. Head spotted.
What is that entry from Oxy?
Oxy, yeah, you're right. Oxy strikes first. The blade from on high! Oxy decapitating Ye, snapping his head back. And now Cloud9 in a 3v5.
What?
Keeping things competitive, keeping things close. They're clawing their way back into this. Remember, OT on the cards. If they can convert. And they're getting a little bit closer. Vic and Seppa looking to salvage a mess. The opening was there. And EG instantly slammed the door shut on it.
Last player standing.
You have got to be kidding me, EG. How did you bring this one back? How clutch can Derek and Superman be?
Do or die, and EG stands strong. We're playing OT.
Oxy did everything. He takes out Nature in the first 10 seconds of the round. He follows it up with a kill on Ye. But a shock dart kill and net just not able to execute on the lurk timing that he had.
The shock spit on the plant, it was unreal, unreal round.
There's no world you are losing that round if you're Cloud9. No world, and that's why you see Imi reacting the way that he is, but we're here. EG brought it back to overtime.
And it's Oxy with the glass cannon operator.
He's going for a quick mid pick here. There's no turret.
Surely the orb there, you know you're not going to get a window, at least not initially. Meanwhile, Vic playing off a pixel angle. He's going to get pushed back by the drone. Yeah, he has to trot right behind it. Not enough on the punish.
Does bait out a lot of that utility.
The op has arrived. He spotted Ye. No shot yet. And now they know where the operator is. You see the ping on the minimap. Do you dare challenge? Oh, it's a mess. Oxy, excuse me, Icy getting to Spike now planted. EG in a comfortable position. That dink is gonna hurt. Traded right back though, 10 HP for Mitch.
Die.
What can Oxy and Zeppa do here? They're gonna have to retake, and Oxy has an op. Can he find success with this weapon? Position given away. The dart exposes him. Oxy in a 1v3, no shot. EG gets a series point.
So much to dissect from EG in this round. They never showed a double mid lurk in regulation. As Superman is breaking the Killjoy turret top mid, Icy takes the timing in the smoke, but this transfer is ridiculous.
Nice.
You match that with the pace that was put in B main. EG want it. They want it bad. They want to send Cloud9 home.
Multiple years of playoff failures looming over Cloud9 right now. Bearing the weight of potentially falling short again.
How many times can this happen to a roster?
They have to find a way to shake that off. An operator for Ye. An opportunity to rewrite things for Cloud9. An opportunity to take the skeletons out of that closet. Oxy pacey towards A, as is the rest of Cloud9. There's no fake. There's no late lurk. It's just fight. And Nature's the first to fall. Everyone lit up. But no punish on the other side of it. Yay, playing the tightest of angles, and Net's there to snap. Can Derek convert on this? He finds his one, but it's not going to be enough. Now, Ye, next up to the plate. He's finding his one, but can't connect on anything else. Supo, 1v3. Cloud9 looking to push this into double OT, and they will succeed. They're not done yet.
Full A hit from Cloud9. but this time the spacing, the patience, a little bit different. Making sure they don't throw this round away after those entries that they got on the actual site, off of the space that they gathered. Fighting together was what was so successful for Cloud9 in this round.
Shit, I'm moving.
And now a timeout to build a little bit more suspense in case there wasn't enough already. Tied at 13. Cloud9 trying to avoid, again, another disastrous playoff run. They're looking to avoid elimination, looking to avoid having to take a 2-month break. But hope dies last.
They have to step up and help Oxy in these moments when he gets these entries, when he puts them in a spot to take the lead. The rest of the members need to be the ones that close out the round for him. He can only do so much. It's in times like these where stars are born. And Vic, although he's been very hot towards the end of stage 1, he has yet to take that Rookie of the Year award for his own.
EG on the attack, looking to deal another death blow to Cloud9. They've weathered a couple, but they're gonna have to do it again, and a lot of focus towards the middle of the map here. Knife not tagging anyone. How far up do they go?
So you're not gonna pull that turret. Doesn't have to.
Enemy mark.
Drone across the middle. Not getting a ton of info. Meanwhile, while all that was happening, we failed to mention Oxy has the glass cannon up again. And it's A, where EGR.
GR contacting in as well. He finds a sliver. He finds a way to put Cloud9 in an advantage.
They've been here before, though. And EG have been rascally. They've been ratty. They've found a way back into the round. Can they do it again?
Poison orb emitting.
Vic is being called upon to be this B anchor, and he's going to have to deal with El Diablo, who's going hunting right now.
Little friendly fire there. Procs a dash as the wall goes down, waiting for the fight. No challenge yet.
30 seconds left.
The drone can't clear out Vic.
He's still playing back there. Is there a spit? There it is. Manages to stay alive just long enough to get the spike down. But it's a 3v5. This would be a disaster if Cloud9 were not able to pull this through. Ye getting his first. Now a 4v3, but again, control still on the side of the defense. They're going to need more than that. Icy gets 2! Vic on the tap, super creeping closer, and he snaps onto him. It's going to have to be Icy. Spike has been taken for a little while here. Can the rookie deliver again? Vic's going to stick it. Stops at half. On the swing! Icy gets his 4th, the Red Bull clutch! And EG again on series point.
Switching sides. Match point.
What an unbelievable series from Icy and Ye. The transfer. The mid lurk and the head-to-head. The pop-off moments that EG need. A 3v4 round win.
And again, the thoughts of Cloud9 get real loud right now. Can EG put them away? They haven't really been in an advantageous position. I mean, you go all the way back to the pistol on Fracture, and it was an ace from Ye. They've been on their back foot the entire time.
Uphill battle after uphill battle. B default in the beginning of the round. That dagger connected onto multiple members, but it's so
so suspenseful right now. It's a lean towards A, the success they had in the previous OT. Mitch is alone here to sell the fake.
Do they bite? Harbor wall up.
Another gap in it, all map long, and Mitch gets punished.
Nature's rotating over, and now the alarm bot is going to confirm that it is a fake. It's going to be a mad dash towards A. Cloud9 fighting for tournament life, down in numbers, without their caller. Icy holding the line. Derek's there too. The glass sipper seems to be fit for a villain. Evil Geniuses advance.
What a ridiculous playoff form we've seen today from EG. We didn't know what to expect. We certainly didn't expect for Icy and Ye to pop off like they did today.
The entire series.
It was just from start to finish unbelievable from those two. But you have to point out the Cloud9 playoff curse, Doug. That Viper wall was missed off the rip from round 1. And it's only fitting that they lose to it in overtime. Small mistakes like that are the difference maker of what takes you onto that third map, what keeps your tournament dreams alive. Mistakes you cannot be making at a level like this in playoffs. But mad props to EG for taking advantage of all of that and some. Masterful performance on Fracture. The game planning was great. The alert timings from Ye on the Cypher.
And then putting him on the jet in the face of a double wall comp. And they picked it apart. They picked it to shreds.
The confidence that he came into the game with was just unmatched. The fact that he was able to outplay almost every reckoning that we saw go his way when other jets would just dash out, get out of dodge, play retake with the operator, but understanding what his team required of him. That's the wall that I was talking about, man. These are the mistakes you cannot be making if you're Cloud9 in these playoff runs.
Ye was electric, Icy as well. Again, a player who was criticized a lot. Subject of criticism on G2, subject of criticism on Evil Geniuses, but boy, did he show up today.
And we got to talk about what the desk was saying about the different gears that EG had to show. I think they proved that they've stepped it up a level here today.
They did so with a 2-0 win over a team that people were talking about as one of America's best, right? They looked really confident. They looked really comfortable. We thought they were finally going to be able to get over that hump of not being able to convert in playoffs. And again, unfortunately, they hit the exact same spot and they stumble the exact same way. We bid adieu to Cloud9 as they once again fall short in playoffs. Another spectacular stage 1 run that they're just not able to convert around, and you imagine that's going to be a lot of the topic of conversation around this team for the next 2 months.
For EG, man, first stage 1 playoff in quite some time.
Yeah, something they haven't been able to do for a while. Again, we say goodbye to Evil Geniuses, or excuse me, to Cloud9, and now we're going to go celebrate with Evil Geniuses. We're going to send it down to Liz at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Derek.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And it wouldn't be right without the clutch Karen ferrying C9 to their end. Derek from EG, you just give it up for Derek. Because you just told me, I was like, well, when was the last time you were in playoffs? You're like, I've never been in playoffs.
Yeah.
Never.
I've always been one map off. Everyone knows the 100 TMI BR. We got knifed by an assistant coach.
Happens.
Yeah, pretty unlucky, but I'm not going to let this playoffs slip by. So
Talk about that emotion, though, because you've been so close every time, and now you are here, and that almost went the wrong way, map 2. Could have gone the wrong way if we were going to a map 3. What is that emotion like? What is that? Is there fear? Is there stress? Is there just an overabundance of confidence?
I'd say it's pretty stressful. Like when it went to OT, I was like, damn, we kind of threw that. But my boy Icy put on the KJ, that 4K in mid to bring it back. I mean, wow, bro.
I mean, Icy standing up, it's incredible. There's a new energy with EG. Would you have to agree with that? Like, what's going on?
I think we're riding the momentum of just like just making playoffs and just riding the crew win, the loud win, and just, you know, I mean, all my boys are shooting. We got Jake back on Jet. That boy's nice.
That boy, I mean, that's what Potter said was the kind of curveball on Icebox, right? And I got her to say a little bit early that was Ye on Jet. What was that process like? Was it just because he was feeling it and he was shooting?
I mean, the transition was kind of easy because we put him on Jet on Pearl with Icy on Yoru. And we're like, you know, it kind of makes sense to kind of put him on Jet on Icebox too. He's nice on the box, and he's just nice on the Jet in general. So,
yes.
Yeah.
What a fantastic player. They were saying this is like the best form we've seen of Ye in years.
100%.
I'm going to posit something to you. Do you think people underestimate EG?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it. What do you want to say to them?
Keep underestimating. Listen, we're here for we're going to make it run. We're going to make it run.
Yes! Give it up for Derek one more time, everyone. And we have map point with Potter and Nature.
Oh, sorry. Hello. Hey, we're coming. Welcome back, everybody. Hello, welcome to Match Point. I'm here with Potter and Nature. They were yapping about the game, bro. They're ready to break it all down on us in this round. Because I've done this, Nature, not intentionally, okay, but you do end up dying first in this round here.
I didn't, but it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good because I'll play it out anyway. You're getting ran down by 3 players. There's not much you can do. You're trying to time in the drone here. You're getting ran down, but in this moment, okay, so you end up dying, but that's all good. Your team makes a bit of a reaction here. Is this you calling, like, guys, react, go into B?
I think I probably did call it, but to be honest, we know that we're going to make this type of reaction off the pushes.
Okay.
That's just kind of like how we've implemented Fracture in general.
Yeah. What I like though about it is that you guys don't just go straight into like a normal B hit. You start taking space into like CT, into their spawn a little bit. I'll just play it out as well. There's a bit of a time here where you get into position, but once we play it through, you guys are super tempered, to be honest. You're playing a slow style right now where you're like really focusing on your fundamentals of it, but this call here, this moment, you're sending it in with a showstopper into the site, but you take CT control as well. What was this comm off? Was it because Ye has the cam like down into the south side and you got a tag onto the 3, or was it because you guys had just 3 of them pushing you? Or?
I think that actually Ye made this call. He said I'm gonna push spawn on this, and I think it was just based off like the triple. We know they pushed triple A, and he just had the feeling. I mean, we saw him all game, right? He had feelings all game because he's acing them.
He was.
But once he made that call, everybody just kind of like followed through with it. He didn't have to say like come with me. He said he was gonna do this, and everyone went with him.
Yeah, I love the way that you guys played this in a moment as well, because like I mean, look at Cloud9, they're just wandering around here. Superman's going crazy. By the way, this is crazy by Superman. He's like overstaying his welcome a little bit, but I was getting a bit worried. But then it goes into this. You get into the post plan. You have an open site because of this call, this mid-round call that's being made. And then this moment right here, like I feel like EG 4 weeks ago wouldn't be making plays like this where you're helping out your teammates. Like this is a crazy evolution of your team here. Like Superman is getting hard pressured, and then the help comes in from the side when the doors open up. Like what's going on with the comms here?
This was at the end of the round. A main Derek actually called to get ready to open this door off of Fought, is what he said basically.
Oh, that's so nice.
So the moment Fought said they were running at him, Ye opened door and then they just double Fought. These are the types of things that, I mean, we call it pong to the ping. Okay, so Fought's gonna get baited, something here, but we're killing everybody off of him.
That's nice. What are we saying, Coach? What are we saying?
It's incredible. I mean, if you heard the comms in this match, Nick and Fought were reading them like a coloring book the entire way through. Even the rounds that we messed up, the anti-ecos, it didn't matter. We had full control, and making this move was these guys giving each other the info the whole game. The whole game we had the info.
100%.
No, it's looking nice, genuinely. It's looking really, really nice. I was super excited to show that round. I didn't get the opportunity when the game was going on, but I'm glad we got to see it here as well. Now you guys can take your places as well, take your seats as well for the rest of it. We're going to send you over to Vansili as well. Vansili's going to take it away.
Yes.
Yo.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again, my friends. That was awesome. A great matchup. A very close matchup, actually. It must have been intense, but before we get a chance to even digest into that second map, we have to talk about digesting just the victory. I mean, I was just listening to you guys talking to Brent in the first place, and you looked very, very excited, and I just wanted to know, like, your thoughts and run through, like, basically the start of EG at kickoff, and then the continuation on the first half of Split 1 going to playoffs now. It seems like it's become a night and day team, a team that almost looks like the EG, or if not the EG that could do the run to champs. So talk me through this.
Why are you jinxing us, man?
Nah, dude, I'm just as hype as you guys. I'm just as hype as you guys. So talk me through how everything's been going so far and the evolution of EG in 2025.
You first, Coach? You go.
Okay. I'll start from like the beginning. You said you talked about like even kickoff and everything. I think we had a lot of really big, long conversations as a team because we weren't I wouldn't say like meshing, but we were trying to figure each other out still for like so long. And that bled into us more focusing on like our individual jobs and coach like bringing that up to us, make sure we're doing this as this individual, as me, you know, like I have all the things I have to call, and then fought, or Superman I should say, sorry.
I can almost fought as well.
It went like for each player, and then like once we double down on that, then we're thinking about just the structure of the round in general, following through with everything that we need to do. And it's starting to like piece together. I wouldn't even say it's still at 100%, right? There was some rounds that, you know, we throw a little, but that happens. That's what we can laugh about, talk about after, and just improve from.
Yeah, and is that the reason why, Coach, when we're looking at the nature of you guys playing on attack side, and it's nature, Coach, of course, no pun intended, but is that the reason why we're seeing like a lot more like slow pace type of attack side for EG overall, and you're just trying to feel out the rounds or feel out each other at the same time, or what's the process in terms of looking at EG from the outside in your attack approach?
That's a good question. I'll say that yes, we do look slow at times, but it's because we're working so hard on the macro and being fundamental and building synergy with each other, and being explosive off the rip doesn't always work out. So for us, we're building into that, and so the good news is there's a lot of room for growth. There's a lot of room for us to be explosive when we choose, right? So it's something that we can keep tinkering with and keep playing around with, and we're just getting better and better with the aggression. So yeah, keeping my eye out on it.
Okay, well, now I want to digest a couple of rounds here, of course, on Icebox, because I feel there's a lot that I'd like to pick your brains about. First off being, okay, you guys are taking the lead now on Icebox. You've reached the double digits going at 10, and then suddenly you're seeing that Cloud9 are starting to come back, and then they made it 11 to 10 where you had to call the timeout here, Potter. And for me, looking at it from the outside in, it's like, oh crap, EG's at the double digits, but they're starting to falter a little bit, and then like the EG fashion. What's been talked about during that timeout?
What did I say during that timeout? I actually struggled taking that timeout. The round prior to that, it was 10 to 10.
Yeah.
And I was gonna take my timeout then because it was such a huge swing round. We probably could have finished it there, 13-10. But these guys were cooking the whole series, and I didn't want to ruin the flow state that they were in. They had a great plan for it, and it just worked out that, you know, my strength is those low buy rounds. My strength is figuring out a good plan in that moment, so that they can do their job on the gun rounds, right? If we have ultimates and we have guns, like they can figure it out themselves. So for that eco round, yeah, we cooked up something pretty decent. If I were to go back and rewatch that, there were two opportunities we should have won that round, I think. We should have, would have, could have won that round. But either way, because it was so close, going into the next round, it was decisive for us to secure the OT.
Well, if anything, I want to take some time as well, Nature, to, I know during the interview with Liz and Derek, they were hyping up here, yay, going back into the jet rule. But I think there's also an opportunity to give a little limelight onto Icy as well, from how he carried over to the overtime and like the lurks that he's doing on middle, the double kill, the 4K for the clutch as well. You have to tell me what Icy brings to the table now for EG, because he's playing this on a Sentinel role, by the way, and not full-time on Duelist.
Yeah, so I would say his flexibility, he was really, really happy to go to Killjoy on this map as well. And I mean, every time at practice, he's like, oh, I get to play Icebox?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited. Like, that's how he was. And like, just like laughing about it and stuff like that, like that's great. Just even going into the start of the map, we were like 6,000 rounds on Killjoy. This is your debut and stuff like that. Just that in general, bringing the vibes up and everything, that's great about it. But also, I mean, we saw how he played, right? He played insane. He was super confident, taking every timing, stuff like that. And like, that's the type of Sentinels that are playing the game super well right now, is taking those instant timings, being aggressive, getting those kills. And that's what he did all half for us.
Yeah, and you guys definitely play with confidence, able to shut down and eliminate Cloud9. And by eliminating Cloud9, that means we're down to 6 teams. So let's have a look at the updated playoff bracket now and see potentially who you guys might face, because going into this one tomorrow, you're going to face off potentially against G2 or Sentinels. So G2 or Sentinels like a rematch if it goes on to that one. And G2, I mean, they are G2, that #1 team. So what's your expectation going to this? Who would you rather face and why?
For the story, I'd rather face G2 because we just saw Mr. Moore, Alexander, Joggymo's brother, have a lot of history. He was rooting for us. I appreciate you.
Awesome, Ja.
But yeah, I think it would be spicy, you know, face off against Ja, but probably Sentinels. We're game planning hard. Tomorrow, we'll watch them.
And Nature, if it has to go down to the upper bracket tomorrow, because those are the games that we're watching, we have the MIBR versus Crew. Who do you think is going to be able to take that one? What type of matchup do you expect out of this too?
I expect MIBR to take it. Okay. Honestly, 2-0 even. I feel like they've been playing and meshing super well together. These 3 rookies on their roster are just like flourishing with Aspas, and it's been pretty crazy to watch.
Yeah, well, with that, thank you so much, Nature and Potter, for your time for Match Point. And of course, make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we do have 2 great matches here in Crew and MIBR, and also Sentinels versus G2. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow, and it's now to catch these Samsung SSDs Fast Replay.
We've only had 3 IGLs in America's win a global tournament that are left here in Stage 1 playoffs. 2 of them are in the server today, up for elimination in the first round. Stun from Brock, not connecting, swing wide from the 100 Thieves, and they're gonna keep this one rolling through main. It's Cryo, deals with players on the other side, and it's just overwhelming on the retake. I mean, it's just a 4v4. Get ready for a battle. Ethan, jumping, dies for it. Goodbye, NRG. Cut them down to the IGL again. Sander doesn't check, but the trade is in. 13-5, 100 Thieves decimate NRG. And now Sam down as well. The missile somehow finding a kill as NRG reclaims space. They have a foothold in this site, but the fight is continuing. And Brock, heroic. Thieves is pretty quick on this flood. Asuna procs his ultimate. Stuns going every which way. It's chaos on the site, but Sander! 4 kills! Shuts it down!
Xander is just on fire today. Otta has an idea, but he's not good enough to get that kill on the approach.
Asuna in short, catches a timing of his own. Needs to be more than one and done the timing. Ethan looks away, now a 1-on-2. And Asuna holds the line. 100 Thieves, 2-0, deny NRG their chance at Toronto. They stay alive in the lower bracket.
Stakes are perfectly simple. It doesn't get any more complicated than this. You win, you advance, you lose, you're done for a really long time. Oxy will try to follow the drone. Will only waltz his way into Ye's crosshair. 2 kills found, make that 3. Fred Diablo, as he's got 4, coming to life right off the bat. And the ace delivered for Evil Geniuses. Call safe here, knows that was going for it, a 1v2. He's gotten it down to a 1v1, damage dealt. But can he deliver for Cloud9? Again, he's turned on it. Zeppa weak, boldly swings into it anyway. Converts for Cloud9.
Gonna have to send all the bodies here.
And you have no idea what it is. Oh! The other side, and Ye delivers again. Evil Geniuses strike first. Supa's now left in a 1v3. Yes, the spit will help. He's gotten it down a little bit closer. All target spotted, trying to connect. And Supa does. The Red Bull clutch for EG.
Oh, that's my unk. That's my unk.
One of them's lit up. Both members found. Both names claimed. It's going to be Ye left alone. Oxy from on top. It's a battle of the Jets. Oxy on the swing. Ye had no idea.
Let's go, baby.
Control still on the side of the defense. They're going to need more than that. Icy gets 2. It's going to have to be Icy. Spike has been taking for a little while here. Can the rookie deliver again? Vic's going to stick it. Stops it half. On the swing! Icy gets his 4th. The Red Bull clutch. The glass sipper seems to be fit for a villain. Evil Geniuses advance.
Wait, you crouch like this with this? Yeah, I crouch like this. I use shift like this. I click shift with my pinky. I click crouch with like my, yeah. Were you trying to copy him? That was good. He tried to crouch like you, and it looked good. yeah, I'm looking at his pinky. Ew, Matt. What's going on there? Look at his pinky. That's disgusting. I think you guys are disgusting, not me. Tony, Dan said my pinky is disgusting.
Dude, I think your pinky looks wonderful, dude.
No, Tony, you gotta come see it yourself. It is disgusting. You'll agree, Tony.
Yeah, I have a thing for pinkies, and I'm like a pinky connoisseur. And I think yours looks really good.
share.